Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Councilmember Jane, thank you.
Why is Sud's remote?
He's sick.
Oh dear.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Now let me check my audio thing. There's something wrong with my audio.
Let me try it again. Can you hear me?
Can you try again, Nora?
Yes, can you hear
Okay,
me?
now I can hear you. It was my setting.
Okay, perfect. All right.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Authorities Concurrent Santa Clara Stadium Authority Board meeting. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk.
Yes, confirming the quorum of the council, and I'd also like to note for the record that Councilmember Jane will be participating remotely under the AB 2449 provision of just cause due to illness, which prevents him from attending in person this evening. So Councilmember Jane, please remember to participate through both audio and visual technology, and before any action taken, you must disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at your remote location and the nature of their relationship to you. Thank you.
Okay, and votes will be roll call votes?
That's correct.
Okay.
We have one item for closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, one item, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City representatives as identified on the agenda. The employee organizations are Units 5, 7, and 8, Santa Clara Employees Association, and Santa Clara Police Officers Association, Unit 2. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. So do we have any members of the public that would like to make a comment about our closed session? I see none in the council chambers. Do we have any online?
There are no hands.
Oh, there are no hands. All right. We will be back here very shortly at 5 o'clock for our study session. Thank you.
Too late. Yeah, I sent a message. Thank you. For those that are online and those that are here in council chambers, just a quick update that the council is still in closed session and should be out in about 5 minutes. Thank you for your patience.
we thought possible. So I'd like to call the council meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming quorum, and we have Councilmember Jane remotely as well.
Thank you. All right, so we have a study session, an update on the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority's BART Silicon Valley Phase 2 Extension Project. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. In the interest of time, we will turn it directly over to VTA and Tom McGuire.
Welcome.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to talk about the latest update in the biggest investment in transportation infrastructure this county's made, the extension of Phase 2 of BART to Silicon Valley. That works. Great. Tonight's agenda that I'm going to share with you, again, this is informational, is going to be an overview of where the project is at and how much has changed since the last time we were before you about a year ago. I'm also going to give you detailed updates on the recent redesign of the Santa Clara station. I think we made some very important progress in redesigning the station in a way that hopefully will better meet the needs of Santa Clara residents and riders. And we'll talk about ways in which we're engaging the Santa Clara community, as well as some detailed information about the treatment of Champions Way as part of our plan, and of course, time for your questions. For those of you who haven't met me before, I'm Tom McGuire. I'm the Chief Mega Projects Officer for the VTA, and that means I'm in charge of delivering the BART program. I've been with the agency for about 5 months, and I have the pleasure of working with Councilmember Jane in his capacity as a BART director, a VTA director, rather. Let's talk about where the project's at. And this is, of course, as you know, Phase 2 of the extension of BART to Silicon Valley, the completion of the decades-long dream, bringing the regional rapid transit system into Santa Clara County. The BART service is already open to Berryessa in North San Jose. We already do have BART service in the county and within the city of San Jose. But Phase 2 is the final piece of the puzzle. It is bringing the service from the Berryessa Road Station through downtown San Jose, through 6 miles of rail, 5 miles of which will be in a large single-bore tunnel, and the final mile at grade, and a total of 4 new stations. 3 of them in San Jose at Little Portugal, downtown San Jose, the Diridon Intermodal Station, and the 4th will be here in Santa Clara, directly adjacent to the Santa Clara Caltrain station. And that is the one at-grade or above-ground station in the extension. Also, sitting right on the border of Santa Clara and San Jose will be the Newhall Road Yard and Maintenance Facility. It's a very important part of the program. Of course, the stations are what most riders think about as they travel on BART every day, but this yard maintenance facility is important to make sure that BART has an opportunity to store, clean, and maintain its trains so that they can provide the same level of service to our riders here in Santa Clara County as they do in Alameda County and elsewhere in the region. I know we've been before you twice. It was my predecessors who we heard twice before in 2023. First, to share updates on some previous station designs, some designs that frankly needed some work, and with your feedback, we've made some changes to them. And secondly, last June, to get approval of the construction traffic management plan for the early works construction. There will be a significant amount of construction taking place in the area that we call the West Portal over the next 3 years. Before we get into that, I just want to give an overview of where we're at with costs, schedule, and external funding, and eventually getting a shovel in the ground. Since we met with you in 2023, we've re-baselined the cost of the program. We've come to realize what infrastructure builders are finding, and perhaps some of you are finding as well here in your city, finding the inflation of labor, materials, and construction contractors has infected every part of the construction industry, and transit's no different. A project that we thought was going to cost about $9.3 billion a few years ago. Our final estimate, and we are now more than 60% of the way through the design process, we now estimate it'll cost over $12 billion. The good news there is that we've had an independent verification by the Federal Transit Administration. They audit everything we do, and they've given us some confidence that, yes, while $12 billion is a lot to pay for a 6-mile station, they're confident that our costs are in the ballpark. They're consistent with costs that other transit agencies are paying elsewhere in the country. We are not sort of out of line with our peer agencies. And most important, they have affirmed that we have the capacity from a management and a technical point of view to deliver this program. The federal government plays a very important role in funding transit projects like this. And we are on a year-long journey to get what's called a full funding grant agreement. When we get to the end of this timeline that you see on the screen, we are hoping to have a commitment from the Federal Transit Administration for over $6 billion of federal funds to match the huge contributions that taxpayers and voters have been making over the last 2 decades here in Santa Clara County. This is a roadmap of what's called the Federal New Starts Program. That's the way in which the FTA funds capital improvements. I think the only important thing to say here is that we have submitted our application to move quickly through their engineering program. Hoping to hear back about that in June, so that in July, the VTA can submit our application for that full funding grant agreement. The total amount of which, as I said, is over $6 billion. So when we talk about this program to the FTA, one of the things we're very excited about is the commitment that voters and taxpayers and policymakers like yourselves here in Santa Clara County have been making since Measure A passed in 2000. We can say with confidence that we've got over $4.5 billion of local funds, in addition to really strong contributions from MTC and from the state, the California State Transportation Agency. We can assemble more than half the cost of this $12 billion project, but our message to the federal government and through our delegation has been we need the feds to come in with their share. And this is 49.5% is what we're asking for. That's typically what projects of our scale and size ask for. So we'll know more about how we're doing and what we're trending towards in terms of getting that commitment from the federal government later this summer. Meanwhile, we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to get on schedule and even stay ahead of schedule. And managing schedule risks is a very important thing to do in such a complex project like this. One of the ways in which we do that is what we call early works construction. The early works consists of not the heavy construction of the tunnel, not building the concrete stations or installing the escalators, but rather preparing the ground, grading the site, building off-street roads, and even putting together the precast tunnel lining plant so that when we have that money in hand and when our tunnel boring machine is ready to go, we are ready to go. I'm using the term West Portal. I want to explain what that is because this is very important. The West Portal is a location it's within the city limits of San Jose. So the West Portal itself is not in Santa Clara, but it is directly adjacent to Santa Clara. If you look at the screen, you can see that diagonal dotted line. Oh, look at that. Diagonal dotted line shows the boundary between the cities of Santa Clara and San Jose. On this diagram, north is on the right side of the page. This red dot over here is the pedestrian entrance off of Brokaw Road. This is where passengers will enter the new Santa Clara station, which will sit roughly right about here. It's directly adjacent to the Caltrain station and tracks. Moving south into San Jose, this will eventually be that Newhall Road yard and BART maintenance facility. Again, most of it will be in San Jose. We will begin digging our tunnel at this portal over here near Newhall Street, again in San Jose. And all of this land stretching along the railroad tracks, just east of the railroad tracks rather, in San Jose and Santa Clara will be part of that West Portal construction site. We want to start in May, actually just next month, grading the site. That will produce some noise and vibration during the day. And we also have a commitment from our contractor, Kiewit's our general contractor, to provide a high level of construction coordination with city staff, with neighborhoods, as well as with my own team. Bernice Alanis is our external affairs manager. You'll hear from her in a minute. It's her job to make sure that everybody who needs to know anything about what is happening with the BART construction project knows before they're impacted at all. Everything I'm describing today was covered in the construction transportation management plan that we brought to and got your approval for last June. Another important step that we've taken is to purchase the tunnel boring machine. So if you think about how tunnels are built, maybe if you've ever seen pictures of like the New York City subway being built, or if you were ever in San Francisco in the 70s and 80s seeing BART being built, we don't build tunnels like that. We don't rip up streets and do incredibly disruptive and destructive things anymore. We lower a boring machine into the ground, and it digs laterally for 5 miles from, again, that boring site that I described in the previous map, all the way over to Little Portugal on the east side of San Jose. We purchased it in 2023. It'll be one of the largest boring machines that's ever been built, the biggest that's ever been used in the United States for transit. It'll build a tunnel 53 feet wide enough for both BART tracks and platform to sit inside, which means we will not need to open up streets and do a lot of impactful constructions even after the tunnel is dug. And we have a naming contest going on now as well. So if you take a look, there's a QR code on the screen. If you've got a great idea for who we should name this boring machine after, we're happy to take your suggestions through the end of this month. We've gotten 600 suggestions already. As we move into these pre-construction activities, we'll be continuing to communicate proactively with affected communities, email, social media, attending local events, meeting communities on their own terms and on their own turf, pop-up events, making sure that there's always a table where somebody from the BART project can answer their question about what's happening in the next few months. We're also going to install monitoring equipment along the alignment where we're tunneling, where we're digging, monitoring the air quality, noise quality, and the vibration that's being generated by the tunneling. So that's my update on where the overall program's at. I'd like to invite my colleague Bernice Allen, she's the External Affairs Manager for the program, to talk in detail about what to expect from the new design of the Santa Clara station. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Tom has given you a really good description of some of the program activities, project configuration, and I'm going to talk specifically on the Santa Clara station and design. So we had come before you, the council, and shared with you the previous station configuration in the diagram up to the right. The station was located sort of mid-platform, which meant that you had to go up and over the tracks and the platform to get to the station. We received quite a bit of input, and we also got some exceptions from BART onto how we could configure the new hall yard, which, as you saw in the previous slides, took up a considerable amount of the land that was going to be in both San Jose and Santa Clara. And as a result, we have what is now the new Santa Clara station configuration. And as you can see, it is now an end-of-the-line station. With that comes many advantages to the passengers and passenger experience for access to the station. So it is a significant improvement for those that will utilize the system on coming both from the east side and the west side of the station. So previously, as I mentioned, you had to go up and over the tracks, both the storage tracks and then up and over to get to the center platform. And it required a significant amount of what we call vertical circulation using elevators or escalators. So this added to the passenger travel times and the ease of access to get onto the BART trains. With the new design, we've eliminated that vertical circulation other than a couple of stairs and for those that required an ADA ramp. And you can easily access the station both from the east and the west with just a couple steps or all on flat ground if you are coming from the west side once you come up from the pedestrian undercrossing. As such, we have our design review committees, and the design review committees are an environmental commitment that we work with the community on certain aesthetics of the station. We worked with the community leaders and members of the public representing neighborhood associations, representative from Santa Clara University, and they are working with us, taking into consideration certain parameters such as the cost and schedule of the project and in the future the ongoing maintenance and operation of the station. We have the Santa Clara Design Review Committee. It's ongoing, but with this new station configuration, I know as we presented in the past, there was not a significant amount of opportunity to weigh in on the actual station design, but with this new station design, it really opened up some opportunity to provide added input on how the look and feel of the station would be. So in 2021, when we met previously, the Design Review Committee really focused on the look and feel of the station. We led both in-person and virtual engagement of the public to get that initial input. And we landed on a design that represented that input. And now we're taking that with the new station configuration and advancing that to the next steps. So right now, this year, we've already had 5 Design Review Committee meetings. And we have looked at the new configuration and how we are treating the garage and the plaza area of the new station and the treatment for the elevator on the garage and the facade, doing some type of planting tree representative of the agricultural history in Santa Clara. We had, for the first iteration, we had our design review committee, and then we went with the public. This will be the same process for this series. We are going to do in June, once we wrap up with the committee and come to a design that the committee has agreed upon, we'll vet that with the larger public, and then have further discussions with the DRC based on that public input, and land on some decisions about the aesthetic treatment and configuration of certain elements of the station. These are the designs that we are right now in the process of advancing further. The design on the left has a very agricultural feel, using browns and earthy tones. There was a desire to have some type of a structural buttress on the canopy for the station plaza, some treatment of a design for the facade of the garage. That is the garage on the back to the left, on the illustration on the left, the rendering. The design on the right has a little more futuristic feel, representing some of the technology, but also a nod to the agriculture, and the little abutments on the side of the building are a leaf pattern representing the agricultural elements, and then some type of trees and shrubbery in a central plaza. We will be advancing this design further and getting further input, but wanted to share where we've collectively landed so far. So Champions Way, that is a main point of entrance and access to the station, and we've been working with the city on the designation of Champions Way. We are going to begin early constructions in the very near future activities, and working with the city on Champions Way being designated a public right-of-way. So we're working through some of the conditions of that and agreements related to the maintenance of Champions Way. And we'll be coming back to council once we work through the terms of that for the council to weigh in on that. And we are happy to answer any questions should you have them.
Is that it for your presentation? All right, thank you very much. So let me ask if the council has any questions. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. My first note had been, have they come up with a name yet? But apparently not. I was real curious. It looked like we had started out with a stacked, and now it looks like a side-by-side design within the tunnel. I wasn't really clear. I had heard before that in many cases we've gone with a design build to help with costs. I didn't hear that today. I was hoping to hear one way or the other. I'm also the chair of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, and we gave a lot of feedback on the design before and wondered if we would be able to see that again. I think our next meeting's in June. And because you will get very detailed reality for what it's like to be a pedestrian or a bicyclist coming from that station, especially from the historic station. And I'm liking it better. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. On slide number 23, where you show the station design considerations, is this on the corner of Brokaw and Champions? Or not Champions, I think I got the wrong street name. Yeah, I think it was Champions. That was the corner, that's it. Okay, perfect, thank you. Well, I gotta say, it's a lot better than the previous designs, and I'm more inclined towards the left one with the sign of Santa Clara, so I really appreciate that.
Is there a question? No question?
Yeah, that was the question of
where is
if that
it?
was the
Okay.
corner right there.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, of course, I'm on the board of the VTA, and I'm also on the oversight committee for the schedule and cost of this project. I know you're going to start grading in May. When you came to us about a year ago, you talked about installing sound barriers. When will those sound barriers be installed? And then can you talk about the food kiosks that you're putting up there? You didn't talk about any of that this time. And then if there's going to be a corral for installing shared bikes and scooters somewhere in this station design, because right now with our scooters, I mean, we're looking at last mile transportation, which I imagine will be through bikes and scooters primarily. So will there be a place to park them rather than haphazardly as we're currently doing in the city? And then what I wanted to know was uh, what I've heard is there's 2.5 million cubic yards of muck from the single bore uh, tunneling, and then another million cubic yards of muck from the station excavation. So that's 3.5 million cubic yards of dirt. Can you talk about how those will be transported through the city of Santa Clara and where they will go and how long they'll be operating and how many trucks a day? I know I'd submitted that question to you earlier. So those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question regarding the budget part of it. I know we started with $9 billion and escalated to $12 billion. And you did mention that the funding source is 50% coming from the FDA New Start, right? How risky is it for us to make sure we get all that funding? Like if the administration changes, or there can be multiple ifs and buts. And if we start this project and the funding, and let's say it escalates from 12 billion to 14 billion, what is our backup plan? Like, how sure are we as of today that, yeah, 100% this will happen, but how it will happen, basically, I'm not sure, because 60% escalation within span of few years, and keeping in view how the cost escalations are taking place in the valley for other projects, are we sure we can finish this thing in 12 billion, and are we sure we can secure that $6+ billion from the FDA, from the federal government? That's my question.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just one question. I understand work started for the Santa Clara part of BART. I believe it was yesterday that some work started. And so I just wanted to get an update, what exactly is happening. And if I were to pick between the two designs, I would go with the futuristic one. It reminds me of the Oculus at the World Trade Center. So I thought that was a really interesting design. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I really do like the design change, where you're going from the elevators and escalators to everything's about at grade. I did have a couple of questions, meaning I can't really see how the pedestrian undercrossing ramp exit, it looks like it's not continuous. It looks like it goes east or west or south or north and then comes back up again, but it's hard for me to see how that connects. I think that the bicycle way from that direction may be very important. Also, we're not going above and then in between, going up over the BART trains and then down the middle again. It looks like we're going around the front because we're a terminus. Is that true? Because it's just hard for me to say. I'm making a few presumptions here. Yeah, so it would be nice to see a little bit more of the design, the in and outs from a top view, perhaps, and also from just from the bicycle view, the pedestrian view. But again, I think that what I see here is much better, is just a much better experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And those are the questions whenever you're ready and available to answer them.
Okay, I'll start with all the questions that were not about design and impacts, then I'll let Bernice join me for the impacts questions. And please pardon me if I've missed anything. Please remind me if I missed anything. So Councilmember Hardy, you asked about the stack design. Good observation. Previously, we were talking about having that large tunnel contain the tracks and have the tracks be stacked on top of one another. The more we looked at that and the more we talked to BART about passenger circulation and customer safety, we realized that it's much more intuitive to have the tracks on the outside of the tunnel, the platform in the middle. It's how most BART stations are elsewhere in the system. It's what it's like in San Francisco and Oakland. And so we're going to replicate that. Again, that will be for the stations in the tunnel, the 3 stations in San Jose. The station in Santa Clara will be out in the open air, but it'll still have the platform in the middle. You mentioned design build. The contracting method we've used for Kiewit, our major general contractor, is what's called progressive design build. It is an approach that is common in instances where we are trying to build in a lot of innovative design over the course of a big project, and we don't want to we don't want to be stuck with all the risk as the owner. We want to share that risk with the contractor and get their best, not have them be afraid to share their best ideas with us. So they're both the designer and the builder, but we have more transparency into that process through the progressive process. Let's see, a question about the, Director, Councilmember Jane asked about the transportation of the muck coming out of the tunnel, coming out of that portal. The major trucking routes within the city will be primarily Brokaw Road and also Coleman Avenue south of Brokaw Road. Those are really the 2 streets that will see increased truck traffic as a result of the construction. They'll be increased over what you see there today. The hours of operation during the preparatory work, the grading, will run from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, with occasional Saturday work, but mostly Monday to Friday. The truck hauling will take place from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday, again with occasional Saturdays per the CTMP. So we're trying to basically get as much work done in a smaller window as possible, and those are the kind of the optimized times that we came up with, again, within the approved CTMP. In terms of truck impacts, we've got pretty strong requirements on Kiewit, our contractor, that they need to minimize their truck idling time. They cannot have those loud beeping backup alarms, which can be very irritating. They're going to have more of a swooshing sound, which is kind of the new thing for urban trucking. The maximum number of trucks that folks should see during stages 1 and 2 of the grading, the maximum is about 55 trucks per day. At peak, that could be as high as 6 trucks per hour, but typically it'll be more like 3 trucks per hour, and again, that's through the at least through 2026. That's what we know right now about that. And then the budget questions. I appreciated the budget questions about the risk. We use the federal government calls it a full funding grant agreement for a reason, and that's they don't enter into these agreements, and we as VTA wouldn't sign an agreement until we are both sure that we have accounted for every dollar needed to build the project. So when the FTA signs that agreement and says $6 billion, we hope it will be for the full $6 billion, that creates an obligation for the federal government to pay that out over time, and they need to budget for that. Our goal is to get that agreement signed this calendar year, and I think for reasons that should be obvious, we have a very transit infrastructure friendly administration in place right now. They want to get big projects built, and they want to sign these agreements. Once the agreement is signed, regardless of who's in the White House and who controls Congress, that money is just appropriated annually through the normal legislative appropriation process, and the FTA will tell you they have never failed to meet the obligations of full funding grant agreement over time. So it's important to get it signed right now, while we have strong policy alignment with the White House, but over time, once the agreement's in place, we're confident that that cash will flow to us here in the county. And I think most of the rest of the questions, I might ask Bernice to come up and talk about the design and access question.
Can I have a follow-up question?
Not yet. Let them finish.
I don't know if we can put up, I wanted to respond to Councilmember Parks' concerns about the access coming from the pedestrian undercrossing. So I don't know if we can walk you through. If you look on this diagram where the green kind of L shape on the upper right-hand corner is the pedestrian undercrossing, you're going underneath Caltrain and coming back up. that little rectangle where you see the arrow, you just go on the path directly connecting from the green L to the arrow. There's a path there, and you'll go right into the station entrance there. So that would be the path for both bicycles and pedestrians. Is that? Okay, and then on the, for Director Jane, the sound barriers, we'll be installing those in August. We have the kiosks that are currently being incorporated as part of the design. We talked about the shared bike, and there will be a designated space for bike lockers. And Erica, do you want to?
Yeah, I know Councilmember Jane, you had a question about the.
Can you speak in the microphone, please? Thank you.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Good evening. Councilmember Jane, I know you had a question about the number of trucks related to the major construction of muck hauling, and just wanted to mention here that when we came in June and talked to you all, it was about the early construction activities for the 2 years up to when that begins. And so we will be coming back to talk to you again with the details of the major construction when the muck is being hauled. And so we don't have that information today, but that is something that we'll be bringing back to council. In addition, Councilmember Hardy, we'd be happy to come back and talk to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Group. The bicycle and pedestrian, or the bicycle access has not changed from what we had before, but happy to come back and present again. I think that answers.
Is that it? I think we do have some follow-up questions as well. And I have one, which is, when will construction start on the Santa Clara station? The actual station?
The construction of the Santa Clara station itself will begin around 2029.
Thank you. Councilmember Raj Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a follow-up question regarding the budget part of it. Like to say, let's say we have an agreement with the federal government for $12.237 billion as of today or within the next couple of months. And the budget goal above 12.237 down the line. So how is that handled between the federal and the state and the VTA Measure A funds? How is that handled? Like, is that a part of the agreement we signed with the federal government that they will still be responsible for any budget escalation above 12.37 into a 50% share?
Right. So one important thing about a full funding grant agreement, or FFGA, is the federal contribution is capped at that dollar figure. So if they enter into a $6.2 billion agreement, if our costs were to go beyond what I've shown on the screen, they will not pay a dollar more. We have to cover that locally. And in fact, we're going through what's called a stress test right now with the FTA to demonstrate whether the VTA has the ability to handle a 10% cost overrun. We think we can. We think there is money in Measure A and Measure B. But the most important thing is that we do not intend to. We are, now that we have a almost fully designed system, our focus is on cost control, schedule control, so that we don't find ourselves in that situation. But we would be responsible for cost overruns locally if that happened.
Okay, and that also brings me to the state funding, almost $1.5 billion basically from two different sources. So how is that handled? Like, I know we were $50 billion budget surplus, now we are in deficit. So is this money 100% secured for us, or this has to be approved down the line at different assembly sessions, basically?
The money's secure and it's available to us. The only caveat is we do need to secure that federal full funding grant agreement to access it.
Oh, so it's basically vicious cycle. Oh, you have to secure that, you have to secure this one then. If that doesn't happen, this doesn't happen. Right.
We're hoping to make it a virtuous cycle this year, but yes, yeah. But that money was not subject to some of the cuts you heard about in Sacramento last year, no.
So on the cost escalations, is state also same way as the federal, or do they participate in the cost escalations proportionately if the cost escalates from $12.237 billion?
The state contributions are certain dollar grants, so they've allocated $1.5 billion for us, but that does not rise with cost escalations. Again, that would be responsible.
Responsibility of the city. Okay. Okay, so I'm glad that tunneling is starting from Santa Clara because there were rumors, oh, it might stop at Diridon. Now that you're starting from here, although we will be responsible for your nuisance of taking all the muck from here, but at least we know the BART will come to the Santa Clara for that matter. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I wanted to, I know Bernice alluded to the kiosks. Can you elaborate where the kiosks might be and what types of kiosks we're going to have? And then I didn't really see an answer to the shared bikes and scooter corrals for storing those so that they're not elsewhere. And then I know the answer to this, but when is the anticipated revenue service date when trains will start running? And then uh, my question is that um, what is so you're going to be grading, but you're going to put up the sound barriers after you start grading. I didn't quite understand the reason for that. Thank you.
I'll start with the revenue service date. That's the first date in which the trains are open for passengers. We're currently targeting the spring of 2037 as the revenue service date for the project. I'll let Erica and Bernice answer the other questions.
Yes, so the sound curtain that will be provided on the west side of the rail corridor, adjacent to where the supportive excavation of the tunnel portal will be, is a required environmental mitigation. So that will be provided before that work begins. So it's not required for grading. So that's why the timing, the installation of that temporary noise curtain happens after the grading begins. In addition, you had a question about the kiosks and the...
So as we're advancing with the design of the station, there's a provision for 2 kiosks that will be located in the plaza area, and we'll be working through that with the design review committees.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we will have facilities for bike and scooter share as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe? And then I'm going to go to the public after that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up, my question wasn't answered. I asked about the work that started yesterday. There was a piece written by that reporter over there, so I just if you could talk about it.
Sure thing. Yes, so yesterday, KST, Kiewit Shea Trailer, our contractor, began mobilization. So they're starting to bring some of their materials and Connex boxes and such on site to start to clear the site to then begin to do the grading work that we're talking about. So they're mobilizing.
Okay, thank you. Let me see.
Apologies for missing that.
Thank you. Members of the public, if you'd like to speak, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I had not come here planning to speak on this subject, but it was so informative. But I have concerns like that maybe this whole matter should be reconsidered. I applaud Councilmember Jahal and also the mayor. Dates and dollars is the things that are important to me. I've earned now $12 billion. We could have built 12 stadiums, major sports stadiums, for $12 billion, or 10 of them. And that means we could have stadiums covering the whole coast, the sporting needs of the whole coast. I think we would have more value in that type of an expenditure for the whole nation than this 6-mile stretch here, which leads my second thing is nothing was spoken today about the low usage of BOT today, the security situation of BOT today, and also the whole remote work thing. These are all major factors. That suggests to me that this thing should be reconsidered. Then another date was 2039. That was the first year I heard, and then later I heard 2037. But I'm going to be in my late 70s by then. And I'm originally from New York City, and I always am struck by the fact that the Empire State Building went up in 13 months with 1930s technology. And this is going on forever. I think the original BOT, which covered a lot of territory, took about 6 or 8 years. And then the final thing, more local, is this rail yard thing. Again, Santa Clara is going to be serving the whole community like we do throughout the whole history. We're going to have this noisy BART yard, which is going to devalue all the other property that we have around there, including the university. And I think for all these reasons, dollars, places, dates, timeframes, this whole thing should be reconsidered. We shouldn't be concerned about kiosks. We should be considering the $12 billion. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Brenton. Go ahead, Brenton, online. You're muted. Brenton, unmute yourself. Brenton. Okay, we're going to go down to Mitzi. Go ahead, Mitzi. You're muted. You have to unmute yourself, Mitzi. Can you unmute them? No. All right. We're going to third strike. We have Mark. Hello, Mark. There you go. Yay.
Yes, hello. Am I coming through all right?
Yes, you are. Yes.
Perfect, perfect. Good evening, City Council, everyone in the audience. I hope y'all are having a wonderful evening. I would just like to raise one main concern I've been having about the city, and it's the lack of sewer infrastructure that we got around here in the city. So I've been doing work in the sewers my whole entire life. Like we've been having bat mitzvahs and
Mark, excuse me, we're not on this, you are not on this subject right now. Thank you. That's not on this subject, it's about BART. All right, Saul? Saul?
Saul Yadinsky here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Did you say that the subject matter was BART? Because I wanted to talk about the housing market.
No, it's not. It's on BART to Santa Clara. We're not talking about the housing market. That might be later in the agenda.
Oi, Gewalt. Well.
All right, so thank you very much for calling. All right, let's go to Brenton. Brenton?
Hi, City Council. I didn't mean, I kind of, yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I didn't mean to have my hand raised. I apologize. You have a phenomenal day.
All right, thank you. All right, well, that's it for the public. So thank you very much for the study session. We appreciate your time in coming here and giving us an update of what's happening to BART to Santa Clara. Thank you. All right, we're slightly off schedule, but we're going to go into our next study session, which is item 2B, presentation of voter research survey results for a November 2024 ballot. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. My name is Javon Grogan, and I have the pleasure of serving as Santa Clara City Manager. Santa Clara's infrastructure challenges and the need to upgrade our aging facilities is of critical importance. In fact, it almost seems like we're discussing this in one way or another at every council meeting because we're dealing with the impacts of our aging facilities. Tonight, we are bringing the City Council an update on our early efforts to explore a potential public facilities bond for the November 24 election. I am joined by our consultants, Corey O'Neill from Tolchin Research and Jared Boygan from Team Civics. Our consultant team will be providing you with the results of the first of two surveys geared toward understanding what Santa Clara voters think about our infrastructure challenges and what they would like to see prioritized in funding if, in fact, a ballot measure is put on the November 24 ballot. The presentation will include a detailed analysis of the results of our first voter survey and voter interest in a charter amendment that would allow the city to adopt a design-build approach to projects that would increase efficiency and project delivery if, in fact, the city is provided with additional resources to improve public infrastructure. I will now turn the presentation over to Corey O'Neill from Tolchin Research, and both Corey and Jared are remote.
Thank you, Javon. Should I share my screen or will be coming internally with you?
It is already up on our screen.
Oh, okay. Can I, or I'll just go separately then. So thank you very much, Council. And, as some of you know, we have conducted recent polling research among voters in Santa Clara. It's a citywide survey that we conducted, multimodal, among 400 likely November 2024 voters. The survey was conducted about 3 weeks ago, April 1st through the 4th. It was offered in English, Chinese, Spanish, and Vietnamese. And the margin of error is plus or minus 4.8% for the full 400 sample. The focus of this research was to discern public sentiment towards infrastructure needs, including various items that we'll go through here. But just going into the general mood and sentiment of the electorate here. Again, this is a representative sample of likely voters in Santa Clara. So just getting into the nuts and bolts of it here, looking at the direction of Santa Clara, just as kind of a primer here, voters are somewhat mixed on the direction of the city. 40% say the city is going in the right direction. 42% say it is on the wrong track. Statistically, that is mixed, though slightly on the negative side. But it is somewhat more positive than we've seen in a lot of other areas of California to date. So just understanding kind of where the city's going as a baseline, this is a good area for noticing that. And then as we go on to the next slide, we asked voters how they feel about city government. And so you'll see here, we ask about how city government is doing overall, as well as how city government is doing using tax dollars responsibly. 48% of voters have a positive outlook of how city government is doing overall, compared to 37% who believe there's a positive outcome happening with how Santa Clara government is using tax dollars. So the job overall, is at 48%, slightly lower for tax dollars and usage there at 37%. But what we're asking in the next slide, we go into. So basically, we asked a simple question of, do you feel that the public infrastructure in Santa Clara is adequately maintained, or is there a need for additional investment? A third of voters think that that we have adequately maintained infrastructure, compared to 56% of voters who have a need, who say there's a need for additional investment. We'll keep that 56% in mind for some of these other items we're going to ask here in a moment. Then we move on to the next slide. So here we have asked about a design, kind of a what can happen with the charter. There are multiple items in the charter that probably need to be amended, but specifically here, we asked voters to weigh in on a specific charter amendment, which reads as follows: in order to allow the city of Santa Clara greater flexibility and modernize contracting for public works construction projects, such as major planned improvements in city infrastructure, shall the city of Santa Clara charter be amended to allow for the use of a combined bidding process for design and construction, sometimes called design build or best value procurement, for public works construction to be established by ordinance. Essentially, the difference here being design build compared to the design bid build, with the idea that this would allow for more efficient and effective construction projects to be followed through. And under this language, a majority of voters, 52%, support this charter amendment, compared to 22% who oppose, and a quarter of voters, 26%, are undecided on this type of charter amendment. So then we will move into what the focus of this research really came down to being, was a bond measure. So in slide 9, we first ask a bond measure of $298 million, levying $16 per $500,000 of assessed value, generating approximately $19 million in funding annually. Specifically, at the front of this language, we asked to ensure rapid 911 emergency response, upgrade aging fire stations, improve disaster preparedness, and safe routes to schools, assure safe, clean, well-maintained streets, neighborhoods, libraries, parks, recreation facilities, fix streets, potholes, and underground storm drains to prevent bay pollution, shall the city of Santa Clara measure basically be adopted with citizen oversight, no funds to increase salaries or pensions be adopted. So this is a $298 million test. Under this language, 59% of voters say they would vote yes. Now, this type of measure does require a 2/3 threshold for passage. We will also get into a difference here of looking at something referred to as ACA 1, that if that is passed at the statewide level, that would also reduce the threshold from 2/3 to 55%. But currently here we are looking at a 2/3 threshold for this type of measure. Now, we tested a $298 million bond, and then we also tested on the next slide a $598 million bond. This includes the same language, just a different bond amount of $598 million, levying $29 per $100,000 of assessed value and generating $35 million of funding annually. Between the $298 million test and the $598 million test, they're statistically identical. Again, this measure comes out with 59% support among voters compared to 31% who say they would oppose the measure or vote no on the measure. So the next slide here, we also do a comparison. So in 2020, some of you may recall that there was a similar survey that was conducted. That survey conducted a $398 million bond test that voters citywide said a majority, 58%, would support compared to 37% who said they would vote no on that measure. But you can see that the 58% is statistically identical to what we are seeing here with this current test, both at 298 million and 598 million, both garnering 59% support. Just a slight nuanced difference of the undecided. You see the undecided in the 2020 test was a little lower at 5% compared to this current test at 12% and 10% respectively. So moving on to the next slide here, the initial vote, we wanted to show kind of the progress of what happens with the electorate and the support for this type of measure when we provide more information. So we provided some isolated elements that really describe the potential items that could be included in a bond measure. We also took a lot of those isolated elements and tested a package, with a lot of them included. So you'll see for the $298 million test, after voters hear more information, we go from 59% support to 63% support, within striking distance of that 2/3 threshold. And it's a net increase of 4 points. However, if you go to the next slide, we see a similar progression, but much more positive and towards that 2/3 threshold. So we have 59% support the $598 million bond initially. That moves up to 67% after voters hear more information. So you see a net 10-point increase from +28 to +38. So that gets us above the 2/3 threshold with that, but it is still somewhat challenging to get there, and there will be a need for public education and ensuring that council supports and that we can push this forward. But we do reach that 2/3 threshold with more information on the $598 million bond test. So let's go into some of the components of the bond. So we tested a myriad of different items that could be included in a bond, and we asked voters if in a randomized setting, whether these would make them more or less likely to support a bond. And so what you see here is the tier 1 kind of items. And again, these were all randomly asked among voters. And you can see that the top items here are repairing streets. And again, I'm sorry, these are on a 1 to 10 scale, where a 1 is less likely and a 10 is much more likely. I'm sorry, I apologize. I have a toddler that just walked in the door. My wife is trying to quiet him. So repairing streets throughout Santa Clara is the top testing element. On a 1 to 10 scale, it earns a mean score of 7.73, and 38% of voters citywide rate that a 10 on a 1 to 10 scale. So you see that there are a lot of these kind of items: repairing streets, fixing underground storm drains and pipes to prevent erosion and sinkholes, fixing streets and potholes in the worst condition, making roads safer for drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists. And at the bottom here, you see ensuring kids have safe routes and intersections to get to school. So you can see that a lot of these top testing priorities among voters in a representative sample of voters citywide really are like street repairs and storm drain damage, and upgrades that are needed, making roads safer, but also upgrading 911 communications, police and fire facilities, and enhancing emergency preparedness to improve disaster response is also a very high priority among voters. So you see a lot of this involves kind of, street repairs, storm damage repairs, 911 communications, all kind of encompassing a lot of public safety items in general that are really high on the minds of voters in a tiered setting. In kind of the tier 2 items, we some of the same stuff, looking at backup generators for emergency service during power outages, improving storm drainage and flood prevention. Those two are kind of related to some of the items we noted above. And then we see some of the parks items here: preserve, maintain, and update city parks for future generations, protect and maintain parks and playgrounds, community centers, and libraries. So these are all kind of in the mid-tier 7 range on a 1 to 10 scale. Preventing sideshows a little lower on this list of tier 2, and modernizing aging fire stations. So those are kind of items that are high on the minds of voters, but a little lower than that first tier that we saw. Then we get into a little lower on the list is repairing and upgrading parks, playgrounds, community centers, and libraries. Repairing aging fire stations. Again, it's just kind of a different way of asking that we asked above there. Retrofitting the fire department stations for earthquake safety. Preserving, maintaining, and updating Central Park for future generations. We asked kind of a question about disabilities and improving access for sidewalks, parks, and libraries for people with disabilities. Those kind of fall a little lower on the list. And then finally, the tier 4 slide here, these are kind of the lower testing items there. And this is not to say that they are not important, but on the minds of average voters, they do fall a little lower than some of those earlier items we noted regarding streets and drainage and storm drainage and public safety. So these kind of include building new children's play structures and parks, improving traffic flow and reducing speed, repairing and updating the fire training tower, repairing and reopening the ISC, the International Swim Center. So you see those kind of items do fall a little lower on the list of priorities among voters. And again, this was a prompted list, randomized completely for every person who took the survey. So we just want to note that these are ranked based off of those randomized prompted questions that we provided to voters. So then we move on to some of the packaged items. So we take some of those items that we just went through and we go into our kind of messaging frames that package them together. So on the next slide, you'll see that this measure is really kind of popular because of a lot of the street items that we saw before, the public safety and emergency response service items, accountability, that you know, the money from this kind of bond will be used as intended and assures accountability and citizen oversight. But at the top here, you see a streets measure. This measure will provide critical funding for fixing potholes and for repairing, maintaining, and improving local bridges and streets in every community in Santa Clara. That's the top testing message. It gets a 6.87 rating on a 1 to 10 scale of asking if this would be very convincing as a reason to support a measure. 31% of voters rate that with as a 10 on a 1 to 10 scale. Then you see the accountability measure, you know, with a similar mean rating, slightly lower 10 rating. And then at the bottom here, you see the fire message. The Santa Clara Department receives nearly 10,000 service calls a year, a 14% increase from a decade ago. This measure will fund critical updates and seismic retrofitting to city fire stations. So essentially, like, looking at fire and emergency service and emergency response, again, in a kind of a public safety frame, is also, you know, very high on the minds of voters. Going to the tier 2 items, we get into some of the other, you know, elements that we saw on the previous slides. This aging message describing how the city's buildings and facilities are over 50 years old and in desperate need of repair, you know, is also, you know, kind of high on the list, not as high as the tier 1 items we just noted, but you know, is still something that is a priority among voters. Getting into flood control with consecutive seasons of extreme weather that has caused flooding and damage to our neighborhoods. This measure will improve our storm drainage system and other, you know, disaster preparedness. That falls a little lower. And then we see that a safety frame specifically, where we make Santa Clara safer by improving our emergency preparedness and response rates, reduce traffic accidents that cause injury and death, and update deteriorating buildings. You know, that falls a little bit below, but it does kind of fall into that public safety frame that we discussed earlier. You know, that public safety and emergency preparedness is important for voters. Then finally, we get into a kind of third tier of priorities of among voters, and these all kind of surround descriptions of parks in general. So these are kind of the lower rated packaged elements that we tested among the other items. Again, these are all randomized on a 1 to 10 scale. But a message describing how the city of Santa Clara is a great place for children, families, and seniors to live, and this measure will improve the quality of life for Santa Clara residents. Gets a 6.25 rating on a 1 to 10 scale. Just 14% of voters rate that a 10. And then we have two kind of slightly different descriptions of parks in general. One that is parks specific frame, and then one that injects kind of what the parks do for kids and provide for kids and families and seniors. Those kind of are lower rated elements at 6.2 and 6.15 respectively. But you see the quality of life item at the top there does include mentioning of the swim center as well. But overall, the parks elements just don't carry as much prioritization among voters as some of the streets, storm drainage, and public safety items that we noted above. So just going to this last slide here, let's just kind of summarize what we've gone through here. A solid majority of voters think additional investment in the city's infrastructure is necessary. From the outset, both bond measures, $598 million and a $298 million test, carry similar results. The $598 million with more information does get to the 2/3 threshold, but if ACA 1 can pass, it would require a 55% threshold, which provides much more confidence in passing a measure. But at the 2/3 threshold, as things can still happen that can make make that pass, but it would require public education and support to make sure that would go through. The most popular areas of a measure include street repairs, repairs of storm drains, sinkholes, and fixing potholes. Street safety in general is really the top of some of the top of mind items for voters. Critical funding for fixing potholes and improving local roads, bridges, and streets, as well as an accountability frame, making sure that there are strict provisions and independent annual financial audits, a citizens oversight committee, and a dedicated infrastructure trust fund to ensure responsible spending of taxpayer dollars also resonates very strongly with voters. And just as a reminder, again, over half of the electorate in Santa Clara supports amending the city charter to allow for design build, which, in thinking about all of this infrastructure that we've just discussed here, would make that more effective and more efficient if this were to pass. So let me stop there. I know some of you may have questions, but let me stop there and open it up.
Sure. So thank you, Mayor. With that presentation, we are looking for feedback, and this is a note and file item.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that report. We're going to start with Karen Hardy.
Thank you. I was just curious when you were asking voters to rate things and you gave us a percentage of how many rated it a 10. Did they have any limitations on what things they could, how many they could rate a 10, or was there any limitation on how many chips they could put someplace, or they could have given all of those a 10 rating if they cared about it? I was just wondering if there was a limitation.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, there were no limitations. Every respondent was given every single one of these items, unless it was a split item where we were testing different language. But for the most part, everyone was given every one of these items. And yes, they could have rated every single one a 1, or they could have rated every single one a 10.
Okay.
And again, they were randomized. And so there was no order in any way taken. It really was, these were prompted items, not open-ended items that we described for the voters to rate on a 1 to 10 scale.
Thank you. One last question. Were all these interviews over the phone, meaning it was just a audio description, there were no visuals? I just wanted to understand.
No, so this was actually a survey conducted. It was a multimodal survey using 4 modes. So we use cell phone, landline for the few landlines still left, text message, providing a online link, and email providing an online link. So there were multiple various methods for respondents to take the survey. We do find that we are in a new era of polling. It's not just phones anymore. We really do need to provide a whole gamut of different options, both by the mode of the option as well as the language of the survey, to make sure that as we can capture responses from as many people as we can, and in the most representative form that represents the likely voter universe of the city of Santa Clara.
Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation. I'm really proud and glad to hear that a lot of these major issues in infrastructure, from street storm drains and street repairs, potholes, are kind of floating to the top. A little disappointed at some of the issues that are more known to a lot of our community members, anywhere from swim center to fire training tower, which is a big concern for me, lawn bowl, and many other things. Are kind of lower tiered kind of things, or kind of forgotten things. But one thing that does stick out to me a little bit was in the tier 2 is sideshows. Maybe I missed it a little bit in there, but that seems a little more like sideshows is kind of police enforcement, or is this talking about infrastructure enforcement into preventing sideshows? Because maybe I missed that, or I'm trying to understand that a little more.
Yeah, and recall that a bond is really, kind of paying for building needs and preparedness. The sideshow, yeah, it was on the tier 2. Actually had a fairly decent 10 rating at 32%. So that does, again, fall into kind of the public safety items that we noted above: street repairs, storm drainage, and specifically we described it as prevent dangerous sideshows to improve safety. So I think that, given that language, it is something that I think voters are aware of, and it does have a pretty high 10 rating, which suggests that it kind of falls in line with a lot of the different public safety items that we noted.
Excellent. Well, thank you. I appreciate that for the answer. And also, I appreciate all the information and the research you guys put into this. Got a lot of work to do, I think, ahead of us, and I think we should be very unanimous in moving forward and trying to find solutions to solving a lot of the problems in our city. So I appreciate that. Thank you again.
Thank you. And again, we'll save all the questions till, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. Save all the questions till the end for you to answer. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I had a question about how the ballot would be written. Do we allocate a certain percentage of, say, the 600 million to, say, road repairs versus fire stations? Do we put the percentages in the ballot measure? And then the other thing is, how does this work with sort of the psychology of the voter? If we put specific things in there, like the Lawn Bowl or a second senior center on the north side, is it better to put some specific things in there or to keep it more general? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, I think I have 3 or 4 questions. Regarding the ballot itself, I just want to know, you're talking about a charter change regarding a design build. So I'm thinking that's going to be one vote, then a potential bond is a second vote on the ballot, and then it's an election year. So that's going to be 3 items. I just want to confirm that would be 3 items on the ballot. Let's see, how long is the bond for? I think the 298 million says it's $19 million annually, and the 598 is $35 million annually. So how long would the bond be for? How many years? Number 3, there was 2 line items in the tiers. It showed a cost of $126 and then a cost of $246. Is that what the residents will pay, 298 versus 598? And then just looking at where the activities or the needs are that were responded to, I don't see anything specifically in there for senior activities, which is disappointing. And frankly, I mean, in our conversations, Corey, you know this, I expressed how I felt like where some of the items, where they ended up, I felt like specifically regarding fire stations, I felt like they should have been a lot, that number should have been a lot higher up in terms of priority. So that's all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I have 2 quick questions. Like, a lot of our numbers are dependent on the ACA1 passing. So how is ACA1 polling right now? That's my first question. And my second question is, you took around 400 voters, to sample size was 400. Out of that sample size, what was the percentage of renters versus actual property tax paying voters, sample size basically? Because there can be and was that percentage same as what we have in the city right now, renters versus property tax paying population, basically? Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker.
Yeah, thank you. I had another question. I thank Councilmember Watanabe for asking that question, but it was basically kind of in relation to that, is there a sunset provision as well? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I have some comments. First of all, I had a chance, and I believe the rest of the council did, to have the ability to talk to Corey earlier today. Well, I was today. I'm sure everybody had different times. And he reminded me that his company did the surveys for us back when we were considering putting a bond on the election, for the election. It was pre-pandemic. So I actually went back and looked at some of the documentation from back then and the survey that we took. It was 2018 or 19. And there was a lot of similarities. The potential of passing a bond was in the 50% range. It was everything was almost identical to what was proposed in this poll. And some of the things that, the top of line things that came up back then were maintaining rapid 911 emergency response times. That was the first thing that popped up. And then the second was preventing cuts to the number of firefighters and police officers. The third was repairing streets and fixing potholes. The 911 was 90%. The preventing cuts for firefighters, police officers was 87%. Repairing potholes and fixing streets was 84%. And maintaining essential city services was 81%. But the reason we didn't go out is because we didn't meet the the 2/3 vote threshold, because we were only in the 50% range, which is similar to what's happening right now. But there was a major difference between that time and now, and that's the confidence that our voters have in our city. And there's a massive change from 2018-19 to today, where back then, that 63% of our voters said we were heading in the right direction. This one has 40% say we're heading in the right direction, and 42% were heading in the wrong direction. Back then, it was 64% city doing an excellent job overall, and over 50% city spending taxpayer dollars wisely, whereas now it's 37%. So my question is, based on everything else almost being the same and the numbers almost being the same, my concern is the public's perception of the job that we're doing here in City Hall. How is that going to affect, because those are some massive drops, how are those going to affect the potential bond issue when it comes to the voters voting? That's my question. All right, and that's the questions from the council at this point. Corey or whoever, city manager, when you're ready, and then I'm going to go to the public.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. A number of questions, and we have both of our consultants, Corey from Tolchin Research and Jared Bolgan on the line from Team Civics. Why don't we start with Councilmember Hardy's question. Actually, we answered that, I'm sorry. Councilmember Jane asked questions with regard to the ballot language, and should we include specific projects within the ballot language. As structured and what's envisioned is not including specific projects within the ballot language, but specific categories or types of projects. The public facilities bond is intended to be a general purpose bond, so all general municipal facilities could be funded with bond proceeds. Certainly there will be other communications put out by the city where we can discuss the city's specific challenges. However, there is not a plan to put specific projects within the bond. And I think Jared from Team Civics is on and can advise on what happens in other cities, because that is the process that is often followed.
Yeah. Thank you, Jovan, and City Council. Jared Boygan with Team Civics, happy to be with you. I would say that, many cities have, as you do, a CIP. So you have sort of an existing set of prioritization relative to, capital projects. Some cities will adopt, certain kinds of prioritization for projects when they get ready to do measures, but that's more frequently associated with a sales tax, where you need to give the voters a little bit more assurance about used for capital. As Corey said earlier, bonds can only be used for capital, so these funds cannot be used for salaries or benefits. They would only be for capital needs. I would, I think as far as the ballot language itself goes, we're limited to 75 words, and that has to stay high level. I would also, defer to advice from city attorney as to, the exact proper structuring for a bond. And we don't have to answer all that tonight, but as we continue to work towards a solution, we'll make sure that we're following best practices and, all the legal requirements.
Okay. There were questions by Councilmember Watanabe with regard to the amounts listed in the survey. So for the $289 million bond, an average price of $126 was mentioned. That is the average that a single-family home would contribute on an annual basis in addition to their current property tax. And the $246 million was that same average for the $598 million bond. Councilmember Watanabe also asked questions with regard to senior activities and senior facilities. Mind you that were not included in here. We certainly have a second survey, and we'll take that feedback back and include that in the next survey. There were questions with regard to how many items would be on the ballot. So certainly from Santa Clara, if the council does decide to go forward with the public facilities bond and the charter amendment, there will also be district elections. And so there would be 3 items for voters in Santa Clara. And I do want to turn it over to Jared now to talk just in general about the November 24 ballot and what we could expect, because it is a presidential year and it will certainly be a long ballot.
Yes, thank you, Jovan. California voters are used to long ballots. We get them every November. You might have 8 or 10 state propositions or measures or more. Often we even have overlapping local revenue measures from different jurisdictions. And certainly for cities, it's not uncommon to have, multiple measures, maybe a funding measure, maybe a charter amendment or some other kind of change as the city manager described. So that's not unusual. And what the data shows is that voters, obviously it's a long ballot, it's a lot to digest, but the data shows that voters do not make up their minds on one measure based on the presence of other measures. Only in very rare situations, if 2 measures have a lot to do with each other, might they do that. But the data, political data of passage rates, for example, of funding measures, as well as, I was sitting in focus groups, 3 weeks ago where I watched voters literally do this. Mirror, where they looked at 4 measures and they made up their minds on each of them individually based on what they thought of that measure, how much it cost, what it was for, did they trust the agency, did they agree with the spending priorities, and then they moved on to the next one. So I would not be too concerned about the long ballot in and of itself. Again, the history, the analytical data of California shows that is something that voters are used to, and funding measures don't suffer. In fact, our highest pass rates in California tend to be in the presidential election year when the ballots are longest. And some of that, of course, is due to the more favorable electorate demographics you get in presidential years. That's the highest turnout you get in a presidential election year. Could be, anywhere from 70 to 80% in the city of Santa Clara. This is, a contested presidential race, although perhaps neither of the candidates, is as exciting as some candidates we've had in the past. But, it certainly is a contested race. It'll be hotly contested. People have strong opinions. You do get a high turnout. And so that does tend to bring out younger voters, renters, voters of color, people who use public services, and that does tend to be a more favorable environment for funding measures, in general. So that might be why the data supports that funding measures tend to do better on longer ballots. But for whatever the reason, that is what the data shows.
Okay. Councilmember Jahal asked 2 questions. One was, is there any information on who responded to the survey with regard to if they were renters or owners, knowing that owners pay facility bonds directly on their property taxes, and renters often pay as a component of their rent.
Yes, so I'll answer that one. Again, this was a statistically representative sample of the city of Santa Clara. We weight our sample and our survey data by key demographics citywide, including age, race, gender, partisanship, and region. And in doing so, most of these things fall out in a way that is statistically representative of the city. And knowing that this survey included homeowners and renters. Renters made up 56% of the city, and homeowners made up, 56% of the sample universe, and homeowners were included as 44%.
Okay. And there was also another question from Councilmember Jahal with regard to ACA 1, and if there's any polling on ACA 1.
To date, we have not really seen much at all polling on ACA 1. However, that is something that we're looking into a little bit more based on some of the questions we've had with staff, with the council members prior to this.
Okay. The next question was from Councilmember Becker with regard to, does the public facilities bond have a sunset? I'll answer that. Not a hard sunset provision, but a bond has a built-in sunset because they will be 30-year bonds, and so when the bonds are paid off, not all the bonds will be sold immediately and at the same time because you sell the bonds relative to when you're starting the projects, but certainly all the bonds will sunset when paid off, as will the authority once the full authority has been released, the bonds sold and paid off. All right, and the last set of questions came from the mayor. And in general, the mayor mentioned prior surveys and the fact that without ACA 1, the capital bond will require 2/3, so 67%, noting that in one of the surveys after positive messages, we just hit that threshold, but the survey certainly shows that there's work to be done. And the mayor's question or comments noted that in prior surveys, how voters responded to the job the city was doing was quite a bit higher. So 63%, I think, was the number the mayor quoted in the prior survey a few years ago, and 42% now. And so that's more than a 10% spread. And so the mayor's question was, based on that and based on what this poll shows, what do we do and how do we proceed, and how does that affect how we go forward? And as a top line, I'll say it means we have work to do. It means that we certainly have work to do at all levels in the organization in communicating the city's fiscal challenges. We certainly know, and many nights at this council meeting, we have groups of people that are frustrated with the quality of our public facilities. As we know, we've had to close some of our public facilities. And so we have work to do to fully articulate the city's fiscal challenges, to articulate our infrastructure challenges, as well as to improve public perception of the job that the organization is doing. And we share that responsibility with the city council. And I take that poll results seriously. And even this week, I will be out giving presentations to groups in our community and our public education. Whether the city council decides to put this measure on the ballot really is important, and we need to be out there in the community as an organization, and our entire leadership team is focused on this and does not take that result lightly. We have work to do to improve public perception on how the city of Santa Clara is doing. That concludes.
That wasn't an answer to my question. My question is, why did we have the 23% drop, and how will that affect the electorate?
Sure. So the why behind the drop, can't answer tonight. I will turn that portion.
I'm not asking the why behind the drop. I know the why behind the drop. I want to know how will that affect the November ballot if the public has lost some confidence in us?
Right. And so what I was going to say is I will turn that over to Jared Bogan and Corey, our consultants, to provide.
Thank you, Jovan and Mayor. It's a great question. Those approval ratings are already baked into these numbers, right? So they said, 40% approval, 42%, less favorable. And then in the very next or two questions later, they said 58% support the bond, which, as we saw, is pretty consistent with the numbers you had in 2020 when the approval ratings might have been different. So the data suggests it doesn't affect support for the bond. That, again, might seem counterintuitive, but I have seen it in other places as well. When we're talking about specific public works improvements like fixing potholes and storm drains and things like that, those are things people see the need to do. While your approval ratings may fluctuate up and down as a city, you're not, other cities, San Jose or Oakland, they can have very, very low approval ratings to the point where voters, you just have a whole different perception of how government uses money. You're not in that bandwidth. You're in a place where voters might feel a little bit grumpier or a little bit more rosy about the outlook of things, but their overall perception of, if we get a little bit more money into the system, will these things get done? That doesn't appear to have changed. So it doesn't seem to me that those numbers have necessarily impacted support for a bond, as you can see compared to the 2020 numbers. That said, I think your point is a good one. We generally, when people feel better about the direction of the agency, they're likelier to support a measure. So it is always good to do, as the city manager was saying, and get out and make sure people understand the hard work you're doing and what you're doing well, and answer the tough questions, and help people feel good about the direction of the city. That can only help you long term. But it does seem to me that those favorability ratings are baked into these numbers, and the support for the bond is very consistent over time. Regardless of amount, regardless of year, still at 58, 59%.
And if I could piggyback on that, Mayor, I would say, as Jared noted, the numbers from 2018 to 2020 to the current test here, they are pretty consistent. And what I would also say, and Jared noted this, Santa Clara is not alone in seeing kind of a decline in voter sentiment. We have seen this across the country, across the state, and those declines, I think, are coming more from kind of in some ways, a national narrative that has come, in a post-pandemic world, with a little bit of pessimism, and there's a portion of every local electorate that has seen some of that negativity come about. And I would say, generally speaking, the direction numbers, for instance, being fairly statistically mixed, are relatively more positive than a lot of the places that we are seeing in other parts of the state, especially some of the more urban parts of the state and rural parts of the state. So I would say that while those negative sentiments have kind of come up in a post-pandemic world, I wouldn't see that necessarily as a problem that has come about so much with the city or with city government, as much as it is kind of the general sentiment of the public about the way things are going, in their everyday lives, and whether it's pocketbook or things that they're seeing in the media, all those things. But that said, again, the consistency of the support for this type of bond measure tells us that those two factors are a little different from each other, and that there's still a desire to have, an infrastructure bond that can improve a lot of the things that people need and want to see happen in Santa Clara.
Thank you. I'm very concerned because I've never seen these type of low numbers here in all my years. So, Councilmember Watanabe, you have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There's another potential bond measure that's being talked about out there. It's through the BAFA, the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority. I don't know if you're following that one also, but it is one that I'm wondering, it has to do with affordable housing. And if we're competing against something like that, how could that potentially impact our city, this bond measure, and also voter fatigue? I think the public can only take so much, and so I have concerns, not knowing where that particular bond measure is going to go. And then just going along with what the mayor shared, I had made some notes, and I was hoping to just follow up, but I have my concerns also, because if 40% think that we're going in the right direction, that means 60% think we aren't. And when it comes to, 37% say that we are using the tax dollars responsibly, then 63% think we are not. So I know that these are all very important infrastructure issues that we're talking about, but at the same time, if based on, again, it's only 400 people, there are 400 voters. I understand we had this discussion this afternoon, but I have concerns that it's only 400 likely voters that were polled. There are a lot more people in Santa Clara, and I understand there will be another survey follow-up, but there are a lot of Santa Clarans that pay tax dollars, and they have concerns about the community benefits and what's available to people in our city. And I really hope that if we want to make sure that this is done properly, that we make sure we get the input from everybody in the city, whether they're voters or not voters. We need to hear from everybody, because everybody pays their tax dollars, and they want to make sure that they're getting their money's worth for what they're putting back into the city. So I really hope that those will be taken into consideration as well going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, do you want to answer those questions, and then I'm going to go to the public? Or I know a lot were comments. Did you had a question in there, I think, about the housing bond? How will that affect? Was that a question? Yes. Or just a comment? How the housing bond, the overall larger state housing bond, how that might affect us?
Yeah, I think Jarrett from Team Civics can address that.
Yes, thank you, City Manager and Council Member. That's a great question. We are following the BAFA affordable housing bond. And I've seen lots of polling over the years on that kind of issue, and particularly in the Bay Area. Affordable housing is kind of its own creature in voters' minds. It's a huge issue in California in its own way. It cuts lots of different directions. There's the concern about the price of housing in general. Then there's the concern about, the physical housing and where it's going to go, where you're going to put it. It's got lots of its own, it really runs in its own political orbit just because it's such a complex issue. So it is not this type of local bond for Santa Clara City, public works infrastructure would be very different thing to voters and not affected. I think, that the BAFA one will have its own challenges and just will feel like such a different kind of a question to people than this one. I just wouldn't worry about, that as a competing measure, so to speak. So it's just affordable housing is such a unique issue. So that's I would, now that's I feel like we can look at our, your decision making about your measure in the world of kind of your constituencies. What's best for my city and what do my voters and constituents want. And I think to your last point, if I may add, you make a great point about making sure that the doors for public input and transparency are thrown wide open. Let's make sure that everybody has a chance to weigh in on what you're talking about here and consider it. We have talked with your team and working with your communications folks and others to, get at least a piece of mail out from the city to help people understand that you're looking at this, and invite all folks, not just 400 from a voter survey, but really all residents, or, and you may have a list of some even non-residents you want to include. I gather from our conversation earlier, who could have a chance to kind of fill out a survey online and tell us what they think about this kind of a measure, and really expand that public outreach so that, as you suggest, everybody can weigh in, and as staff and team, we can all evaluate, another look at public input before you make your final decision.
All right, thank you so much. Now, I know we're not taking action tonight, but I have some hands up and people here, members of the public, that would like to speak. We'll start with John, the man who sits always in the back of the room. Welcome again.
Thank you very much, Mayor. few observations. This is an unprecedented bond and tax measure for our city, up to $600 million, which you compare with the $850 million that we put into the stadium. I'm back to the stadium again. That if you have a 3% interest rate, that would mean $18 million a year, which would be $100 per resident just for the interest, $400 per family. So it's a huge thing. About the survey, from what I can see, the questions were not really prefaced by any counter statements, like counter arguments. It was just pro statements, kind of positive language. And one counter argument that I have in mind is that from what I can see from the survey questions, it seems like a lot of this is deferred, neglected maintenance that should have been paid for in the past. It's not really a true capital project like Councilmember Watanabe was talking about new senior centers. So I'm not sure that the public, which is already tight for money, is going to want to pay for deferred maintenance from the past in a bond. Anyway, there was no specific projects, and there was no questions that asked the voter if they would be more inclined to vote for these bonds and taxes if it was tied to a budget freeze or a hiring freeze or a salary freeze. In other words, we're going to be more responsible. We're not just going to be going for more money, because otherwise the city is acting like a homeowner who wants to expand or improve their home, and then they go to their employer, us, the taxpayers, and say, I want a raise. Or they go to their family, again, the taxpayers, and say, I want a loan, Mom. And the parents are going to say, well, what are you going to do on your end? I mean, I give you the money, will you be able to pay out of your operating expenses? So I think that if there needs to be a wider range of how we address this problem and how we survey it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Glenn, you're online. Go ahead, Glenn, unmute yourself. Glenn? Unmute yourself, Glenn. All right. Kirk. Go ahead, Kirk.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks for letting the public speak on this item. I would push back a little bit on one of the comments I heard from one of the presenters or the consultant that was presenting just now. You talked about like the national feeling and how the national feeling is kind of down, and yeah, there are a lot of things going on nationally. A former president going to trial, being indicted. We have that here in our council as well. We have a current council member that's indicted and will be going to trial later this summer. That's been delayed for over a year. So similar to the national landscape. So, I mean, yeah, there is a little bit of national concern that's bubbled into some of the local politics here. And there's also other members of the council that have done questionable things and unethical things, and that brings sentiment down. So when you say, you know, it's good compared to San Jose, well, San Jose might be kind of a low bar, or some of these other cities might be a low bar, but Santa Clara is not a low bar. And as someone mentioned, it's when you say, well, the way things are going on everybody's lives and everyday lives and compared to other cities, is like, how does it compare to Santa Clara's prior results and how Santa Clara feels about their city and the way their local government is working? And I would suggest that that is in the toilet. I think people think this council is a laughingstock for the area here, and that is unfortunate. And so when you're asking questions like that, I think you need to understand the context of the city of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't have any other speakers. Is anyone here that would like to speak? Please come forward that's in the audience. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
So great to see everybody.
Nice to see you too.
I've been watching at home, and I wasn't sure if I'd make it here in time, but lucky for you, I did. If I understand things correctly, what's going to happen in November is you're going to have one bond measure, a charter amendment change, and the local elections, and that's it. There's no other effort to raise revenue according to what you said. So it sounds like all your chips are on this bond measure that clearly doesn't have a 2/3 majority support. The example showed a $298 million bond, bringing in $19 million a year. Without any bond measure, a tax on sports and entertainment events could bring in that amount annually without any bond measure. So I'm just letting you know there's other alternatives out there, and I hope they'll be considered other than the giant bond measure, which is questionable to pass. Whereas my ticket tax would certainly garner a lot of support. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and we're not making any decisions. There's going to be more time to talk about other options as well. Thank you for coming down. Is there anyone else? Okay, City Manager, any closing comments?
Sure. Briefly, as the council know, we have talked about specific projects before and the entire list of the $600 million worth of needed and deferred capital projects. Tonight was really a presentation of the first of 2 survey results there. As our consultant mentioned, will be various other public input phases of this. And so we will take back your feedback tonight, as well as the feedback received through the survey, and be back before you. Your final decision is not until late June or early July. I'm blanking on the firm date right now, but we'll get that back to you. But know that this is one step in a very multi-step process to seek community input and engagement around our very clear infrastructure needs. Thank you.
And like we said earlier, there hasn't been any final decisions on anything, so all options are still up in the air and available and ready for us to listen to as well. Okay, Councilmember Park, is that from before?
Thank you very much for all the public speakers as well. Like, I did hear Mr. Haggerty's remarks. I've been kind of holding back a lot of my questions. We did have a study session, so it's not that I didn't have questions, but a lot of things that we did talk about in the past. I kind of agree. I do understand how a lot of the things on here could be seen as deferred maintenance. It's stuff that previous councils did not get done. And, you know, the car broke down while we were driving it, but I mean, the car hadn't been maintained for years. I mean, it's one of these things. And I do have concerns about, like, just because we get more money doesn't mean that we're going to change our spending habits. It doesn't mean that we're going to automatically start spending the money that we have more wisely. I mean, what I've seen is every time we get new source of revenue, we find more ways to spend it. And I think that some consideration for things like freezes, some consideration for how we manage, you know, better, you know, not just asking for more money. Otherwise, we're going to have bond measures, you know, every time that we run out of money, every time that we, you know, if we've done, you know, the last 20 years, the maintenance that we haven't done, if we do continue to run this way, like, we're going to have bond measures every so often, and we'd prefer not to do that. Like, we want to have, if you have a bond measure, we'd like it to run its 30-year course, and then hopefully it will help us get us through a lot of the stuff that we need desperately today, and we'll learn our lessons and manage better in the future. I think that we've been, in the last couple of years, changing the tide in, you know, how we do things and what we're looking at, and certainly in how we respond and how we interact with residents. Right, but I mean, I think that I'd also like to look at, you know, what some of this means. Like, what can we do in a, you know, that would give some peace of mind to the voters that it's not just giving us money. I'd also like to know, I mean, we have an item in here that talks about, what is it? The resident oversight, including an annual performance report and resident oversight. And I'd like to have a little bit more information on what that means, right? It doesn't have to be done now, but I know that this is going to come back again. We have another, we have money and we have time for, we've budgeted for another survey. And I'd like that survey to take into account some of the things that are brought up here so that we can bring the best measure forward to the people of Santa Clara. So that, you know, we can provide the services, we can provide the things that the residents not just need today, but the things that the city was built on, the legacy of this city. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to take a 5-minute break so we can reset for our city council meeting. We're starting half an hour late, but let's take a quick break and then reconvene in 5. Thanks. Welcome, everyone, to the Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority Board meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Roll call, City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to first note for the record that Councilmember Jane will be participating remotely under the AB 2449 provision Just Cause due to illness, which prevents him from attending in person this evening. Councilmember Jane, please remember to participate through both audio and visual technology, and before any action is taken, you must disclose whether any other individuals 18 years of age or older are present in the room at your remote location and the nature of the relationship to you. Therefore, all votes will be roll call vote this evening. Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those attending this evening in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for items that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll move on to the agenda now. Reports of actions taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Council did meet in closed session in conference with labor negotiators as indicated on the agenda. All the employee organizations were discussed, but there was no reportable action. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next is continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. I'm going to move item of the municipal fee schedule up to after the public presentations. I know we have some young people on the line and a few here in the audience. Not that you're all not young, but younger here. So I'm going to move that under after public presentations. And is there any other continuances or exceptions? None? Okay, so next we have our special orders of business, and I'm going to come down here because we have 4 of them and it'll be more efficient. So for our first special order of business this evening, the City of Santa Clara is honored to proclaim April 2024 as Autism Acceptance Month. An estimated 5.4 million adults and 1 in 36 children in the United States have been diagnosed with autism. This month is a time to renew our commitment to promote autism acceptance, celebrate neurodiversity, and honor the unique lived experiences of people with autism. As a community, not just this month, but every day, we must strive to have a better understanding of everyone's uniqueness and support families and caregivers. Today, we wear the pin of the infinity symbol, and I think all the council members have them on as well. Which represents neurodiversity and infinite possibility variations within the autism spectrum. It highlights that individuals with autism have the never-ending ability to learn new things and to grow. We are honored to have the Pacific Autism Center for Education, that you all know as PACE, and they are here in Santa Clara, but they're also here with us this evening. So I'd like to invite PACE Executive Director Kurt Olfs to the podium to say a few words. Welcome.
City Council members, I can't appreciate enough, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for your taking the time out of your busy schedule to recognize autism acceptance, particularly what we're doing here in Santa Clara. We are celebrating our 35th year in operation as an agency, but our best years, our last 16 years, have by far been our best with our partnership with Santa Clara. That's where we have our flagship school, and we've been honored to be a part of a wonderful community that provides public safety, fire, police coming in and providing ample support to our community. Our strongest elements of support for the people we serve and the community we serve is through community. And Santa Clara leads the way. We operate in 6 different cities in the Bay Area, but by and far our best partnership and our best community support has come from our relationship in Santa Clara, and we can't thank you enough for taking this time and wearing the pin in recognition of the work that we're doing and will continue to do for many more years here in Santa Clara. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for all of your work in our community and beyond. I'd like to ask you to join me up here with our council members so I can hand you this proclamation. Thank you.
Mayor, just to your right, a little more. Good. Okay. Council members behind, can you slide to your right a few feet, just a little more balanced out? Anthony on the other side. Yeah, that's good. Good. That's good. That's good. There we go. That's the one. Thank you. One more. Can you hold that? One more. Thank you.
All right, for our next special order of business, the city recognizes Courageous Kids Day, which will take place on May 12th. Courageous Kids Day was founded in 1989 by 2-time cancer survivor and active American Cancer Society volunteer Gay Crawford. Courageous Kids Day is a day away from cancer for hundreds of young cancer patients and their families. During the day, families throughout California come to California's Great America and enjoy park rides, a picnic lunch, and other activities. Tonight, we have Gay Crawford, the founder of Courageous Kids Day, here with us, and I'd like to invite you to the podium. But before you speak, I understand you have a short video that you'd like to share with us so we can learn a little bit more about Courageous Kids Day. So staff, if you play the video, and then we'll hear from Gay.
For almost 30 years, Mother's Day holds a special joy for nearly 600 young cancer patients and their families fighting cancer. Introduced in 1989, Courageous Kids Day was conceived by the American Cancer Society as a family event and a day to have fun together, enjoying rides, lunch, along with arts, crafts, and games. Children and their families come from all over California to participate in the American Cancer Society's Courageous Kids Day at California's Great America Amusement Park in Santa Clara. The day, referred to as a day away from cancer, for these young cancer patients is a unique partnership between the American Cancer Society and Great America, who has been the presenting sponsor since the beginning 30 years ago. It's an extra special fun-packed day for the courageous kids and their families, allowing them to forget some of that stress and have fun together. It's more than just a fun day out in the park. It provides emotional escape from the everyday trials of what a family goes through when they have a child with cancer. A day when these patients can just be kids. Their brothers and sisters can enjoy the time with their siblings outside of a hospital room, and parents can watch their kids have fun without worry. Funds raised not only provide this very special day to the courageous kids and their family, but also supports pediatric cancer research. Heroes come in all sizes. How can you help? You can sign up today to become a committee member, a volunteer for the day, or event sponsor. The meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give it away. Help us find your gift today with the American Cancer Society and the Courageous Kids.
Gay, whenever you're ready. I know you've been coming to these council chambers for decades.
I know.
Decades.
I was actually thinking of you, Lisa, and thank you for having me today. I think I was here in the 70s with your father advocating for smoke-free ordinances. I think somebody threw a spitwad at me then, so I hope I'm back.
We don't allow that anymore.
No. Anyway, I have had 50 years in the cancer space, and of course, dealing with children with cancer is probably one of the most difficult, and yet this day is so joyous, and having it 35 years later, I've gotten a little older. My long-suffering husband has been on the cancer space as a supporter. I founded Cancer Care Point, the cancer registry for the state of California. I was even polyp man in the Los Gatos parade, so I feel like I've sort of done the whole cancer space, but it is a great honor to really have Great America thanked as well. They have been an incredible partner, and we have had now the addition of cancer research, pediatric cancer research. So the current chair, we're doing two things, construction versus cancer, so we can raise some money for pediatric cancer. And the chair sells these adorable bears for about $100, and then she hand delivers them to, there are like 20 treatment facilities all over California that come out for Great America. So I just, I would like to present you. See, our bears have a cape, and Mayor, you now get a cape.
I was reminding Gay, way back when, we used to have little ashtrays on the back of the chairs in the council chambers for people to smoke in here. Boy, times have changed. How far we've come in a good way. All right. Okay. All right. So for our next item, this is an item we've not done before, but we are honoring Law Day in the city of Santa Clara. And I understand that this is I couldn't remember. I thought, wow, have we done this before? But it isn't. So this is our inaugural Law Day in the city of Santa Clara. So I'd like to invite our city attorney, Glenn Googans, to tell us about Law Day. There you are, sir. Do you want this one or that one? Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you on this item, the inaugural Law Day in the city of Santa Clara. I want to thank the many in the audience that are obviously here to celebrate a Law Day along with us. And first want to say that Law Day is a real thing. I did not make it up, as some have suggested, playfully or otherwise. In fact, it is a national day of recognition, started back in 1958, first recognized by President Eisenhower. And the general idea then, as it is now 66 years later, is to promote a better understanding of the law, to impress upon all of us the important role that the rule of law plays in making sure we have a civilized and democratic society, and to really encourage people to take action that support our legal institutions and legal justice. People both in and out of the legal profession, I think, play a role in this. How we conduct ourselves as good citizens, respectful of the law, the actions we take to reinforce the legal system and support civil rights, even something as simple as reporting for jury duty service promotes the rule of law here. The American Bar Association has become the steward of Law Day, and each year they have a different theme that they promote. I'll spare you some of the interesting examples, but I'll skip to this year's theme, which is Voices of Democracy. The Voices of Democracy theme recognizes the importance of free expression, particularly in the context of free and fair elections. With this being an election year and a pivotal one at that, I think it's an appropriate theme for this year. And one simple way for all of us to participate in this, of course, is to promote voter registration and turnout. So in that spirit, I want to encourage everyone to register and vote, especially in your local elections, especially on local matters, because as you all know, probably better than anyone, it's local government that touches people's lives most directly and meaningfully, and really more than any other level of government. So, could you advance that if you could, Mike? Just a couple, Madam Mayor. And I promise you'll still
We need
want to give
IT
me the
to help
proclamation.
Law Day. We need IT's help for Law Day.
That's right. Yeah, this is not.
Here he comes to the rescue.
Yeah, we need IT Day in combination with Law Day. Well, what you're going to get here, I hope shortly, if we can advance this, is actually a historical picture from your main hallway here, which is a nice example of democracy in action, here in Santa Clara. It depicts a number of our local city leaders from back in the day, including Austin Warburton of Warburton Avenue fame. And they appear to be celebrating, as hopefully you'll see and eventually, a posting what appears to be, and it's very old school, of what appear to be positive election results regarding a 1959 municipal bond election. Hopefully that's a good omen, Madam Mayor, for whatever you might all decide to do this November in that regard. Another nice...
That might have been our last bond election in Santa
That could have been, it was 1959, and they seemed very happy. It looked like it was passing. Another nice tangible aspect of Law Day are local events that are consistent with the theme. And that, when I declared many a Law Day down in the city of Chula Vista, was very much part of the experience down there. It's also, I was glad to find out, the experience up here. We'll have another slide, maybe, that will tell all of you and the people at home that this year, co-hosted by the County of the Superior Court and by the Santa Clara County Bar Association, there's actually a Law Day video contest. It's for youths age 12 to 20. It asks for a 2-minute video that responds to one of the numerous prompts that they provide you, consistent with the Law Day theme. And there's still time. The submission deadline is on May 14th. If you're interested in details about that, you can go to the Court of California, County of Santa Clara webpage at www.scscourt.org/lawday. So, finally, Madam Mayor, with this item, with your indulgence, I would like to take an opportunity to recognize a group for whom every day is Law Day, and that is your city attorney's office. Aside from the services that we provide directly to the city, our office really tries to do its part by providing information to the public regarding the city laws and legal resources that might help them understand the law and better protect their rights. There's the picture I was talking about. The Voices of Democracy, 1959. They look very, very happy about the bond measure that's passing. Can you skip to the next slide now, too, if you can go to it? Here's the little information on the video contest. Pretty much what I said, with the folks viewing at home with the link to the website there. So we try also in our office to do our part by providing information on our website, by responding to inquiries, of course, that we get via email or via telephone. And the front line of this is very dedicated administrative staff in my office, Mandy Lopez and Linda Boring, who manage a lot of these calls and redirect people in very, very constructive ways. And then, of course, there's the lawyers in my group. Very fortunate to inherit a group of extremely talented, extremely hardworking lawyers. A few of them even agreed to come against their better judgment here with me tonight to also celebrate Law Day. Sue Reuter is here, the chief assistant. Luis Haro is here, deputy in the group. Liz Klotz is here, an assistant city attorney in the group. And others not here, but in spirit, I know Xander Abbey, assistant city attorney, and Dan Ballin, who is primary counsel to SVP. All of them have areas of practice that they focus on, but it's a small group, so we pretty much all do a little bit of everything. And again, grateful to have such quality people. With that, Madam Mayor, back to you, hoping you didn't change your mind and you're prepared to go forward. And if you might, we could have my group up for a picture. Yeah, that's right.
I'm excited. All right, could we have everyone from your office?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
And for our next special order of business, the council would like to proclaim May 5th through May 11th as Drinking Water Week. We all rely on having access to safe drinking water, but it's not something many of us think about every day, even though we should. Drinking Water Week brings awareness to all the work that our city's incredible water and sewer utilities department does to ensure our community always has safe water. This evening, we have our Director of Water and Sewer Utilities, Gary Welling, and no, I'm not making up that last name, Welling for Water, is here with us. I'd like to invite him to the podium to speak, as if you haven't heard that before, huh, Gary?
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Thanks for taking the time to recognize Drinking Water Week. I don't have a PowerPoint, Glenn, but yeah. But yeah, this is, I think, the second year we've had the recognition for Drinking Water Week, and we have 79 full-time staff, temporary administrators, engineers, compliance, and field staff that work tirelessly to fulfill our mission, which is to provide a dependable supply of safe, potable water to Santa Clarans. AWWA, American Water Works Week, is May 5th through the 11th of 2024. So just really here to highlight the good work that staff does. We don't have everybody here, obviously, but we have a good representation of all the divisions and the great work they do. You know, when people are sleeping at night, folks are out all night fixing main breaks and making sure that we are continuing to provide a safe, reliable water to residents and commercial customers in Santa Clara. So I'm going to give it off to Shilpa Mehta, Assistant Director of Water and Sewer Utilities, and she's going to introduce everybody.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Let me introduce the wonderful Water Sewer Utilities team. Vikram Manke, he's our compliance manager. This is his second week, so we welcome him to our group. We have Victoria Gleason. She's our utility conservation and efficiency coordinator. We have Michael Gilbert, who is associate engineer for the department. And then we have Scott Lisner, assistant water and sewer superintendent. We have Lawrence Tam, who is utility operations engineer. We have Daniel Babas, who is assistant water and sewer utilities superintendent. And of course, we have Brendan McCarthy, who is management analyst for the department. Franz Mortison, he is a utility program manager. And then we have Ahmed Ali, who is our principal engineer. And last but not the least, but he is our favorite, he is Adi Ali, and this is his second year coming in and joining us. He's our best volunteer.
He's our new intern.
He's new intern.
New intern.
Yes. And we are all very excited to getting this proclamation for the Drinking Water Week. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you to all our water superheroes here that are here this evening, especially the intern. We appreciate you being here again. So could you please all join us up here with the council? We'd love to take a photo with you in the proclamation. Thank you.
Kathy. Perfect. And take a few more. Stand by. Hold that. And one more. Good. Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane, your hand's up.
Yes. Before all the water people leave, I want to thank you.
They're gone.
Okay. So, you know, in Santa Clara, we have a number of immigrants that come from countries where the water is not safe, and they often bring their bad habits here, which is drinking bottled water. And I just wanted to say that thanks to these folks, the Santa Clara water is extremely safe. And water is much healthier than soda and even juice. So in Santa Clara, water from the tap costs a penny per gallon. Whereas if you bought a gallon of drinking water from Safeway, it would cost you $1.49. That's 150 times more expensive. So Americans consumed on average 34 gallons of bottled water per year. And that means about 50 billion plastic water bottles. And only 23 of those are recycled. That means 38 billion plastic water bottles end up in the landfill. So the interesting thing about it is that our water is monitored much more regularly than that of the bottled water companies. In fact, we're going to be required to monitor PFASs by 2027. And if we exceed the limits, we'll have to start treating in 2029. There are no such rules for bottled water. And then researchers from Columbia and Rutgers found that roughly 240,000 detectable plastic fragments in a typical liter of bottled water. So when you drink that bottled water, you're actually getting these micro and nanoplastics in your body that can affect your heart and your brain and such. So I highly encourage people to drink Santa Clara tap water. And thank to all the folks that were here to make sure that that is safe water.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
He stole some of my thunder and some of my numbers, but it's really actually closer to $2 a gallon when you buy it in those little bottles. And I want to beg people to understand that the water is safe, and the reality is it is checked every day. And from the bottling companies, it's checked maybe once a month. So you can feel very good about drinking the water, which I always drink the tap water here, and I appreciate it that it is safe, it tastes good, and we have, right now we have plenty of it, but we want to make certain that we protect our water sources, and we thank the people who do that every day.
And it's fun to swim and dive in, too. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, thank you to all of you making the city of Santa Clara a great city with great water supply into the city. And basically coming back from India, you understand how important and how luxurious it is to be having a safe drinking water 24 hours a day. People don't understand when they don't have a water, limited supply of water, limited hours, and that too, what happens is because they don't maintain the pressure, and when there is no water supply, the pipes are broken and it gets contaminated, and that's the biggest worst case scenario in other countries, some of those countries basically. So we are so lucky to have such a great quality of water, and all of you make that work. Thank you for doing that. Today we had a very diverse celebration, just like a diverse community, basically. We had Autism Acceptance Month, Courageous Kids, how they are fighting cancer and their families are enjoying a day at Great America. I'm thankful to everyone who is contributing, volunteering for that, and also thankful to the Great America, which makes that happen, basically. Law Day. And City Attorney correctly mentioned voices of democracy. It is very important right now what is going on in the world. Like we sometimes treat that democracies are given on the plate and we will maintain those democracies. That's not what it is, basically. We have to not only fought for the democracy in the past, but we have to maintain a democratic system which helps each and every citizen of the world, basically. We cannot have the democratic institutions broken down, and that is the aim. And how we can do that? Much more participation from each one of us, each one of the world citizens into the process. Voter registration and voting rights, and also make sure we are voting into it. Like it is appalling to say our last election, March 5th election, we had only 37% percentage of voting, which is appalling, I would say. And it should not be 37, it should be 73 minimum, actually. So rightly pointed out, City Attorney, but at the same time, today is the law day, but not other days are not unlawful days. So all other days are law. Every day is a law day. Yeah. And thank you to your team, which is providing support to this council as well as to all the residents of the city of Santa Clara for that matter. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate
All right, thank you very much. We're going to move on now to our consent calendar. All items will be approved with one motion unless an item needs to be pulled for, if council member wants to pull, or a city council or a staff member or any member of the public. I want to say that I'll be abstaining on item 4G, which is something to do with the Franklin Mall, parking at the Franklin Mall. My office is in the Franklin Mall, so I'll be abstaining on 4G. I apologize, I should have looked at what it says. Oh, action on a resolution of intention for parking maintenance district 122 Franklin Mall. So we have members, Kathy, Councilmember Watanabe.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to pull consent calendar item 4C, which is an action to accept $963,000. It's an award from fiscal year 2024 Federal Appropriations Committee, project funding, congressionally directed spending in support of the public safety communications infrastructure project, and to approve the related budget amendments.
Okay, so pull that. Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I would like to pull item 4G, the Franklin Mall, and item 4K, the Convention Center Parking Maintenance Agreement.
Okay. Anybody else pulling an item? If not, may I have a motion for the balance of the consent calendar?
Motion. Second.
Motion second for the balance of the consent calendar. Any member of the public would like to speak on that? Any member of the council? Councilmember Jane, your hand's still up. Do you want to speak on anything else?
I left it up, sorry.
Okay. All right. So when you're ready, City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
This will include the stadium as well. So Councilmember Board Member Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane?
Yes, and there's no one in the room.
Thank you. And Mayor, Vice Chair, Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
And Mayor and Chair Gilmore?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And we're going to hear those items after the public hearing, general business items. All right, so that moves us on to public presentations. And is there any member of the public that would like to make a public presentation on an item that's not on the agenda? Anybody here in the council chamber? Start there first. Yes, please come forward. Welcome. Is that a pickleball paddle?
Yes, do you want to? Yes, good afternoon to Mayor Gilmore and City Council members and staff. Thank you for being here tonight for our presentation. I'm here as a representative of the city's Senior Advisory Commission. My purpose in the Senior Advisory Commission for this year's objectives is to promote senior activities, outdoor activities for seniors. My intent is to get the seniors out of their apartments and their houses and get to our parks. I've observed in the last several months that even though the weather is getting better, we don't see seniors out there. We see children, but we don't see seniors. So let me say that, on my subject here, Magical Bridges is a good step in that direction. However, there are other activities which I would promote, and one of those activities is bocce ball, a simple game, simple to erect. It doesn't require a lot of technical knowledge, nor does it require a technical court. The other thing I'm really pushing is pickleball. Pickleball is non-existent within Santa Clara. They publish it, but it is so cumbersome to get an appointment and to get a court. It's not available, basically. So I'd like to have the City Council please look at that. And I've talked with Park and Recreation about it, and I honestly get no reaction. So if you'd be so good to promote that for us. Pickleball is a big one. I played it tonight. This is a pickleball paddle. Simple game, again, easy to put up, easy to play. It would encourage our seniors to get out of their apartments and socialize, and we need more of that. After all, demographics, we're increasing with our older age, and I'm a good example of that. 77 years old, and without activities, I wouldn't even be in good shape at all. So thank you very much for your time.
Tom, can I ask you quick? You're on the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, correct?
That's correct, yes.
I thought you might say something about your health and wellness fair that's coming up on the 17th of May.
Yeah, the Health and Wellness Fair, it's the Health and Wellness Fair, we do support immensely, and we'll have a booth there along with 120 other participants. So, and it includes many activities and promotes businesses within our community.
Thank you. We'll make sure that we, get that information out because it's really a fabulous event for everyone. You don't have to be a senior to go. Be a caregiver as well. So, very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks. James, wait, is there anyone else here in the audience that would like to speak on public presentations? Okay, seeing none. James, go ahead, James. You're muted. Unmute yourself. James? Okay, we'll move on to Kirk.
Thanks. If I could have my slide up, please.
Okay, it's up.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I, Dr. Tom Shanks, and the Mayor have made multiple public inquiries to the City Attorney Googans in council chambers during council meetings about concerns over FIFA documents. City Attorney Googans has not provided acceptable responses. I still don't see my slide on the...
It's on. It's well, there you go. Yeah.
I got it.
Sorry.
Thank you. The primary issue is when the City Attorney Googans received a copy of the signature page to the addendum of hosting agreement FIFA World Cup 2026 in May 2023, as witnessed here on the slide. It was his duty as the appointed city attorney to inform the City Council about the fact that the hosting agreement addendum was in violation of Government Code 1090. Specifically, it forbids a public official from making a contract in which he has a financial interest, and the contract is therefore void. It is my understanding that Al Guido is defined as a public official under the Santa Clara Stadium Authority Conflict of Interest Code. Again, you can see here, he signed the addendum in two places where he has a financial interest. Therefore, the contract and any follow-on confidential agreements, for example, the information sharing and event cooperation agreement, are void and unenforceable. It seems the resources meant to protect the city are not doing their job, specifically the city attorney. And when asked publicly to explain the issue or comment on it, there's been nothing from the city attorney. California Government Code Rule 1.4A3 states, a lawyer shall keep the client reasonably informed about significant developments relating to the representation, including promptly complying with reasonable requests for information and copies of significant documents when necessary to keep the client so informed. People need to be held accountable, and the city attorney is the one to do it. Since he appears not to want to engage or does not see the conflict, there is no check on the 49er management organization. It appears City Attorney Googans is not performing his required duties. Therefore, it seems appropriate to file a complaint with the California State Bar. Mr. Googans' actions are grossly negligent at best in his duties to the city and the city council. It appears Mr. Googans knew about the circumstances around the addendum and should have known that it was void over 9 months ago. Why did he insist on enforcing the questionable confidentiality provisions of the void agreement? Why did he not inform council of the void agreement, as was his duty of this crucial legal matter? It appears that FIFA may not have been aware that Guido's authority to enter into the addendum was in question due to the fact that the management agreement had been terminated. It also appears that FIFA may not have been aware that the addendum was void due to Guido's having violated Government Code 1090. Does the city attorney have a duty to inform FIFA that the addendum is void? Does the city attorney have a duty to inform FIFA that by not informing them of these crucial issues, Guido may have committed fraud? Being this is legal day, it seems appropriate to surface this now. Thanks very much.
Thank you. James, you still on? There you go, James. Unmute yourself, please. Oh, off, down. Right. Is it down, Nora? Yeah. Oh, there you go. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
I so much apologize, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. You are very helpful to any citizen, and I appreciate this very much. One of the great quests of Western literature has been among the three, the search for the Holy Grail, the search for the Ark of the Covenant, and of course, the search for the Golden Fleece. In Santa Clara, the great quest over the last several months is, what is Santa Clara now? Santa Clara now is not a nonprofit organization according to the Department of Justice, California. On Thursday, the Fair Political Practice Commission is going to discuss Santa Clara now and the money that Jed York spent on it. Jed York is the only NFL owner in America that is currently being investigated for political corruption. Also, they're going to discuss the two commission-oriented actions on Anthony Becker and also Kevin Park. Yes, it is Law Day. And yes, the way that members of the public can see the law followed is to have elected officials and billionaire campaign donors follow the law. And also, one of the institutions for Law Day should be the civil grand jury. And we all know that that organization has been maligned, leaked, and one member of the 49ers even wanted to hire private investigators to follow them into church. God love all of you. God love the city council and our excellent staff. God love the good members of the city council, Mayor Gilmore, Member Watanabe, Member Shahal, and Member and Member Hardy. Well, again, you all be well. Resign now, Becker. Reappoint Field. Good night.
Thank you. Is there any other members of the public that would like to speak this evening? I don't see any. Do you, Nora, City Clerk? No. Okay, very good. We're going to move on now to the public hearing general business. Oh, so sorry, City Manager.
Yeah. Item 4C was pulled. We do have Townsend on standby for that item. Mayor, your discretion, but it might be nice.
If it's a quick one, because I've got quick kids online, so.
Totally.
If it's a very quick one. Councilmember Park?
I think.
Yeah, I also had something to comment in public, about the public, which is I heard about seniors and the need to get out. It's not just a desire, it's also a need to get out. And I appreciate your comments about bocce ball, but I'm going to tell everyone that if you know bocce ball, if you've played bocce ball, you love it, we've got a lawn bowling place right next to it. I mean, right in our Central Park. We've got somebody from lawn bowling here. And I'm going to say, if you know anything about bocce ball, and you've tried lawn bowling, you know they're similar, but lawn bowling is a very interesting sport. I think that you walk more. You've got a little bit more strategy, I feel. You don't have a round ball. You've got kind of a...
Councilmember Park, you've just finish it up, please. We know.
Yeah. And I want to also note that what I've seen, the pickleball would be really nice, but what I've also seen, I talked to a lot of seniors playing Pokemon Go, and I'm going to say, and I'm not for the company. In fact, I don't even think it's a great app in a lot of cases, but anything that gets you out there, anything that gets you with people, congregating, talking, walking, I mean, if you're there for a community day, if you're there for a raid day, I may see you. Thank you.
So Councilmember Watanabe, how long will your item take?
I just basically wanted to acknowledge that we had received this money. There was really no reason, and I'm sorry I didn't talk to you about it ahead of time. It's only because when I was in Washington last week.
Okay, let's hear it quickly and make your comments quickly, and we can move on. Otherwise, I got to move it to the end of the agenda.
You can move it to the end of the agenda. I mean, it's. Yes.
Yeah, very
there's
good.
no need. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're back to public hearing, general business, public hearing, action on the adoption of the fiscal year 2024-25 proposed municipal fee schedule. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. As you noted, we have a public hearing on our municipal fee schedule. Every year, staff reviews the municipal fee schedule and proposes adjustments. Some fees are adjusted by CPI, other fees are adjusted based on the time and personnel that it takes to perform the work that those fees pay for. As you know, there was a study session on April 9th with regard to fees. We received a number of questions and feedback from the City Council. We're here tonight for the public hearing for your final action on the fee schedule. Any new fees that you adopt will first take effect on July 1, and so the schedule that we outlined provides for that. We will be providing a high-level overview of the changes. We will not go in as much detail as we went into last time. However, we are providing significant responses to your questions. As you know, there were a number of questions about cost recovery for our youth sport groups and our field rental fees, and so we have a presentation tonight that will address that and are happy to support you with any further deliberations. I will now turn the presentation over to our Finance Director, Ken Lee.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate the opportunity to speak before you here on our municipal fee schedule. As the city manager mentioned, there are two sessions for this. 2 weeks ago, April 9th, there was a city council study session which included a review of the fees and a follow-up on one of the city council referrals on the youth sports fields. And this evening is a presentation. I do have some repeated slides just to make sure that the public here for the public hearing receives the same amount of information as 2 weeks ago. I will go through that quickly and then talk about some of the answers to some of the questions in your packet. Just by way of background, this master fee schedule is used to identify any applicable fee for various city services. These fees are reviewed and updated and brought before you on an annual basis. And unlike taxes, which are more general in nature to support city services, cities collect fees and charges for government services performed at the request of or specifically for either a particular individual, a business, or a group, as opposed to the community as a whole. Why do cities review fees and charges for services? Well, one, it's required by law that they can be no more than cost recovery, and so I'll talk a little bit about that. It encourages the recovery of costs incurred to serve the interests of those individuals receiving those services. We know that our general fund sources are limited, so these fees help to recover those costs. And then in terms of the last bullet here, enabling the continuity of services by improving cost recovery levels. As far as the types of fees examined, this isn't a report about taxes or assessments or utility rates. Those are approved separately or through the ballot. But what this review that did occur is around many of the fees that are either individuals or groups of individuals receive service, such as our building fees, our planning fees, engineering fees, many of our fire prevention fees, and then other non-development related fees, which includes our recreation, licensing, and permitting. The City Council does adopt, as part of the budget process, a budget principle related to cost recovery fees, and that basically states that with limited exception, established fees based on full cost recovery where individuals and businesses rather than the community at large are benefiting from the service. And this would allow us to preserve limited, unrestricted resources for those services that benefit the community as a whole. In terms of the fee study and the report before you itself, our consultant with ClearSource Financial 2 weeks ago, very detailed, in a detailed manner, worked with every city department. The fee study itself was over 200 pages. The fee schedule itself is about 150 pages. Over 1,000 fees were examined. 79% of those fees are what are classified as a small change or minor adjustments, either a decrease to remain unchanged or reflect a minor adjustment up to 10% or $10 in charge. 15% of those fees are proposed to increase by more than 10%. Of that 15%, 11% in that first sub-bullet was before the council as part of a multi-year strategy to improve and achieve cost recovery. Some of the other areas where fees increased more than 10% were due to the cost of equipment, materials, personnel costs, or changes in the service requirements needed to service those particular fees. With regards to new fees, there are 22 new fees proposed in the document. These are fees linked to the enforcement of our California Fire Code. Many of them are passed through state-required costs for inspections, cost recovery for preparation of reports or peer reviews for development-related applications, cost recovery for processing or transaction fees related to our below-market property program, cost recoveries for review of entry, right of entry, and agreements within city property, as well as our development-related water efficiency reviews. So this is a new table. Some of the questions 2 weeks ago was around our cost recovery and the dollars generated through these fee adjustments. And so on this slide, I just want to show that we are close to or near cost recovery on many city departments here. With exception in certain areas, some of the fees are below cost recovery based on council policy to either provide a subsidy or to reduce those fees. Just one thing to note in the area of Parks and Recreation here, I do want to note that we're at about a 14% cost recovery level. That is up from prior years, and I'll talk more about that in the next few slides. I wanted to shift gears here to talk about the council referral and study on the use of field use fees in our Parks and Recreation Department. This referral came following a work plan that included 2 years ago adoption of our parks cost recovery policy, and which included our reserved field use fees for nonprofits and sports leagues. Prior to that adoption of the fee schedule 2 years ago, no charges were assigned for field use for nonprofits and sports leagues. Those reserved field use fees were compared to neighboring agencies for reasonableness. Staff at that time held open community meetings that included 3 commission meetings, as well as a community survey. These are all activities that led up to the then council approval of that parks cost recovery policy. Last year, the city council referred as part of the 23-24 fee schedule based on representatives from Santa Clara youth sports organizations and community members for staff to look at these fees. And so our Parks and Recreation Department led a meeting which included over 30 individuals. I won't name them all individually there, but it was a well-attended meeting in early March of this year. Some of the feedback in that meeting included prioritization of our youth fields for allocation, safety of the participations, having access, and some of the potentially unhoused individuals entering the field areas. Those were all noted by our city staff. Collaboration between city and these organizations are extremely important in terms of finding collaborative solutions. And so some of the commitment coming out of that meeting was for quarterly meetings to occur between our Parks and Recreation Department and some of these groups. Also wanted to note here some of the feedback in that meeting related to the use of our Wade Brummel scholarship funds for those that are in need of a potential support for participation in some of these activities, how these fees that are collected are used, as well as our relationship with these agencies. I do want to be clear that for this document before you, there are no fee increases proposed for reserved field use fees for nonprofits and sports leagues. As I mentioned earlier, staff, our Parks and Recreation Department's committed to the continued dialogue regarding those topics that were brought up in that March meeting. On this slide, I know some questions were raised around the Parks and Recreation cost recovery policy, so I did want to show the tiers that were adopted 2 years ago, and this was based off of the program beneficiary, whether a group or individual received exclusive benefit at the top, adopting a cost recovery policy of 91 to 100%. And then as you go down this pyramid toward the broader, where mostly the community benefits to the broader community, either 1 to 20% or a 0% experience here in the policy. And so when you do that cross-reference of that adopted policy with some of the user groups in our Parks and Recreation departments, you see here that a lot of the groups, or when we're talking about our youth sports fields and the use of them, we're talking about the 1 to 20% cost recovery. So that means anywhere from 80% to 99% of these costs are subsidized by the city for the use of those fields. When you look at the fee schedule itself, I know there's a lot of line items, a lot of pages. In the Parks and Recreation area, it does divide it up into different types of services and user groups, and that on this slide shows the aquatics, memberships to different access of facilities and ongoing programs, facility rentals with regards to some of these fields. That's the category this is under, as well as classes detailed in our activity guide. And across all types of participants, youth, adults, and seniors, and then some of the nonprofit, private groups, corporations as well listed there with different rate types. We asked our consultant, in terms of Santa Clara's Parks and Recreation cost recovery, or 14%, how does that compare with either neighboring cities or across the industry, and was provided the National Recreation and Parks Association Performance Review, which includes over 1,000 unique park and recreation programs or agencies across the country. And so that industry average is 23%. So Santa Clara's cost recovery level, while it has improved, is still well below that industry-wide average. So with regards to some of the questions and concerns raised at the April 9th study session, there was significant discussion around the youth sports field rental fees, including the impact of the fees on access, the potential to eliminate or reduce the fees. There were some requests for information about the field use, as well as the revenues generated. There was also a question on the Mills Act fee, as well as racket court reservations and the use of volunteer time. So in the packet before you and included in what's online, there is an attachment 3 that provides a full detailed written response for the public to go back and reference. I'll summarize some of those points here before you on this slide. Just around nonprofit youth field reservations, this compares kind of the before and after the implementation of those fees. And you'll see here in fiscal year 21-22, the number of bookings, the number of hours, the fee itself of 0, and the revenues collected. On the side there in orange, the number of Wade Brummel Scholarship Fund dollars there. And so interesting things to note here, while the number of hours are down once that fee was implemented, the bookings were actually up, which showed that groups now book only fields that they will use. And previously, some groups would reserve fields but not use them, and it also limited the number of available bookings. This resulted in a better utilization of our sports fields and greater opportunity to meet the needs of more user groups across those fields. While limited fee revenues, 1 to 20% cost recovery, which I talked about, is used to help maintain the fields, keep them safe, cut the grass, and support on-site staff. And so Parks and Recreation staff will continue to, based on the feedback received from these community groups, develop field use policies and work with existing groups, and scholarships are available for those that cannot afford those specific fees. With regards to some of the dollars around the fees included in this report, roughly $37.3 million across all funds, and the breakdown here, roughly 45% in the general fund. It also includes about 50% of development fund fees. On an overall basis, the fee adjustments in this report would generate an additional $1.1 million of revenue, roughly a 3% increase in our overall fees. With regards to the question on the Mills Act fee, it is used to collect and cover staff review time, application, and compliance with the Mills Act laws. That goes to our Historic Preservation Committee a couple times for each application. So there is a staff time cost built into that fee. With regards to the question on senior auditorium use fees, those are $20 per meeting for those rooms without a kitchen, or $20 per hour with a kitchen. And if it's during the day and it's minimal help, there is no extra charge for staff. If it's off hours or there's a need for staff to come on site after hours, $37 per person, that is a subsidized rate. Some of this extra equipment rental fees that are potentially charged, tables, chairs, those are designed to recoup the cost of either both the setup as well as replacement of those over time. There was a question regarding tennis and racket court reservations. Those can be made online. Staff, when Parks and Recreation staff looked into it, there are opportunities to streamline that process, and our staff will work with our vendor on that. And there was a question on the use of volunteers, and so just noted in the document before you, depending on whether they're individual volunteers, it would require training, oversight by city staff. If it's a group of volunteers, would require a formal MOU with some of the insurance practices. Those, obviously, there's pros and cons of that, and staff has used volunteers in certain situations, and we can continue to look at that as options moving ahead. There are two notations I do want to make, updates after the study session. These are technical corrections with regards to a fee in our planning division that was proposed to be deleted, but after an evaluation and implementation of keeping that fee based on the type of that fee at the current rate is proposed. In the housing division, it's just some clarifying language around our development impact fees, but no change from what was presented on the 9th. And so with that, our recommendation tonight is the approval and adoption of our 24-25 municipal fee schedules. It includes by resolution new fees, changes in fees, deletion of fees, and a handful of fees that remain unchanged. All these fees would go into effect July 1st, 2024. And with that, there's city staff. Our consultant is also online for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee, for the report and the information and for answering our questions from the study session and the public's questions. I appreciate that. Does any member of the council have any questions for Director Lee? Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I was the one that asked about the Mills Act, and I see where it's $8,000 that we're charging us, approximately $11,000 that it's costing us. Is that required of a resident to come up with all at once, or is there any possibility of spreading that payment out? Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, a resident is concerned about use of tennis courts, and I had brought this up earlier. It seems that a lot of court time is being used by people that are either teaching private lessons or the Lifetime organization. What do they pay if they want to reserve a court? Do they just pay the $14, or what do they do?
Okay, is that it, Councilmember Jane, or do you have more?
No, that's it.
Councilmember Park.
Yes, I appreciate that you noted the use of volunteers, and I see the line, use of volunteers requires proper training and oversight. Formal MOU would be required, because I think that when we come to the fees, I mean, $20 an hour doesn't seem that unreasonable, but when you have a baseball tournament that costs $10,000 per day, that's where I think, my issues started to come up. And that time was not due to the renting of the fields. It wasn't the $20 or even $50 charges, which would have, caused people to balk. It was the need for, 10 staff members to maintain the fields, things like that. And so the question is, when you say a formal MOU would be required for groups providing volunteers, would we put in place, how would we put in place the MOU, the requirements, so that the people who, because it would take staff time to do the training, it would take staff time to vet the volunteers that are doing the work. And so I want to know, is there a description of this MOU process, of this volunteer process? Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is, other than Park and Rec, we are giving our cost recovery on water and sewer is around 68%. So do you know what subsidies we are giving to major programs within water and sewer, like 32% of subsidy? Which programs are those, basically? And my other question is, I know Mike from PAL came here last time, and he mentioned that they spent $17,000 last year for the PAL program, booking the fields. So how much of that is hourly rate, and how much is the staff they paid for the staffing for those fields, basically? I need to find out that. And equipment rental, I still have my concerns about renting a table for $11 for an event at Senior Center. So can we look into that? Either we reduce it, or for a nonprofit, we waive it off, for that matter. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Ken, regarding the Wade Brummel scholarship, is that a scholarship that PAL can that has access to? Who exactly has access to that particular scholarship, and are there limits as to how much they can ask for? Thank you.
All right. I just have a couple of questions. One, I had heard that the meeting that took place between our city staff and all of the youth groups, there was a lot of questions that the youth groups had put forward to our city staff. And last I heard, and maybe none of the questions were answered. The groups were told that the staff would get back to them. So you said they're talking about quarterly meetings and this and that. Did they conclude? I mean, were their questions answered? And then the second question I had was, you said for the Parks and Recreation, which is the area I'm interested in, because I don't look at a city providing parks and recreation services we shouldn't be concerned about cost recovery. That's just a service that we provide for our community, for our kids, for seniors and others, and we want to encourage them to live, nice, healthy lifestyles in our community. It's not about making money from us. And when I look at those fees at $115,000 or 100, whatever it is, it's such a small amount of money in our overall budget that we've heard that they can't afford. So I saw that the bookings were up. Of course, the revenue was up dramatically from 0 to 114,000. The bookings were up even though the hours were down. Is that due to the fact that we're now renting to adults on these fields and charging adults? I know it happens at Reed Street, so I'm wondering, is that the difference in the bookings and the revenues, because now we're allowing adults to come and use these facilities? So that's my question. Anybody else before we have Okay, that's it for the questions. I'm wondering, do you want time for those? I can go to the public if that's okay to give you a little bit more time. All right, thank you. So now I'm going to ask if any member of the public would like to speak. City Clerk, do you have anybody? Okay, so we'll start here in the audience. If you'd like to speak on this issue, please come forward. And then we'll go online after that. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Mike Waukee, President of PAL. First off, I want to start off with giving a shout out to Councilmember Harding and Councilmember Jane for your robotics team. Great job. Raj, you were right. We've spent over $17,000 in park usage fees for PAL. I'm not sure everybody understands we have over 5 programs currently that are free. 2 fishing trips a year, $8,000 plus. Shop with a Cop, $10,000 a year. Okay? We're currently running a co-ed flag football league in conjunction with the 49ers. Free. Okay? 100 kids every Sunday, Central Park playing for free. We're still paying fees, okay? And I got to give props to like Marlon and Angelique and Cynthia. They work very well with us. Outstanding working relationships, okay? But those are the kind of things that are go away first. The things you give away, you stop giving away. Our fishing programs are for at-risk high school kids from Santa Clara high schools. They go deep sea fishing in the bay with police officers twice a year. It's a connection for these kids that may not ever see a connection, a positive connection with a police officer. This is a positive connection. These are the things that will go away. 2 weeks ago, that's the human impact factor I was referring to. Those things will be detrimental to youth at risk. And it doesn't seem like $14 an hour is that much. Go get all the people who are not paying fees and just using our parks for free. That's a lot more money right there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike. Welcome. Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Linda Pasquale, and I am the Vice President of Santa Clara Westside Little League. I have had children involved with this league and others here tonight over the last 9 years. And I want to start by thanking you all for your transparency and collaborative community meetings that we've been able to attend. I stand in solidarity with the numerous recreational sports leagues in our community advocating to keep our program costs low. At a previous council meeting, there was discussion about the possibility of repealing field usage fees for our nonprofit youth programs. The use of these fields is vital to the operation of nonprofit, volunteer-driven youth leagues. These civic centers are built and maintained using bond and tax revenue from our community. Please do not add additional financial burden on the nonprofits. Added costs are difficult to absorb by our league, and we will need to be passed on to the participants, which would hinder the ability of families to participate. We've been able to keep costs down because of our past arrangements with the city to use these civic centers at no cost. Again, these civic centers are already paid for by our community through property taxes and bond measures. One of the baseball programs Westside is extremely proud to offer is our Challenger Division. This is Little League's adaptive baseball program for individuals with physical and intellectual challenges for children from ages 4 to 18, but honestly, we never turn a player away from this division regardless of their age or ability. Charging us for the field use will significantly impact Westside's ability to continue to offer this program at no cost. I would like to formally invite all of you to attend one of the games, and they're at Steve Carley nearly every Sunday. It's incredible to see the community come together for such an amazing cause. By charging fees for field use, you're negatively impacting well-deserving children and the community. Please help us keep as many children as possible enrolled in these valuable programs. Again, I ask that you please consider repealing the field usage costs for our nonprofit sports organizations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please come forward. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Lucas Pasquale. I participate in multiple sports in our city through our nonprofit or youth sports organizations. I'm asking that you please consider repealing field usage fees for sports organizations before you tonight. These programs are so much more than just sports. These programs are about life lessons. Playing a sport and contributing to a team creates a sense of accomplishment, which has improved my self-esteem and confidence. It's taught me a sense of community, fairness, team building, equality, discipline, inclusion, perseverance, and respect. During the COVID-19 lockdown, I saw the negative impacts of not having these outlets and how negatively it impacted kids' physical and mental health. I'm sure you saw these effects in our community. Hindering the abilities for other kids like me to participate in these programs would be detrimental for our community. Please consider voting to repeal field usage fees for these nonprofit youth organizations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, members, mayor, and members of the council. You're used to me speaking to you on a different capacity, but tonight I'm here as a coach for the last 8 years for both Santa Clara Youth Soccer League as well as Westside Little League. I'm currently sit on the board for Westside Little League as the safety officer. And I'm here tonight I just came from the fields right now, working on the field, so excuse my attire tonight. But I'm here because we need your continued support. First, I want to give a shout out to the fabulous park staff over at Carmichael. Marlon, Angelique, Grant, and Dominguez, they do an exceptional job at Carmichael. It is the best Little League field in the city, if not in the whole district. And we work really hard alongside them to keep it that way. Westside has been in Santa Clara since 1954, over 70 years. And we're looking at, within the next 10 years, possibly no Little League in Santa Clara at all. Fees being one of those reasons. We're being squeezed from both sides, the district on one side and the city on the other. As a volunteer organization, any increased costs essentially roll to the families. And we hope the city accounts for the dollars that we spend as well as the volunteer hours that we spend year-round. While no fees are going up today, they sound like they will go up next year. And we want to be a partner with the city moving forward and come up with some short-term and long-term solutions for what we're going to do for Little League in the city as well as youth sports. Increased costs has priced many families out, and we're being faced with restricted field use. And just go take a look at the 10-year plan.
Excuse me for 1 second. Sir, could you please stop with the noise? Thank you.
I thought that was me first.
No, it wasn't. I'm so sorry. Go ahead, please. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No worries. So the increased costs has priced many families out, and our restricted use by the school district has made it very, very difficult to function as a league. Just go look at the 10-year plans for the property at Westside Little League as well as Briarwood. The plans call for Little League going away altogether, and we really need a solution of a place to play as well as a continued relationship with your park staff as well as the city staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this evening. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, Kevin Zacher, Santa Clara Swim Club. We run a large nonprofit organization as well. We serve the needs of hundreds, if not thousands, of youth in the community on an annual basis. And just speaking in favor, just being cautious when looking at fees for nonprofit youth organizations and the good that comes from providing those programs for kids, keeping them out of trouble, keeping them directed, keeping them motivated. I was sharing with someone earlier, I've been involved in swimming a long time, been coaching swimming a long time, and there was an article that came out a couple days ago on one of the news sites, and it listed the top 30 universities in the country. Private, public, just the best 30 universities. And through my time as a coach, I've had young men and women attend and get accepted to 27 of those 30. And it's because of their involvement with youth sports and youth activities, mainly swimming in my case, but that has helped them do that and get to that point, and providing that for kids is so important. As a young man mentioned, coming out of COVID, we saw the detrimental impact of not having activities, and so I think the more opportunity kids have to go and do things, keep them directed, keeping them active off of screens and things like that, I think the better. So I just caution raising fees if it's going to eliminate opportunities for youth. That's not a road we want to go down. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, please come forward.
Yes, good evening. Tom Frieda speaking here. I'd like to address the 14% cost recovery for Parks and Recreation. That's a real shame. For me, I would be willing to pitch in, of course. But I see areas that you're missing the boat, and you're not getting bang for your buck, so to speak. Your vendor at the parks, especially your tennis court organizers, are very lacking in professionalism. So you could really, really streamline that, and not only streamline it, but really look at it closely how it's managed. Because I compare that same organization to Sunnyvale. Unfortunately, I'm comparing. Sunnyvale does a very good job organizing their course. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else here in the council chambers like to speak? Okay, if not, do we have anyone online? No? Okay, so city staff, if you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I will do is I will answer the ones not related to parks. I know most of them are related to parks. Our acting Parks and Recreation Director, Cynthia Borges, will come up and address those. And if there's anyone else that wants to add, either directors or Terry online, welcome to do this so as well. So Councilmember Hardy, you asked regarding the Mills Act fee. Is that paid up front at one time? And the answer is yes. A lot of, just from a couple of things, it's administrative ease with regards to the activities, knowing that if an applicant's going to go through that process, there's a fixed cost with what those individual actions are, and so it's just easier from a tracking perspective. I did get a note here from planning staff that no one has asked for a payment plan, so with regards to those specific fees, it sounds like those that actually go through the process are willing to pay for the fee just to preserve their houses. With regards to the water and sewer program, Councilmember Chahal, you asked about that cost recovery level. We do have some subsidies, some fees below cost recovery with regards to our single-family homes or single-family residents. In the sewer department, some of those are just the cost of if there's a request to install a clean out or replace or look at potential blockages in the upper lateral. We do have some subsidized fees in that area. That's something I think has been approved in the past and has kind of been a policy that's been carried forward just to provide an affordable rate when those unfortunate situations happen for single-family homes. The other questions, I believe, are all related to parks, but if I missed any, please do let me know. So I wanted to invite Cynthia Borges up to answer those questions.
Thanks, Ken. Good evening. So I'm going to start with your question, Mayor, first, around to clarify the collection of fees for the adults. What we're talking about, those numbers that were shown, were strictly youth sports leagues. They were not adults. The adults fall into the commercial category, and so that's a different category of fees that are collected. I do want to spend the majority of the time talking a little bit about Wade Brummel. You may recall last year we were before you to talk about the scholarship fund because we had a significant amount of money. And so there was a discussion back to staff to look at the policy and revamp this policy to make sure that the money we are collecting gets back out into the community. Mayor, your question as to whether or not we've gotten back to the groups. We had committed to having those quarterly meetings with the intention that we were going to come back and bring proposals back to them. So no, we have not gotten back to them with the answers, but that is our intention, is to have that meeting so we can present a proposal to them and get feedback from them. So we will be having those conversations.
It's not the proposal, it's the questions that they ask.
The questions all relate to it, and I'll explain that in a second. So if you'll recall, Wade Brummel was established as a grant program in memory of the Santa Clara resident and youth and sports enthusiast Wade Brummel. The council approved a fee of $25 per non-resident youth participant in Santa Clara youth sports programs as a means of generating funds to support economically challenged Santa Clara youth who participate in Santa Clara-based youth sports programs. The grants reimburse the organizations for registration, equipment, program fees, and other related costs. Prior to the adopting the fee, the program had been funded by individual donations in the annual golf tournament that was held at the Santa Clara Golf and Tennis Club. So to your question, Councilmember Watanabe, about who's eligible, any organization, any youth sports organization that contributes to the fund with the contribution of non-residents and who uses our City of Santa Clara facilities is eligible to submit a request for sponsorship. And I can give you if you give me a second, I'll pull it up in a second. The list of individuals, list of groups that received sponsorships in 2023 include the Wilcoth Athletics Group that received a sponsorship of $1,500, the Lions Club that received a sponsorship of $6,000, Santa Clara POW that received an award of $12,794, Santa Clara County Baseball that received an award of $3,257, Golden Triangle, who received an award of $3,323. The total award was in 2023 was $26,876. The good news is that there is still money in that account. And so there's a little bit about $100,000 available in that scholarship fund. And so one of the challenges and one of the opportunities we think we have is to go back and revisit the current policy and how it's set up, the restrictions, the guidelines, the eligibility, because there can be additional uses for that fund. Under the current guidelines, there is just no way that the groups who are eligible to receive can give grants that are currently allowed under the grant policy. So under the policy, we can, as staff, award a grant in the amount of $500. Anything above that has to go to the Park and Rec Commission. And so we normally would go to the Park and Rec Commission, we present it to them, and then it gets awarded. That process does not work right now, to be frank. We need to revisit the policy. We want to make sure that the intent of providing scholarships for kids who can't afford to otherwise participate is met. And so we want to make sure that we're looking at the eligibility requirements, setting up a process that is streamlined, that is easy for the groups to use, to the Little League's point, and making sure that it is benefiting the original intent. So that's the answer to the Wade Brummel question. In terms of the Lifetime Tennis, we do have a management agreement with Lifetime Tennis, so they manage those courts on behalf of the city. They provide lessons and programs to the residents, and that's why a number of the courts are used by Lifetime Tennis, Councilmember Jane. We do recognize, after you mentioned the challenges with reserving a court, we went online, and it is not a user-friendly interface. So our intent is to meet with Lifetime Tennis to talk to them about how do we make it be a more user-friendly. And I'll give you an easy example. When we went to look for an available court, the first available court we could see was July. So we know that there's an issue there. We need to talk to them. They are our management team. We'll work with them to figure out how do we make that process better. Councilmember Park, with respect to the use of volunteers, I do want to clarify two things. There's really two MOUs that we need to be concerned with. One is the MOUs with our employee groups who currently provide the work out in the park in terms of maintaining the parks, in terms of lining and staffing doing all of the different operations that are necessary to maintain the fields in good working conditions. So we'd have to meet and confer with those groups, get approval from them to look and identify what opportunities are available and suitable for volunteer work. So that's number one. Provided that we can identify those opportunities, we then have to set up a structure that would allow us to make sure that we have management oversight over the volunteers, provide job descriptions and training and oversight and evaluation, and a way to make sure that they are accountable to the community just as city staff is accountable, because the last thing we would want to do is have any kind of deterioration in the service of quality of service to our residents. It should be seamless, whether it's a volunteer or whether it's an employee, and so that would be our goal. And so to answer your question directly, no, there is not a current structure for that, but that is something that we could look into if the employee groups are open to that idea. I think I answered everybody's question except for the cost of the tables or the rental of the table. I don't remember who asked the question. So again, cost for providing programs, oh, I'm sorry, yours was related to facility rentals. So that is sort of the standard cost. That is part of our cost recovery. It does help us recoup some of our operational costs. I do think it's really important to remember the lesson that we heard from the table that said the number of bookings increased. While the number of hours decreased, the number of bookings actually went up. And the lesson there is that I think it was Park and Rec Commissioner Gupta who's mentioned last year, when you get something from free, last week, when you get something for free, you don't necessarily appreciate it or pay attention to it. And so by having to pay some of these fees, people are going to show up. They are going to help us recover the cost to provide program. We do have staff costs that are incurred every time we provide an event. And so we do need to have a form and a mechanism to offset some of those fees. We're going to hear in just a bit about the George Haynes International Swim Center and the need for repairs and infrastructure improvements. We don't have an ongoing source of revenue for that either. And so anytime while it may be very minimal, it is a very important part of our overall fee strategy. And so I again, would strongly encourage you to consider the impact of our ability to maintain not only the fees for the youth, but to provide quality service for them. And collecting fees helps us to offset and make that possible. So I think that answers any questions, unless I forgot one.
Yeah, Javon, City Manager, I'll just piggyback on a couple other responses. One is with regard to the charge for tables and chairs. While I totally understand that a charge for, let's say, $11 to rent a table seems like something that we can waive, and certainly with council direction we can. There is a challenge with that. We do not have a FF&E, a fixtures, furniture, and equipment reserve, and so we utilize those fees to replace tables, chairs, and equipment. And while the cost of an individual table or chair doesn't seem significant, when you total up all of the equipment that we have in our inventory, it's several millions of dollars. And so having those sort of standard rental fee charges are an important part of our overall fiscal portrait and how we provide services, but certainly up to council direction. Also, I think we touched on it a little bit, but there is a concern that if we do not have rental fees, there will be overbookings and individual groups reserving time that they may not fully utilize, thus pushing out time that could be available for some of our sort of more regular users. And so that's part of the recommendation that we maintain some sort of a fee level. Also important to note, and I think I heard a member of the public say that our 14% cost recovery percentage is low. Well, I want to just make sure that everyone in the public knows what that means. By saying we recover 14%, it's actually saying we subsidize 86% of the cost of providing that service. And so there are no recommendations in what's before you to increase our youth sport fees. We are simply keeping the fees that are in place and that you set in place a few years ago. With that, thank you.
City Manager, City Staff, I just want to remind everyone, we didn't have fees 2 years ago. So this fee schedule for these fees for these youth groups is new. So it's not like we haven't, operated under the zero fees for these youth groups. We did it for decades. So what's new are these fees. That's what's new, because each of the youth groups, including swimming, has to charge their participants a fee. So then when the city adds on another fee and the school district adds on another fee, it becomes cost prohibitive for these kids. And when these parents that are, living on the edge like most people are, living paycheck to paycheck, if something's going to be cut, that's where they're going to cut. So we're just adding to it. And again, I'm not sitting here to balance our budget on the $115,000 in fees. I think there's other ways to deal with fees. We've got the Wade Brummel account, which I'd like to dig deeper into that to see who's paying into that and who isn't, who's getting support and who isn't. We also have $200,000 a year coming. I'm waiting for the contract from the Levi's naming rights thing. I mean, we could use that $200,000 a year to pay these fees coming in, because these are all community benefits. for all of these groups. So we have other sources that we can look at, but this 115,000 is new. What's not new is us putting the priority for these youth groups, these nonprofit groups that are helping us in the community have a healthier and safer community for the future, putting it on their backs to when I heard about Westside Little League, I almost got a tear in my eye because that's like an iconic in Santa Clara. The swim center is iconic in Santa Clara. Are you telling me that we could possibly lose both of those? I don't think that's who we are in this city. And if we don't do something and put our foot down and say, okay, enough, we're not going to balance our budget on this, but this is a priority, this is a value of ours to take care of these kids and, not to make money on them. We should be making money in other places that we're not making money. So I think that, it is a reminder, the fees are new, not the other way around. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Cynthia, for that information on Wade Brummel. And I would, I'm wondering how would the city go about in terms of revisiting the program? Who would be making the decision? And then also, we recently, I think we entered into an agreement with regard to the use of the youth soccer park, and then I believe the Reed Street Park is also being used for soccer practices. I don't know if that money, where those fees are going, are there monies there that we could add to the Wade Brummel, including the 200,000 that the mayor just mentioned? I'm just wondering, it seems like there may be monies out there that maybe could be potentially reallocated, to help offset the cost for these nonprofits. Because, like the mayor just said, I had the same reaction when Anthony Pasquale talked about the West Side Little League, potentially going away. That's generations of families. I was there on opening day, and I was just amazed at how many generations of families were there, to support their, grandchildren that morning. So we can't afford to lose these programs. And if there's a way that we can revisit, I really appreciate knowing that, and any potential monies that we can get from these other opportunities that have come forward into the city. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I've said this before. I'm not a fan of giving stuff away for free, simply because it lends to abuse. People will reserve fields and they won't use them. But I think to the mayor's point, we didn't charge park impact fees for a long time. We didn't charge fees enough compared to other cities around us to maintain the ISC. So as a result, our parks were totally dilapidated for years and years because we never charged enough to maintain those facilities. And I'm really concerned that our Mitigation Fee Act number of 2.6 acres of parkland per 1,000 residents is going to go down because we're not investing enough in our parks. And it's not, I agree 14% cost recovery, meaning 86% subsidy, is probably the right place to be rather than 100% cost recovery for parks, because we do want to support those. But let me just give you an example. Councilmember Hardy has been unbelievably resourceful in terms of trying to get grants and scrape together money to fund the robotics team. We don't charge the kids a dime to be in the robotics club, and it costs us somewhere between $6,000 to $10,000 a year. And then this year, when we went to Worlds, it cost us $20,000. And she managed to scrape the money together through various grants to go, and we really ran the program on a budget. The kids made their lunches in the mornings so that we didn't have to buy lunches out. So we don't charge the kids anything to participate. So I agree that we want to keep costs down, but the ISC is in trouble because nobody put money aside to fix it. So if we continue to give stuff away for free and not put money aside from somewhere, we're going to run into the same problems. Dilapidated parks and the ISC. Thank you.
I just have to say that I do not think our parks are dilapidated in any way, shape, or form. They're actually in pretty decent condition, considering the equipment's older, but in the past, they have not been dilapidated. Anyways, Councilmember Park.
Yes, so thank you very much for the information. I agree with the sentiment that giving something for free has the danger of people taking things for granted. As staff noted, like with the fees, you know, bookings are up. People are taking the bookings seriously. That's what it sounds like to me. But I want to know, did I hear correctly that we gave out $26,000 last year from Wade Brummel, and we have over 100,000 remaining? How much do we get per year compared to how much we spend? Because it sounds like we've got a lot of, you know, we've got something there. Because the first question I have is what percentage of the fields are used by nonprofits? Right, and how much do we usually keep in that fund? And is there a way to subsidize field fees or subsidize fees directly through Wade Brummel, even without, you know, maybe with a simplified application at the time that people want to use the fields? I don't know. I think that for-profits, I kind of like the idea of for-profits using our fields and having, you know, spending money to use our fields. I like the idea of having an MOU so that if there is a for-profit event, because we've got, I don't know if the nonprofits holding a fundraiser counts for that, but I want the fundraisers that are being held by these nonprofits, they're children's groups. I mean, they're not adult groups that are doing this, to be able to do so without being charged, you know, $10,000 a day. I think that Mr. Rosa that came last year, he mentioned that their fundraiser only raises $4,000, and charging $10,000 per day doesn't make a lot of sense. I know that Councilmember Jane mentioned that, well, a fundraiser that requires, you know, thousands of dollars in basically city subsidy may not be a good fundraiser, but I'm saying I think that the city needs to be part of this. I think the city needs to provide the resources so that these nonprofits can continue to provide the services. I mean, what the city gets out of this is we're not paying for those services. The nonprofits are providing the service for the city using our fields. And at some point, we need to look at not just what's the cost of nonprofits coming and using our fields, but we need to look at how much would the city pay to keep those services here. All right, and maybe for certain things, we don't have an hourly fee. Maybe we have a fixed fee. It's $20 fixed, or it's some fixed fee. It doesn't, per event or something. If there's something regularly scheduled, maybe we can come to an agreement that gives us something, people aren't, getting it for free, but we're not charging them an arm and a leg. We're not charging them a fee that's so high that they have to consider reducing their program. Last question is for, Mr. and Ms. Pasquale, which is what time on Sunday are the games? 2 o'clock. Okay. I'll be there. Thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as mentioned last time, I'm a big fan of getting kids out and play on the fields instead of watching video game or playing indoors. Big. It makes a lot of difference between their companionship, how they build their character, how they socialize with other kids. It's very, very important. From that perspective, the amount of money we are talking about is nothing. It's less than a peanut, basically, to spend on those programs for that matter. And I take it a point, right? It does make sense that people misuse when it's free. And I think the data shows that when we put some fees, the number of hours reduced and the number of bookings increased, basically. So that makes sense. But at the same time, I would like the organization like West League or PAL, even if they book, and I didn't get that answer Director Cynthia, about $17,000 which PAL paid. Was it all for hourly rate, or was it something else was a component of that, basically? So what I'm saying is we can lower the fees, and then we have various grant programs. So at the end of a year, let's say PAL spent $17,000, and we see that it does make sense that they spent $17,000. Can we compensate them through Wade Brummel, or can we compensate them through city manager's grant program, basically? And the aim is to bring these kids to play and not to deter them from playing because of the financial needs of these organizations. So you can charge a fee, hourly fee, to make the system smooth, basically. But at the same time, we need to work on these solutions to compensate them at the end of a year. If they spent X amount of dollars and they add value to our residents, our kids in the city, we should find a mechanism to give them a grant at the end of a year with the amount of money they spent, basically. And I also want to find out Wade Brummel scholarship. You did mention, Dr. Cynthia, that it needs to update the policies on that. Does it need to come back to the council, or it is a staff level needs to be done? If it needs to come to the council, we are very happy to look into that with your suggestions from the different stakeholders who are thinking of receiving that grant, like what needs to be changed and how we can streamline that. We'll be more than happy to bring the staff that policy matter back to us if we have to do it. But if staff has to do it, let's put a priority on that and let's get it done. And my second question is lifetime tennis. Like, I heard that not an efficient system. Can we put a timeline on that, like how soon we can make that as an efficient system of booking when we know that Sunnyvale system is much more efficient compared to our system? And on that one, I also have a question. What is the percentage of these courts being booked by private lessons versus a use by an ordinary student or a resident? What percentage of that is going to private lessons as a private entity, basically? We don't want that. It's 80% of that is being utilized by an outside for-profit agency versus only 20%. I'm just taking an example. I may be completely wrong on that, but we want to have a balance of that the time slots are left for our residents to have their recreation activity versus private lessons by these organizations. As regards the table and chair, I do agree. Like, basically, I'm coming this thing from, we used to hold sister city events at the senior center. And unfortunately, those sister city events had to move to San Jose because of the intricacies and the bureaucracy of our system, basically, since it's turned out to be so. So I'm okay to reduce those table rents from $11 to, say, notional $2 or $3. And as I mentioned, I'm not sure how much money we are making out of these booking of table and chairs. Chairs are at $2 a piece. So if there's a very notional amount, and we are discouraging our nonprofits to move out of the city for celebration. Think of it like if there were 100 people who are coming to the senior center, and 90% of them are from city of Santa Clara. If you move it to San Jose, how much gas they are spending, how much environment impact they are doing by just going to San Jose and doing that, basically, if you overall impact of those, like carbon footprint impact, that would be even not worthwhile to do that. So I would say reduce the table and chair rental for our nonprofits to book the senior centers and make it convenient for them to do that. And those are my suggestions, and I would like to hear about my questions on those. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Becker. Vice Mayor Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I've been kind of quiet listening to a lot of this, is because, you know, I grew up in the city using a lot of these parks, growing up with a lot of these facilities. So it's kind of hard when I'm kind of in a rock between a hard place is, do we charge people? Do we not charge people? Because, I'm more in favor of the repealing the fees. And the reason why I look at a lot of this is because it keeps a lot of our kids out of trouble. Keeps kids away from gangs, drugs, and violent crime. I think that's a major, major concern that I think goes a long way. I know that the Councilmember Jane talked about, costs and stuff like that. I know that there's issues of people, the mayor talked about, people are paycheck to paycheck. Parents can barely afford their gas and their food or their groceries. Inflation is basically, crippling a lot of our families. And I see it, I feel it. I think all of us are feeling it in our wallet. And it gets to me, more and more I see it, it's hard to nickel and dime when people are hurting, especially hurting maybe even quality of life. It goes back to what Councilmember Jane also said, which is he has a major point. It's the sins of our city's past that are coming back to haunt us. We didn't have park impact fees. We didn't fix our swim center in the past. We didn't fix things that need to be fixed. I grew up in this city in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. These parks were built before I was born. So it's been 30-some years since that's happened. So yes, we've dropped the ball. We should have been on the ball probably in the mid-2000s, but I guess we're too busy looking at building stadiums and trying to be on the big scene. We forgot about things that were quality of life here at home. So yeah, I see where Councilmember Jane's coming from. I see where the mayor's coming from. It's kind of, we have to have a balance. If you look at Central Park, a lot of the blocks that used to be there before we have the Magical Bridge were actually pieces of old San Francisco City Hall being rebuilt after the earthquake. So that tells you the time period and timetable that our city's been built on. And it's been since suburbia has been built in the city of Santa Clara in the 50s and 60s. So I'm looking at how keeping costs down, but also looking at, making some ways that we can have some revenue. We can get some costs back. Like fixed fees. Maybe there's a cancellation fee. Like if you book something, you get charged a fee, a cancellation fee, or a no-show fee, kind of like how some doctors charge you for not showing up to your doctor's appointment. I mean, we got to do something to make some money, but at the same time, it's really hard for me, who's experienced Santa Clara's quality of life growing up here. It's hard for me to go and impose fees on things. Again, there has to be a balance, and I have to make those tough decisions, but it's really hard when you grew up here and experience these things and knowing that never before in the past hasn't been done. But Councilmember Jane does have the major point, which is things that are for free usually can be abused, and I've seen it be abused. So again, there's that balance that we have to find, and it's really hard for me to find that balance when your childhood kind of weighs on you on this, because I experienced a lot of these things. I learned how to swim at the International Swim Center and over at Santa Clara High School. I learned how to, ride a bike in half of these parks. So it weighs on me, and it's really hard for me to sit here and add fees and costs to people that are really just trying to find a way for an escape, especially kids. And after COVID, it's been really hard on kids. And I just want to find ways that they can get out there and be outside in the fresh air and away from Fortnite and all those video games that they play too much of. So I'm really having a hard time with this. And I want to make sure that we do a right balance where we don't affect the quality of life of our children and our families, but at the same time, we're making sure that our city is getting what is needed. So I'm 100% with what Councilmember Chahal was saying. I won't reiterate every single word he said, but I'm 100% with him on that, because we got to do something. At the same time, it shouldn't be that costly. So those are just my thoughts. But again, I agree with a lot of my council members' thoughts and a lot of the residents' thoughts as well. So thank you.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on something you said, Vice Mayor Becker, about a cancellation fee. Prior to the city imposing fees on these youth groups 2 years ago, I never heard once that there was a problem of people booking fields and other things and not showing. There might have been, but I never heard of it. It never raised, it never, was elevated to let us know that there was ever that problem. And so I wouldn't be, I would be favorable to having some kind of cancellation fee. But Councilmember Hall talked about, paying the fees and then we'll figure out later how to pay you back. But I don't think that solves the problem, because once you have to pay the fees, the kids are paying them up front, and there's no guarantee that they're going to get them back. So I think we should at least try the next year, do a pilot program again the next year with a cancellation fee to say, hey, let's waive these fees, and if you cancel, you know, there's a fee that you pay, so that people won't cancel, because I guess that's a reason to charge fees. But I think that in order to help these kids and these families, we can't make them pay and then have, you know, cross our fingers that we'll be able to pay them back in the future, because the Wade Brummel Fund may not be able to pay back everybody. But maybe it will with the combination, the $200,000 we're going to get from Levi Stadium naming rights, and that we also put another $100,000 in our nonprofit fees, so to make that up to the city, but not charge the kids and then hope that they get paid back. So I'm hoping that we come to the conclusion tonight that we waive these fees like we did 2 years ago, and we repeal them back and put in some kind of cancellation fee. I like that idea. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so we haven't really given staff time to answer some of the questions that I had, which is, like, how much do we get in Wade Brummel fees? Like, how much do we get per year? How much do we spend? Because I think that if we can figure that out, then we kind of know what our budget is. I mean, what people do when they rent you cars for $50, but the cars are worth $50,000, is that they usually charge your card with some amount, and then when you return the car, they refund an amount, right? You know, so that you pay the small fee, not for the cost of the entire car. I mean, this doesn't resolve the issue of people have to pay upfront for some of these fees, but if the fees are reasonable, if the fees are fixed, if you know, I think that that's something that we need to think about. When we have, I think I've heard a lot of people talking about, we need to look at how the tennis courts are reserved. And if we're going to have that discussion, we should be looking at all, you know, if we're letting entities manage city resources, I mean, I would like to include the International Swim Club, I'd like to include the swim club in those discussions, so that, you know, maybe we can work out, and maybe even Mr. Freitas with looking to the future for pickleball, because I think we're going to have the same issues. I think that there should be not a discussion just of the tennis courts, but of resources in general, and get lots of different you know, people involved, so that we can look at what does you know, what does good management look like for anything. Yeah, again, I think that staff has some answers, and I'd really like to get to that. Thank you.
City Manager?
Sure. Want to take a step back and say that there are essentially three options available for council tonight with regard to the youth field fees. One is to keep the fees as they are, again, recognizing that staff is not recommending to increase those fees. You're simply keeping them at the same amount that you authorized 2 years ago. Option two is to fully repeal the fees or make some modification to the fee amounts, and there have been various options mentioned tonight. And then there's a third option that I would like to proffer, because the community grants program has been mentioned as another potential funding source. And as we were sitting here, I did pull up just a few community grants, because we have the Wade Brummel grant fund that we talked about, that we spent $29,000 from last year. That fund has $152,000 left in it, and another $30,000 coming in the next year. But there's also our community grants program, and I looked up, and we know that the PAL received, we said $12,000 from the Wade Brummel Fund, but they also received $4,700 from the Community Grants Program. our Santa Clara Lions organization received $10,000 from the Community Grants Program. And I know Councilmember Park mentioned a group that wanted to put on a baseball tournament. I'm not sure if this is the one that you're referring to, but the Wilcox High School baseball team received a grant for $10,000 to offset their fees in February of 2023 to put on a 2023 baseball tournament. And so as an organization, you do have various pots of money where you provide grants to your local community organizations from. And so the third option that I'll proffer is to keep with your prior direction, but take a holistic look at your various grant programs. I think have the information on the grants that you've provided to all of your community-based organizations, and take a holistic look at your grants program. I think staff has already articulated a desire to look at the Wade Brummel Fund and how that's and the rules around that. And also we've said in a different fund that, you know, we want to look at the community grants program because we really don't advertise it, and money goes unapplied for and undistributed each year. And right now the articulation of that fund is really to put on events, but the council can adjust how those funds are allocated because there is money that is not spent, and there is the anticipation, as the mayor mentioned, additional funds coming into that fund. And so that's the third thing I want to proffer, is not change the fees and your decision that you made 2 years ago, but instead look at the monies and the funds that you already provide grants for, and maybe make adjustments there. Thank you.
City Manager, those grants are only up to $10,000 for an event, and a lot of the needs of these groups are larger than that. I'm not sure we would have enough unless we change the grant program dramatically. I think it's just so much easier to just repeal the fees and let those grants be available for the community, other, you know, community events that happen. And when we get that 200,000 coming in, we can say 100 of that is to, you know, repay the city for the fees that they lost, that we lost in the municipal fee schedule. So we can take and dedicate 100,000 of that for that, and dedicate, you know, 70,000 for the parade and do all that. It's just easier because the kids are still going to have to come up with the money ahead of time. They have to come up with the money to register, and there's no guarantee they're going to get a grant. There is no guarantee, and you all know that. So all that's nice, but we're talking about $115,000 here, for all these youth groups and community groups. It is so small in the big scheme of things, and it really will show good faith to our community that we care about these kids. I don't see why this is such a big problem. Anyways.
Mayor, if I can, I'd like
yes.
to respond to the two process questions.
Wait, just wait, please. Councilmember Watanabe, there might be more questions, if there's more questions.
I don't have a question. I was going to make a motion. So.
Okay, answer the questions, and I'll go back to you for a motion.
So Councilmember Watney, a question about the process for reviewing the Wade Brummel. So staff is relooking at it. We're going to make suggestions. The intent was to then meet with the sports user groups, get their feedback on it, to check on streamlining and the ease of doing it, taking it then to the Park and Rec Commission for approval, and then back to City Council for final approval, so that everybody has a chance to weigh in on the adjustments and have input into the process. So that's the process question I wanted to answer for you. And then Councilmember Jane, I think, had a question about the private tennis instructors. If there are private tennis instructors on our tennis courts, they are doing it without a permit. Unless they have a permit, they are doing it without authorization. And so they should not be on those tennis courts. The Lifetime Tennis is the only one that's authorized to use our tennis courts to provide programming. If there are folks that you identify as not being, or have a question about their permits, then the referral should be made to staff, and we can check on that with Lifetime Tennis. It's their responsibility to monitor the courts to prevent that type of illegal or unauthorized use of the courts.
But they also provide tennis lessons and other things, right? Because I know kids that go to that.
Absolutely.
Okay. It's not all
That's why
illegal.
that's why they have the
Yeah.
management agreement on behalf of the
That's
city.
what I thought. All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm trying to formulate something here. I was going to go ahead and ask for, to approve the resolution that's been proposed as part of the recommendation, but adding in a couple of items. Number one is to repeal the fees for nonprofit youth groups. And you've mentioned this, Cynthia, but I was going to also add in direct staff to revisit the Wade Brummel Scholarship Program and fees. Explore using the naming right fees, the stadium naming right fees to offset the repeal of the nonprofit youth group fees. And let me see. And then also exploring the use of cancellation fees. And I think that was it. Did I capture everything, Mayor? Because I was writing stuff down as everybody was talking.
I'm okay with that. I'll second your motion.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, can I just clarify, there already is an existing cancellation fee? So that's already incorporated into the fee schedule.
We have that? Oh.
We do.
Oh, then we're using it, I assume? If somebody books and they don't use?
That's what the message I got from staff, is that there is an
Okay,
existing.
well, then problem solved. There you go. All right. Okay, Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I will make something really clear. There was a reinterpretation of the California Constitution for education, and academic and extracurricular activities are not allowed to be charged to anyone. So there's no school activities that can be charged. So if you're thinking that people are being squeezed, they cannot be, because we cannot charge. That goes back to that reinterpretation of the California Constitution about 15 years ago. What I've noticed as a teacher is because we cannot charge for things, it's not valued. And it gets wasted. I try to make up for that with what my joke I call student labor, where I make them work at things. I have also noticed as a high school teacher, nearly all of the students have very expensive phones, which they do not utilize very well and drop constantly and break. The grant process is very simple. I know because I've had to utilize it. It does require some basic documentation that something was spent, but it's not difficult at all. If you want someone to value something, there has to be some sort of a small cost. When we talk about only 14%, that is only 14%. 86% of that is being subsidized. Plus, we have the grant possibilities. This is not difficult. And I personally spend many, many hours. The school district does not pay me to be the robotics coach. And I spend upwards of 10 hours or more and my entire spring break to do that. So I know what it means to be a volunteer and to put your time and effort in because you care about the students and what they do and how they're raised. And that's why parents and volunteers do this, because it makes a difference. I just had 5 of my students fly down to Houston who were alumni just to be there to see us in the World Tournament, because it meant something to them that they had been in the program but hadn't gotten to that world status yet. So we do this because we care. We do this because we are there for them. But we also need them to value it. Because we're not able to directly charge them, speaking from a school point of view, I have to come up with some way to have them value it. Because if there is no charge, it gets wasted. I see that with the free lunches at school. I see that with the free breakfasts at school. Things are wasted because there is no cost directly to the individual. This is what we've been trying to do to show you that it does cost the city. There is a small value to it. And then give you a way to show that there's a need. That's all that we're trying to do here. I don't understand waiving the entire fee. Then what is the point of our grant system and being able to see that? I think that the staff has done a very good job of showing us what it does cost us and that we are recovering just enough to show that it's valued. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I mean, I think the idea of charging is not a bad idea, but at the same time, I'm looking at how do we, does the city pay back? I mean, we're subsidizing 86%, I understand that, but I mean, it's the 14%, it's, whatever fees that people have to pay for staff. These kinds of things are like showstoppers for a lot of the organizations out there. I mean, the fourth option, I think that the mayor brought up was repeal the field usage fees and look at other programs and monies. And I'm thinking, well, like nonprofits, what if we have exceptions for nonprofits or registered organizations and all these ideas? And I think the motion includes repealing fees for nonprofit youth groups, directing staff to go over Wade Brummel, exploring use of naming rights fees, explore the use of cancellation fees, which look like it already exists. There was some other requests not related to the motion about let's review how the courts are being, reserved. And I feel that this is a lot of things to go over. And I almost want to say I would like to continue this item and let staff come back to us in a short time certain, 60 days, within 60 days, something, so that we can vote on something that has some teeth in it, but also is acceptable by the groups that use the facilities, and we get support from the organizations that also use the facilities. I don't know how realistic that is, but I just don't feel that trying to make changes on the fly like this are the best things. I don't know that we'll get the best policy by trying to stitch things up here on the dais.
I don't mind adding all the court reserved issues in, but this has to be done before July 1st for our municipal fee schedule. So even if we bring it back, it has to be fairly soon. City Manager?
Not quite, Mayor. So the action that's before you is to approve the changes to the fee schedule. There are no changes to the youth sport fees that are proposed. You can approve the recommendation and the youth sports fees will stay as currently structured. The thing that would not happen is the policy option to rescind or modify the fees, and that can happen at any point in the future. I will also remind council that there is an existing council referral to take a look at youth sport fees. We can continue that. It was with your action tonight, if you decided to keep the fees the same without any further direction, that would be the end of that referral. If you choose to, you can choose to direct us to keep that referral open. And your conversation tonight has added additional things to that referral, but that's okay. We are coming back to you in short order with a follow-up to your council priority setting session and all of the priorities that you have identified for staff, and we can talk about this then and provide you with the timing. Councilmember Park, I totally understand the 60-day timeline. I just want to be mindful of everything else on staff's plate that you've already directed, and so you absolutely can make a decision tonight. And what you would be to not amend the fees, and then we would continue that referral and continue to provide more research and come back to you at a later date.
And it will die a slow death. So, yeah, that's what you're saying. Approve all the fees tonight and talk about it sometime in the future. We just had our goal-setting session, so we won't be getting to that till probably next year at the soonest. I think we need to discuss it tonight or refer it to a very short time, but I mean, I'm ready to go tonight. I don't know what else we can talk about one way or another. I think we need to make a decision. It's pretty clear, and some council members have made their positions fairly clear. So, Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, it was actually a couple of years ago when I was looking at the Parks and Rec minutes for the commission when I noticed the Wade Brummel fund, and that's when I discovered that there was all this money in there that wasn't being spent. And we should certainly be spending everything we take in every year. It should not be building up. It should be used to provide programs. And I have no intention of letting Little League die or any of these other sports programs die. But I think Councilmember Hardy voiced exactly my sentiments. Free things get abused. Thank you.
Yeah, all those kids abusing these fields, amazing. Councilmember Watanabe.
Well, there's a motion on the table and a second, so I'm hoping somebody will take some action. But I want to make a comment, though, and it goes back to things being abused. And I just have to say that visiting like the PAL, the BMX track, for instance, and also the West Side Little League field, I mean, the families have put in so much of their own time and money and just volunteer time to fix up those facilities. And I think it's an insult to say that these nonprofits are using these fields and abusing them, because I've seen and heard what they've done to improve them out of their own time and money. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think it's a good idea to take a feedback from PAL and West Side Little League, which system they want. I'm not sure whether they see somebody's abusing just booking the free fields and they don't get a chance to book those, basically. So, because my idea is to make a legitimate booking so that legitimate organizations like sports organization, youth organization, really are able to use those fields. And that's the reason if we pick a notional amount for an hourly so that nobody can misuse it, and then almost you saw the grants, like we have Wade Brummel grant, we have community grants, and and I'm not saying, I know Mayor mentioned that you'll have to wait till the end of the year. No, you can come initially, very beginning of the season you start and say, hey, last year we spent this much and we need this much grant to go forward. I would be okay with that, but the system of, nobody said that these organizations are abusing or these kids are abusing the system. Nobody said that. But it's a question of who's trying to book these fields for not using those. I know we got a staff that they mentioned there has a cancellation policy. Who goes there on the weekends that somebody has attended, come to use the field or not? And I know Vikas did mention that they need to have I was for waiving of these fees for at all in last meeting. But I see a point, like these should not, and the different stakeholders did mention that you should keep some notional dollar amount on that. And that's the reason, like, I would agree with Councilman Park's suggestion that you can go back and we can have a time certain and we can bring it back after discussion with PAL, Little League, and those, whether we can put some notional hourly rate and give them an advance grants, basically, and then we can, second grants can be adjusted at the end of the year, basically. So it does make sense, which is making, like, nobody should be misusing the system as such. If that makes sense to have a notional per hour rate and not to get the field misutilized, I'm all for that. But if there are two organizations sitting over here, if you think that these are not being misutilized, I'm okay to vote even right now that, okay, just waive off the fees, and I'm okay with that. But I want some frank feedback from the stakeholders who are going to use these things, basically.
Well, you got them right here, right now. You have Westside Little League and PAL. So is there a specific question you want to ask them? They both asked to repeal the fees.
Yeah, I can ask them a question.
So if you wouldn't mind coming up.
Yeah.
So we can deal with this right now.
What, could you please restate your question?
So my question or suggestion is, should we keep a notional hourly fees so that nobody can misuse booking the fields for free, and you don't get a field for that matter? Somebody else books it, and you don't get a field, basically misutilization of the booking fee. And you get the grant program under Wade Brummel or community grant program. You get, let's say last year you spent $17,000, and I heard you got $12,000 from one grant and $4,000 from other. So basically you almost got everything back what you booked, basically, right? So do you want to keep that in continuation?
Okay, so clarification point, the $12,000 we got back was the fund was getting so large that city staff reached out to all the nonprofits and said, give us what you have in this time frame. So all the nonprofits submitted what they had spent for new equipment, safety things, like the $4,000 was for a fence at the BMX track. The $12,000 was new gear that we had to buy for soccer and softball, because during the pandemic, it dry rotted, whatever. So that's what that money was from. That was a one-time deal. So now, the only thing that we can submit to the Wade Brummel Fund is there are some grants that we can submit for equipment, but the main reason for the Wade Brummel is if I have 100 kids playing soccer and I pay $150 per child, but 10 of those families can't pay, I give them a subsidy. I could submit that, and that's pretty much approved. I met with Parks and Rec 6 months ago. We started 6-8 months ago, whatever it was, we started talking about revamping the Wade Brummel system, because it just wasn't very user-friendly, and it was cumbersome, and people were just actually not submitting things because it was troublesome. But I kind of agree with the mayor. If we charge fees and then try to give it back, that becomes a logistics nightmare of how do you track that? And I don't know. I don't mind the cancellation fee that Deputy Mayor or Vice Mayor Becker talked about. If you book it and then you don't cancel and you don't use it, well, you just wasted 2-3 hours of time that somebody else could have used it. So you're going to pay $150, $50 an hour, whatever the fee is. Let's say it's $50 an hour, then you're going to pay $150 because you abused the system. The bookings and things are like for PAL. We used to have coaches that would book their own times for their practices. What we said was, no, we're doing it as a group now. We're going to control those hours. And that's why the usage and the hours have gone down for PAL, because we control with a fine-tooth comb, because we're paying now. It costs us money. Before it didn't. So yeah, it was being abused. I'm not going to disagree with that statement, but if you charge us and then try to give it back in a different manner, that becomes muddled, in my opinion. You guys can.
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak for Westside, you know, and really all we can talk about is Carmichael, right? So, you know, for us, like I said in the beginning, we have a great relationship with the park staff. They do a phenomenal job out there. And just from even getting us information for Wade Bromo. So we've submitted for Wade Bromo over the years. I think we just submitted our application now. We were denied the community grant, so we're still gonna reapply to figure out exactly what happened there. But to some of the council members' points, right? Like, it does seem small when you look at the overall price and you look at, you know, the tiered chart that you have and the per hour cost, maybe it's $12 an hour for the field, right? You know, yes, for a one-time purpose, if someone's holding a party at a park or they want to hold a tournament or something like that, it's a one-time thing, that's nothing. But over the course of a season that goes from January to June, you know, with 26 different teams, right, it does start to add up, and that's where the issues are. And, you know, my point about the squeezing, you know, isn't to put an insult to the city at all. It's just to say that there's a lot of challenges that we're facing, right? We're having to pay a lot of money. We're looking at paying close to $30,000 in a couple of years with the school district, right? And so if we have to pay, you know, for every little thing that we do, right? And it's not to say that we can't raise our fees, right? We've had to raise our fees to make it safe for the kids to play. But we try to keep that down as much as possible, right? So some of the things that Councilmember Park actually brought up, like a flat rate is a better idea than what is now, right? Repealing is better than that, but that's up for you guys to decide. We totally understand that you have to recoup your costs, and there's a cost associated with maintaining parks and services. But, you know, as a citizen here, I also have the sentiment of the mayor that, you know, yes, you know, inflation has made these prices go up and staff costs and things like that. But, you know, our taxes have gone up too, right? And we have enjoyed for so long the ability to have these facilities and services at no cost, at what it was to be like I want to move to Santa Clara to have this, right? And we're moving away from that. And so we're just trying to get to that happy point of where we can both coexist, right? And make sure that we're successful for the next like 70 years for us.
So I didn't get the answer right, like direct answer. If we repeal these fees in totality, you will be in the same shape. You will think the fields will not be misutilized and you'll still get all your bookings on time. That's okay?
You know, for us, I can only speak for Carmichael, and we have very strict rules for that use of that field. And with our coaches, that's not even a practice field. And we limit the amount of games. We work with Marlon and Angelique and the park staff on how to maintain that. And so I can guarantee that will not be misused.
No, not I'm saying somebody else. There's another organization which books when you need it, let's say regularly you book every Sunday from 2 to 5 p.m., right?
Yeah, so the history
and somebody goes there and they book it before you book it.
We have a long-standing relationship with the city for Carmichael. That used to be Homestead Little League, and that collapsed, and so we took over their boundaries. And so that field is reserved for Westside.
I'm not sure what the reservation rules are, because if it's not exclusive reservation, other nonprofit can come and book it, depending on what are the reservation rules, basically. So we are trying to eliminate that so that nobody else can book those fields and don't use it, and whereas you want to use it and you don't get a chance to book it.
If I can just clarify, what was happening previously is that teams would overbook, right? Because they want to make sure they had space for practices or games or whatever. And then they realize they didn't need it, and so they would release it at the last minute. What we're seeing with the numbers that we showed you today is that, no, now they're only booking the photos they know they're going to use, and so the number of bookings, the time availability for other groups to use is increased. And so there's more users who are taking advantage of the fields that are now available. So everybody is actually doing a better job now of being accountable for the field use. I think it impacts more the soccer users as opposed to the little leagues who, as they said, do have dedicated fields. It's more of an issue around the other sports fields.
Okay.
So I know for PAL, we use Central Park a lot. All our softball's there. Currently, our flag football's there. Our soccer is there, but we're trying to move it over to Reed and Grant. It's hard to get into Reed and Grant. It's booked. So we have to play at Central, which we get to play. But we go out there to play or to practice, and there's people that, adult groups, playing soccer, playing volleyball, playing cricket, whatever, and they refuse to move, even though we have permits. That's what I was saying earlier about the, I don't want to say illegal use, but the non-permitted use of the fields is more than hitting the nonprofits groups for a fee. Your parks are being used a lot by adult leagues and pickup games that don't get permits. And then when you ask them to leave so you can do your permitted thing, they want to argue with you. And 2 weeks ago, we had to call the police, the non-emergency number. We showed the guy, we got permits, you guys don't. And they refused to leave. But like Cynthia said, it's getting better because, hey, we're paying for it now. So we tightened up our belt and we looked at it. And I don't think that would become abused if you did away with the fee. I'm not going to say, okay, well, it's an open field again. It's not. It's like, no, these are our practice hours, 4 to 6 on these 2 days. That's all we get. I've had to work with Santa Clara Youth Soccer before Reed and Grant was created to divvy up time and days for Central Park, especially when daylight savings times hits, because it's one of the few lit fields. So everybody's got to talk and communicate, and you can make it happen, but I don't think if you eliminated the fees that it would become the Wild West again. I really don't.
So answer my question, that 17,000 you paid, was that everything of that dollars was for the hourly rate?
The 17,500, just under 500, 17,400
whatever,
something,
17, yeah.
was for permit fees paid to the city, permit usage fees.
And was it exclusively hourly rate, or there is some additional fees on that, other than the hourly rates you paid?
It was the hourly rate.
Only.
To rent fields.
Okay, so
for game
basically-
days, practice fields, practice days.
Okay.
And the land lease agreement with the BMX track.
Okay.
Those are permits and fees that we paid to the city.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Anything else?
Very much.
Thank you.
I also have Wanda on the line. Wanda's been waiting for a long, long, long time. Wanda, are you still there? Yeah, there you go, Wanda. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And I don't know if this is appropriate. I've been listening all night, and of course I'm for waiving those fees. When I think of the cost of elections compared to the costs that we're talking about and the value received in the necessities, it seems wrong not to waive the fees. But I'm wondering, I looked at the agenda, does this include the senior center fees that are charged from Park and Recreation? I can't tell from the paperwork. Because as a senior and an advocate for seniors and being in an age-friendly city, both for all ages, like Lisa mentioned earlier, these are new fees that seniors are being charged. And if you want to talk about inflation, be retired and not have an income that increases anywhere near the other cost, even if there's grants, it's all relative. And when I look at the later years of people's lives, and it's just sad that we take little bits of money when there's other things that are spent that are less important in my mind. it just doesn't seem right. And you guys know better. I know you're for seniors. You've been really, really supportive. But I think that seniors being charged is wrong too. And I ask if this is the appropriate place that it be reconsidered. And all that extra money I hear about, the grants and whatever, we need a swimming pool. We need to focus on, if we have lots of money, I heard the 10,000 limit, we need to get that back in our city. And we're talking about health, both for the youth and the seniors and all in between. So thank you for taking my comment and hope you'll consider it.
Thank you, Wanda. Councilmember Park.
So I guess the question, I mean, there's a lot of issues here, and I understand that we've got two organizations here, but what I heard earlier is that we had 30 people representing lots of organizations at the meeting, and we haven't given response to them. And City Manager, understanding the work on your plate, how long would it take to get back to the groups, as it seems we need to, and bring some options to council in time to pass a fee schedule, maybe in parts? Like, there is lots of things here. If you're done.
What is our timeline
by
for
July.
passing this?
Sure.
This municipal fee schedule? I thought it had to be in effect July 1st.
It does have to be in effect July 1st. You are taking action on the entire fee schedule. Some of your fees, like your development fees, require a 60-day notice period, which is why we always bring it to you in enough time for that 60-day notice period. I think to Councilmember Park's question, it's important to note that, yes, there was a meeting of sports users and 30 groups, but those questions and that quarterly meeting process that they set up, the vast majority of those questions were actually not about fees, and so they're not about the things we're talking about tonight. And we can have the acting Parks and Rec director articulate and opine what those questions were, but that's a separate process. A lot of it was field allocation and other things, but not fees.
Well, I understand that. But my point is, we have to get back to them anyway. And so if we get getting back to them, we can have a conversation about some of these things. They don't have to decide, but get options, maybe get some feedback, because like a flat fee, I think that, I mean, I've heard that having to pay a fee caused some people to tighten their belts, to actually look at how they were using the resources. And I think that's a good thing, right? We don't want to make it so large that it prevents people from doing things. I hear about hourly rate, and you're paying $17,000 at, $17 per hour. That's 1,000 hours that was registered, paid an hourly rate. I mean, I'm worried about people using the fields when they're not, other people got permits to use those fields. I think that, there needs to be somebody, there needs to be some sort of registration. There needs to be some sort of process that says, yes, we have reserved these fields, whether it's with a cost, whether it's with a sign up, right? I think that there needs to be some way to say, some group has claim to this, to a resource beyond just while I'm here with my equipment, with people, right? And I just want to hear more options than simply saying repeal, because the mayor said, we've just done priorities. We didn't actually talk about priorities. We filled out a lot of cards and things, but we're not going to see this again for another year. And I think that that's a long time to not look at something. I would really like to, maybe defer this, continue this for, I don't know how long it's going to take. Get it back before 60 days, which brings it back sometime next month, and give us something that feels a little bit better, that feels better to me, that if I'm not going to see it for another year, I actually am okay with that. But saying that we're simply going to, do nothing, not have some of the improvements, not have some of the effects of, having to reserve. Like, if the reservation process is too complicated, that people don't want to do it, that people aren't, like, we need to look at that. Because I don't think it should be that complicated to put a registration in, or just ask, say, we want to do this. Have registered users and say, these are the registered users that maybe they pay a one-time yearly fee, and that's done. But at least they're registered, we know who's using the field, and they have some claim to them. But, again, I'm not trying to solve the problem here. I would like to know how long it would take staff to come back to council with options so that we can benefit from some thinking beyond just the thing that's here on the dais.
I think there's a question there that I think when we had no fees, which was the majority of our time, you still have to register to use the fields, and then there's a tier system as to who qualifies, in priority use of the field. So the whether you pay a fee or not, that doesn't change. That's always been there. The problem is that, especially on weekends and evenings, when a lot of these fields are being used, our youth groups have the authority to use them, but there's, these rogue users on the fields that they can't get out. And unless you call the police department, it's hard to find code enforcement or someone to go out there and, enforce these permits. That happens a lot. So.
And I don't see how repealing the fees makes that problem go away or makes the problem even easier to manage.
It has nothing to do with fees. It has nothing to do whether they pay or not.
That's
they
what I
still
think.
Register.
So, Mayor, in response to your comments and Councilmember Kevin Park's comments, a few things. One, earlier I articulated a third option, which is council act on the fee schedule that is before you with feedback provided to staff to continue your referral to look into youth sport field fees. And we can come back with additional information. There's been a lot of questions mentioned tonight, as well as other things that do not relate to fees, that are operational. Many of those questions that the acting Parks and Recreation Director alluded to are set up to be conversations with the sport user groups, and they committed to a quarterly meeting process. And so some of those I think may rise to the council level because we talked about them tonight, but many of them would not rise to the level to bring back. With regard to when we can come back, respectfully, I need some time to work with staff and figure out when we can come back and how much work that will entail. I'm looking at your business calendar for the next 60 days. Your meetings are packed, right? Tonight's a great example. We started meeting at 4:30 today. It is 10:26 and we're still on the first regular business item of the night and with 3 pooled consent items. And so our ability to do the work, to communicate with the sport user groups and be back to you and fit within your business calendar in the 60 days, I'm telling you right now, I just don't think it's possible with what we have that we're already bringing before you. We are entering the end of the fiscal year where you have a number of required actions and a capital budget and an operating budget amendment. And so understand the importance of this issue, understand that it will not take a year. We will certainly come back. But at this point, should the council decide to continue your referral to look into this, I just can't commit to the next 60 days based on your business calendar and not having the time to work with staff on when the work can be done and when we can meet with the sport user groups. And I'm looking at some of the groups, and I know how hard it is to schedule those 30 groups to get together and to have conversations. And we may need multiple meetings to do that, really to bring you what I like to call completed staff work and a fully framed up recommendation, and frankly get the groups to agree, which may take some time. Lastly, we've also had public comment and other questions from council about other fees, right? And I think it's important to note that we're talking about reducing fees for one category of our users, youth sport groups, but you heard public comment from members of the senior center that would like to not pay fees as well, right? And so staff would like very clear direction. Should you choose to direct us to continue to look at fees? Are we only looking at youth sports? Are we looking at teen center fees? Are we looking at gymnasium fees? Are we looking at youth center fees? How, for what categories of users would we like to have zero fees for? And you adopted 2 years ago, and you went through a very, very robust fee setting policy that had tiers of categories for fee recovery. And so I know we're talking about this one group, but a lot has been mentioned today. And when you talk about reducing fees to zero for one category, you're inevitably going to have others to say, wait, we're swim groups. Why do we pay fees? We're seniors. Why do we pay fees, right? We're teens. Why do we pay fees? And so just want very clear direction, and certainly staff will accomplish and work toward the direction. So again, I think there are really three options before you. There's a motion on the table, and those options are
We don't need to go over them. You went over them already. Thank you. I wanted to say 2 years ago when we did the fee schedule, we said we would revisit this again 2 years later to see how it's working. And it's not working for our youth groups. It's just not working. So in order for us to go and approve this schedule tonight and then talk about it later, we're not going to talk about it. Nothing's going to change. We'll be back 2 years from now with the same situation. So now's the time to take action. We have, a crisis in our community that we're losing youth groups and youth activities, and I'm really concerned about it. And this is, again, we've spent hours on this. We don't spend hours on multi-million-dollar issues in this city, but these small issues, but it's small in number, but it's huge in terms of the impact for our youth in Santa Clara. It's huge. And I'm telling you, we're going to go out and ask for our community to support us and all these things coming up, but yet we can't turn around and say, we'll waive the $115,000 that, was a test anyway for the last 2 years. And that we can't even invest that in these organizations, these youth organizations. This decision is not going to make or break our city. It's not. It really isn't. But it tells our youth, hey, we want to help you. We want to save you for the future. We care about you. And all these excuses of, why we can't do it, we successfully did it until 2 years ago. Successfully. We were successful. And I don't see why we can't. So either, support repealing the fees or not, but let's just move on because I'm telling you, it's getting late and our meeting has to end at midnight and we have a few items to go.
So I want to call for the question.
Okay, call for the question. One more, Councilmember James had his hand up for a bit. We're going to go for him and then call for the question. Councilmember James.
Yeah, I'm really glad that Mike came up to speak about how it worked for them. And, previously they had each individual coach booking the fields. And then once they saw that there was a fee imposed, they said that they had to be more efficient. They centralized it and they actually reduced the amount of booking. So there were actually fields that were booked that weren't being used when the coaches were doing it. Now, that's an example where imposing a nominal fee changed behavior and we had more efficient use of our fields. I'm not concerned about the money, but I'm concerned about we have limited resources and we need to use our resources efficiently.
Thank you. So City Clerk, would you like to read the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the motion I've captured is approve resolution adopting the City of Santa Clara 2024-25 Muni Fee Schedule, repeal fees for nonprofit youth groups, direct staff to revisit the Wade Brummel Scholarship Program, use naming right fees to offset the repeal of the nonprofit youth groups fees, and explore the use of cancellation fees.
We took out the cancellation fees because we already have them.
Thank you.
All right. So when you're ready, City Clerk?
Clarification on the motion.
Yes, Councilmember Park.
So, the motion, as stated by the clerk, says that we will look at, like naming rights fees, we will look at that. And I believe, that we will use those. And I think that the motion was to look into things like that, right?
No, my words were using the naming rights fees, the Levi Stadium naming rights fees to offset the repealed fees or the waived fees.
Yeah, or the Wade Brummel fees.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, just to be clear on that, in either case, Councilmember Watanabe, I think it's a referral to staff to look into that, right? It's not that it will work that way because that funding is not on the agenda tonight. So in either case, the staff will be looking into that to evaluate whether or not that's a way to offset.
Right.
Well, yeah, and that item is we are currently still working through and may be coming before you pretty shortly, regardless.
One other additional clarification on the proposed repeal of nonprofit youth fees. I'm not sure how many categories of youth fees are there. Are we talking about field fees only, or are there other categories of youth fees?
Any nonprofit youth fees for any nonprofit group, sports fees. Yeah.
Yeah, we need clarity.
Yeah, that's why, yeah.
So any nonprofit
Sports fees, swim fees, softball fees, soccer fees, baseball fees, other fees, other groups that are using fields, sports, nonprofit sports fees.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty broad. We would need further.
It's not that broad. Nonprofit sports fees.
So all the information we presented tonight included sports fields, did not include, we did not present any information on swim fees or other
sports.
non-field field fees. And so I think council is totally able to make that direction. Just want to know that you have not received analysis from staff or the impact of that tonight.
So I'm just sorry, for me to be clear, so the $115,000 number is just related to nonprofit youth sports field fees? Okay, just
These are for sports fees across the board.
No. These are only for field.
I know those are fields, I get it. But the motion is for sports fees for nonprofit groups across the board.
I think the city manager's point was the information that we presented on the dollars and the
I get
hours was
that.
only for the fields.
How much is the information with this motion, basically? Do we have information? Like how much it will impact?
I mean,
Instead of 115,000, how much would it impact?
I would say we just heard that in the last 30 seconds, so I would not hazard to guess, or I'm not sure we could even provide the analysis. I know we can't provide the analysis of what the impact of that would be.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to throw in there? All right, we have a motion and a second. City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
No.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
No, and there's nobody here.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes 4-3. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the groups for coming here this evening as well. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break just because it's been a long time sitting. Thank you. So the next item on our agenda is an update on the George F. Haynes International Swim Center. City Manager?
Mayor,
Yes.
I wanted to take up the last item for reconsideration. I was informed about some information that I feel that I'm very uncomfortable with, not knowing the full cost, because I thought we were voting on specifics of field of 115,000. Now that I hear that it might be more than that, we don't know a specific number, and that really concerns me. So I would like to reconsider my vote on the last item.
So considering everybody's left for the evening, where's our city attorney?
My apologies.
Mayor, we'll see. We were out for recess, and I think he is still out in the hallway for recess. We will grab him.
No problem, I'll wait.
So it'll have to be set for another meeting. Because everybody's gone and left. That didn't take long, Councilmember Becker, did it?
Well, no, because I'm just really concerned about the number that we are agreeing to, and if we don't have a specific dollar, I mean, we could be looking at $500,000. I don't even know that, and that's kind of where I'm kind of thinking where Councilmember Park was at, of continuance, or at the same time just focusing on the. Well, I'm going to wait till the city attorney's here. I'm sorry.
City Attorney, Councilmember Becker wants to reconsider his decision, but everyone's left for the evening. So how does that work now?
That can be done, Madam Mayor, at the same meeting per policy. It's certainly a legitimate consideration to say if folks are gone who might have a stake in this, to actually have that occur at a subsequent meeting, but it could also lawfully occur tonight.
I understand, but everyone's left with the opinion that it passed, and I don't think it's appropriate to have that discussion with people that have already gone, not knowing what has happened. So I recommend that it go to a future meeting.
If I understand correctly, it has to be someone from the winning side that asks for reconsideration, but anybody can second that. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's my understanding.
Then I second the motion.
Was that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion to reconsider. I do not feel, I'm going to say this fully now that the city attorney is here. After we voted on the last item, and I was informed that this could be, we don't even know the number of fees, and I was specifically thinking, oh, it's $115,000, as you were saying, Mayor. That's not a lot of money. But I guess that's for only specifically for field fees. So if it was in that case, I mean, yeah, I'd probably be more supportive of that. But not knowing a specific dollar value, knowing that it could be $500,000, that really concerns me. And frankly, I mean, that could turn into something really ugly that people could, use false narratives that I've been approving unlimited number of money. So I don't want to go down that road, and I want to find out specifically what that number would be. But I am going to reconsider my motion, or my vote on the last item.
All right, there's a motion and a second for reconsideration. Is there anybody here that would like to talk about that? No, because most of them have gone. So go ahead, City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
I don't know what the motion is, so I'm going to abstain.
The motion is for reconsideration.
Reconsideration of what?
The motion
Item number
was
6.
The fee
Well,
schedule.
the recommendation is on the George Haynes International Swim Center. It is recommended that the city council note and file the report.
It's the previous item, Councilmember Jane.
We started this item and then a motion came about. It will be reflected in the minutes accurately.
I'm sorry, I'm totally confused.
Councilmember Jane, Vice Mayor Becker asked for a reconsideration of the prior item with regard to the municipal fee schedule. As a member of the prevailing side, he can ask for a reconsideration, and that was seconded by Councilmember Hardy.
Oh, then I'll vote in favor of a reconsideration.
Vice Mayor Becker
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
No. So that passes 5-2.
Can I make a motion, substitute motion right now?
Substitute motion?
No, not substitute. Now that motion has been reconsidered, I'll make a motion that we can repeal the fees for youth, non-profit youth for fields only, which the impact of that is only $115,000 or so. And approve the rest of the municipal fee schedule.
And what about the other items in the original motion?
Like?
You remember the original motion?
I remember the
Yeah.
original, that what the staff knows about it, those things.
Those
right?
things in there? Does that include it?
Yep.
Yeah, well, you have to say it, so
No,
it's for the Wade Brummel account and the. and
Right,
the
reconsideration
naming rights
of or
and
the policy.
exploring the funds.
Policy decision about the
All right.
Wade Brummel.
And the naming, yeah.
And staff is looking into those.
Yeah.
They will look into those,
All
yeah.
right,
yeah.
so it's back to the original motion.
So
Staff
original
recommendation with-
recommendation?
No.
No, Madam Mayor, if I understand, the difference between what's now on the table and what staff, what council just acted on, but now is being reconsidered, is that instead of a repeal of all youth sports fees, the youth sports fees that are proposed to be repealed are just with respect to a nonprofit youth field fees.
Field fees, right, exactly.
All other aspects of the original motion, as I understand it, will remain in place.
Remain in place, exactly.
You accept that?
Yes.
Okay. City Clerk? All right.
Was there a second?
We have a motion. Did we have a second? I'll second it. All right. Motion second on the floor.
I have a question about the motion.
What's your question?
Well, I have a comment, which is, like, I understand the desire to patch all these things to get something passed tonight, but, I mean, without knowing, I mean, we understand the effect of just the field fees, because that's the number that staff presented. But there are so many other issues that we could or should be considering. I don't feel that comfortable even supporting this motion without a little bit more information. And like, I understand what Councilmember Chahal is trying to do, and I fully support that. I mean, the idea was not to charge nonprofits, especially PAL, especially, you know, the softball teams and anyone here, you know, inordinate, I mean, oppressive fees. But I feel like rather than try to fix this by including or excluding, we should spend a little bit of time to get this right, if not right. I'm not trying to make it perfect, but I just don't feel comfortable with making this decision, so.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Can I comment on that?
Oh, all right.
The only reason I'm doing that is because we have to approve the municipal fee schedule. And city manager already mentioned that he will not be able to bring back within the 60 days or so. And if we pass that, that means we are passing the July deadline, basically. And if we do this thing right now, and if we find the staff can bring something later on, we can always revise that. Is that correct?
So yes, it is correct that if you repeal the fees, you can reestablish the fees at a later date. It is also true that you could keep the fees in place until such time as a completed staff analysis is done with various options and then make one decision based on the information that you receive.
That's not the motion on the floor.
Both are options.
Guys, we've talked about this for a long time. That was the original motion, so.
Okay, Councilmember Watanabe, yes. Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
No.
Councilmember Park?
No.
Councilmember Jane?
No, and there's nobody here.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Becker?
No.
Oh my God. Yes. And that fails. All right, so we're going to
I
have.
would like to make a motion, please. My motion is to approve staff's recommendation and then consider maybe changing the fees to 0 based on a report.
This now is a complete change from the people that were here, so I think it's going to need to go to the next meeting at least, because it's.
No, we can just, I can make a motion for any.
Of course you can, but it's a complete change. So they left here thinking there's a fee waiver, and we waited until 11 o'clock at night after they left, and then passed the fee schedule.
I'll second the motion.
I know you all don't care, but it looks really bad to our community that you're doing this. But you're going to do it anyway, so I don't know what else to say. I'm actually disgusted, so.
To the maker of the motion, is that approved staff recommendation, consider changing fees to 0, and what else followed?
No. It's to
charge
approve-
fees.
It's to approve staff's recommendation, the original staff's recommendation, with the recommendation that staff study the impacts of removing fees.
I second that.
Mayor, can I ask for clarification? Just would like a little bit more clarity on staff study removing fees for whom?
For nonprofit youth sports organizations, for all of the facilities that they use, whether it's gyms or pools and so on.
Got it.
Which means nothing, so, okay, study it. Go ahead.
So, Councilmember Jane, you understand that if the motion as of right now, when it failed, the fees are still in place, whatever fee.
The fees are still in place.
Right? So when the staff comes back, and staff already answered that question, when they come back with any changes down the line, they can always come back and we can make that, your motion can go at that time. It's the same motion, basically, your reconsideration.
No, I would make a new motion to change the fees to 0 or $5 or whatever, based on the data that I have when staff comes back.
But staff already said they can't come back for a long time.
That's
And
fine.
it'll be
whether
at
they come
least a
back in
year.
October. They come back in October, that's fine with me.
It'll be at least a year if we're lucky.
I have a motion on the floor.
All right, there was a motion and a second.
I have my hand raised.
I don't see it, but go ahead.
Okay, so
That's why I don't see it.
if this passes, the fees will be in place. We have organizations that came to talk, and they left with an understanding. I think that I want to make sure that staff, as appropriate, tells these organizations. And I think that from a council perspective, we can still, one by one, consider requests that come before us during this time, as we did in the last year. And I feel that I would even welcome any organization to come up and just ask your question. Ask for, field fee support. I think that this, in general, this council will be very supportive on that. I think that the characterization that the motion on the table is exactly the motion that we had before is not correct. I think that having some time to come up with numbers, to come up with data, to look into what we will actually do is a wise thing. And I think that the number of requests that we get, the importance of the issue in front of us, the Division on Council will put a fire underneath city staff to get this to us sooner rather than later. Again, I don't want something rushed, but again, we would like something sooner rather than later.
It's not going to happen.
Okay, and regardless of what
It's not
the
going to
mayor says,
happen.
I will see what staff comes back to us with.
And the groups can't come up, our limit is $10,000. To come up and come to a council meeting and ask for all their fees to be waived? One by one, we're going to put it on the onus on these kids to come and do that? That makes no sense whatsoever.
And so staff, you understand how important this is. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
No.
Councilmember Shahal?
No.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes, and there's no one here.
Thanks. And Vice Mayor Becker?
No.
Mayor Gilmore?
No. I don't get it, Councilmember Becker. You made us go through this. You reconsidered.
I personally I feel I want more time to figure this out because it just seems like we have a lot of back and forth that I'm not understanding anymore, so.
It was very simple with 114,000 waived for the kids for the field fees. It was pretty, I don't know how we can get simpler than that.
Mayor, if I can.
Yeah.
So I do want to press council to make some decision tonight. The motion that was just on the table and that failed was a motion to accept staff's recommendation, but direct staff to look into a possible waiver of all youth sport fees and come back to council with that information. And so that was the motion that was just on the table. And so it would have allowed the city to move forward with the master fee schedule and have all the new fees take effect. So
You saw that failed, city manager, right?
I do, but what I want to make sure that we leave here with a very clear understanding that the item tonight is a public hearing to implement changes to your master fee schedule that contains new fees, CPI adjustments and fees that are going to be that are already built into your operating budget. And so the conversation has centered around one fee category, youth sport fees, for 90% of the night. Roughly a minute before you took your last action, that was increased from the $115,000 youth sport fees to all youth sport fees. And what staff articulated is that that was made roughly a minute before the vote was taken, and we cannot provide the financial impact of that. And it was a increase of what the conversation was centered on. There was a reconsideration of that, and then we are here right now without direction on any changes to the master fee schedule. So if there's no action on the master fee schedule, we can come back at a later date, but that means your current fee schedule will stay into effect and none of the new fees will go into place, or nor any CPI adjustments. So essentially you have a few decisions to make. That can be it. You can leave your current fee schedule. Staff will need to ratchet down all of the budgetary assumptions for COLA increases or CPI increases in fees and pull out any budgetary projections that we're preparing to bring to you for your operating budget if you make no decision tonight.
But we went back to the 114, fee waiver for the
Mayor,
youth groups.
I was just about to get there.
Yeah, but we did that, and We took away the unknown, we went back to the known, and it still failed. So I don't know where to go with this.
Right, and I'm trying to help the council process to a decision tonight. I think Councilmember Becker or Vice Mayor Becker is trying to speak.
Yeah, my hand was going weird.
Yeah, well, there is no hands because we passed that item, so I don't see it, any hands. Okay, go ahead.
So this is what I'm trying to understand is in the last motion that we were trying to make, I know that there's a lot of concern that the mayor has of that we're not going to come back. That's my big concern too. On top of that, I understand where the motion is going. I want to make sure that we're going to be able to bring this back and cover what the mayor is actually talking about. If that's the case, then, I mean, I give it a shot, but I don't want to see it kind of get kicked down the road kind of thing. And I also don't want to see these, because I literally just got an email moments ago from one of the groups. They're saying, thank you for this. And it's like, well, don't jump too fast here. There's a lot of not understanding.
Absolutely. So let me talk about that. With the direction to approve the fee schedule, but direct staff to study moving all of the youth fees to zero. The main issue with that is when we're going to come back, right? Yeah. Earlier it was said, let's come back in 60 days. What I articulated was looking at your business calendar for May and June, you have no time, nor do we have the time to do the work. And the work through this conversation actually expanded beyond just youth field fees to all other fields, all other youth fees, including swimming, teen, soccer. So the workload has increased significantly.
Soccer's included in field.
Soccer included. Now, with that, the department is working on 4th of July, right? ISC is our #1 priority to bring that online. And so without talking to staff tonight, I just don't want to commit and set an expectation that we're going to come back in 60 days. It certainly will not be a year. Maybe it's 4 months, maybe it's 5 months. I will commit to come back at your next meeting and tell you when we can come back. But what I'm asking for as your city manager is the ability to confer with staff, understand the workload that's on their plate, and prepare a analysis plan that we can accomplish and not set a shot in the dark time expectation that we can't meet. But we do need action on the fee schedule tonight. And so, Vice Mayor Becker, if your issue is the unknown of when staff will come back, totally understand that there's been an increase in the workload. I will commit to come back to council at the next meeting with a with a verbal report on when we will be able to come back to the city council with a full analysis of what it would take and what the implications will be to reduce all youth fees to zero.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that a little more. Now I think I understand a little more, and that's where Councilmember Jane's comment was something about October. And if it got to October, I think somebody said, oh, was it going to be until October? And Councilmember Jane said, that's fine. So is that what their meaning is, that because this time period, because we can't do it in the 60 days, it can come back in October and we'll still be able to solve that problem?
Yeah, what I'm committing to you right now is that it certainly will not take a year, and I will come back at the next meeting and give council and the public a roadmap on when we'll be able to complete the analysis and come back for a decision.
Okay.
You know, that means we don't know when. And in the meantime, all of these youth will be paying, the fees that they are having a hard time with. So.
Seeing how small of a time period this is, I mean, and I think I'm going to take the city's manager's word for it, because it seems like he's trying to accomplish what we all want tonight.
No, he's accomplishing just getting the fee schedule approved. That's his #1 goal, is to get that approved tonight. The youth fee is a very small part of it. We got it down to the $115,000. It's a very small part, but we're going to study it for 6 months, 9 months,
well, I think
something. So in essence, you told the groups we're waiving the fees, and now you pulled it back, and we'll
Because
they're not going to get waived for months, if at all.
Because I think you can understand that with unexpected costs, like.
No,
if I
there
don't
isn't
know-
unexpected. We took that back. Councilmember Chahal made a motion to take the unexpected back.
Yes.
And put it back down to the 114,000. There's no unexpected. You know exactly what those numbers are. There's no unknowns. So that is, what's on the table now. There are no unknowns in terms of those fees.
So that's why my reconsideration happened in the first place, was because
I get that.
didn't know.
I understand that. I understand that part. But Councilmember Chahal made a motion to go to the 114th, and you still voted no.
Because
So I don't know what further information you want from this.
When I don't
What are
feel
you waiting for?
Mayor, when I don't feel comfortable with something, I don't want to vote on it because I really don't want to be ridiculed for something I don't understand.
What? You're going to be ridiculed because
Mayor,
you made a motion, and when everybody left,
Amazing
you
how when I try to talk,
reconsidered
you
it.
interrupt consistently.
I'm sorry.
So,
Let's just do what you're going to do anyway.
no, I'm not going to. Oh, brother. Oh, my God.
All right. So the city manager wants you to vote for the fee schedule, and I think, is there a motion on the floor? No, there's no
there is
motion on
not
the
a
floor.
motion on the floor. So I'm
he
going
wants you to vote for the fee schedule, including the fee schedule for the youth. So that's what he wants happening tonight. Didn't we just do that? Are we going to do it again? It was the
Including
same
what-
as the last motion.
In the last, it was the exact same motion as the last motion, correct?
Yeah.
Including what the city manager is saying about all the details and stuff.
It doesn't change anything in the fee schedule. It's approving it as is.
Oh.
I believe we have more people.
I do have my hand.
There is no hand, I have no hand, so
Madam Mayor, let me come over.
I'm not. Oh, Councilmember Park.
So, I mean, for the people who showed up, why don't we just do what the people who showed up understand, which is, can we approve the municipal fee schedule and have suspend fees for the organizations that showed up?
Not sure we would want to suspend fees for particular groups that came to a council meeting. However, staff did inform me of our process for charging youth sport field fees for the groups. All of the groups have already paid their summer fees. We charge them in seasonal buckets, and so the next fall fee payments are not due for several months. And so the groups have already paid for the summer. And so us taking a few months to analyze and study this will not have an impact based on the fees that they've already been paid, and the summer usage will continue as per normal. And again, in the recommendations tonight, there were no recommendations to increase youth sport fees.
We get that, but I don't know what you're gonna be studying, because if we can't even get this approved at the $115,000 mark for the field use for nonprofit groups, what else are you gonna study that this council would then have, an epiphany and change their mind? I don't know what we would have you do if we can't even get the lower amount approved. So I'm not sure what this council's looking for, because that's the lowest we can go on the youth fees.
If I can just add, Councilmember Watanabe, we talked about this earlier, about the revision of the Wade Brummel and the commitment to have those quarterly meetings. In providing us with additional time, that would allow us to go back and look at can Wade Brummel be applied to the dollar amount that you're talking about, so that we can do the exchange, and that it is a balanced approach, that no child who cannot afford to participate can afford, but it requires us to go back and revisit the Wade Brummel policy. So providing that time would allow us to do that and see the impact on the offsets.
Okay, based on that, and for the sake of time, and for our staff that's here, I'm happy to go make another motion.
We have a motion on the floor.
No, we don't.
Oh, she didn't have a second.
Okay, so it failed. Okay, so I make a motion for staff recommendation according to the staff report. Oh, I went to the wrong, sorry, just a moment. Okay, staff recommendation for approval of the resolution, because I know this is important. And also that directing staff to revisit the Wade Brummel Scholarship Program and the fees associated with it, and looking into fee waivers for the use of the youth sports fields and programs. I will say field, I'm going to, sorry? Offset, yes. Offset for the fields and the sports programs.
I'll second that.
I can't support that because they can look into it, they can study it, they can have meetings, they can talk about it, but it just won't happen. It's not going to happen, and these kids are still going to pay. I can't support anything that has these kids pay. Because I think that the potential loss of Westside Little League is terrible. The losses of the swim, community is daunting to me. The fact that these kids' families can't afford these fees, I'm very empathetic to that, and I think that it's, again, this council spends a lot of money on a lot of things, but yet we've spent the entire council meeting, I thought we had it settled, talking about it, and we're still talking about it, and we've got 45 minutes left of this meeting. Anything that charges the kids, I'm not supporting. All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Councilmember Jane, Councilmember Park, do you have new things to say? Yes. And then I have a public member that would like to speak.
Madam Mayor, Vicus is for the item number 5.
Oh, sorry. We might get there, maybe. Councilmember Jane, you have something new to say?
No.
Councilmember Park, you have something new to say?
I just want to clarify. I believe what city manager just told us is that the fees for summer have already been paid. So any motions that we do now to remove fees wouldn't affect the payment through summer. Is that correct or not correct?
We need to look into that. There could have been a refund. But the point is that based on the current fee schedule and how our normal practice of charging, the groups have paid the current fee schedule amount for their summer usage.
Okay, but if we pass the staff recommendation and we have some time and staff is able to come back, we could look into a refund. We could look into all of those things.
Yes.
So I don't see a downside for that because I mean the money we're not getting any additional monies. The money's already been paid, and the time that we have because the fees have been paid through summer will give us the chance to look into potential refunds and changes that we can all agree on, that are well-defined, that are known. And therefore, I will support this motion.
I was going to ask the same question, City Manager, and actually, to just reiterate that as a condition, that's why I'm supporting it, knowing and hoping that maybe the mayor would too, but it's okay. It's your decision.
Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I know that you just mentioned about all the fees being paid for the summer. Is West Side one of those members?
What I said is what staff has informed me, but I would not want to talk about a specific group paying their specific fee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. City Clerk, you have,
Can I ask for restatement of the motion? I don't know what the motion is.
yeah, I'm asking the City Clerk to restate it.
Staff recommendation, adoption of the resolution, direct staff to revisit Wade Brummel Scholarship Program and fees associated and fee waivers for the youth for the use of sports fields and programs. We'll refine that, but that's what I captured right now.
Can I just ask for one quick clarification? For the use of sports fields and programs, are those programs related to sports fields, or is programs broader?
Broader.
Broader, okay. I just want clarification.
But I'd like you to maybe give us options like this, including this. I know that, I got my hand up, but haven't called.
Madam Mayor, would you like me to continue with the motion? I think
Yeah,
there's
let's go with the motion.
a hand raised.
Councilmember Park, do you have something new to say?
Yeah, I do. Based on what city manager said, I mean, city manager, it's basically, it's broader than that, but I don't know what that means. But maybe you can come up not with just one option, but several options that say this is what it includes, this is what this is, what this is. You know, there's a whole bunch of things. I know that's a little bit more work. I'm not saying boil the oceans, give us every combination, but maybe give us a few options. That makes sense.
No, I'm very comfortable with the motion. What it really allows us to do is completed staff work and provide you with the full complement of options for youth sports field and youth programs, and we will certainly provide you with impacts and alternatives for your policy setting at a later date.
Thank you.
Okay,
City Clerk?
thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes, and there's no one here.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Becker.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
No. So that passes 6-1. Congratulations, staff. All right, our next item is the update on the George F. Haynes International Swim Center.
Thank you, Mayor, members of Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. As you know, in late January, the city was forced to close the ISC due to significant safety concerns. Staff has been working diligently on a project to explore various options. The City Council directed 3 distinct options. One, to look into plans to immediately reopen the International Swim Center with modifications to make it safe. Option 2, to look into a potential modular temporary facility either at the current location at the ISC or elsewhere. Option 3, to look into a permanent facility, cost, design, et cetera. We are here tonight to provide you with a monthly update as we committed to provide you with monthly updates. And of course, I know you know this, but while we are providing 30-day updates, it's a time schedule based on the council meeting schedule, not really based on the work that it takes to do that needs to be accomplished. So the primary update today will be around option 1. Temporarily reopening the facility. And as we said before, there does appear to be a path to reopen the facility. However, there are some significant costs as well as considerations, challenges, and risks with doing that. And what we will also say as part of the conclusion is we are still working on options 2 and 3. 3 for a permanent facility will actually take, of course, quite some time and has a fairly significant dollar amount attached to it. Option 2, however, a temporary location, we will have additional information at our next monthly update. So with that, I will turn it over to Assistant City Manager and Interim Acting Park and Recreation Director, Cynthia Bojorquez, for the monthly update.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. As you recall, at the March 12th council meeting, I reported that we had received reports from both the County Department of Environmental Health and the city's building officials citing violations and conditions for reopening the ISC. Following that presentation, the City Council, by consensus, requested that staff develop a punch list of action items that would get the pools in working conditions as soon as possible and with the mindset of the path of least resistance to ensure compliance and restore service. Since that time, staff is actively engaging in reviewing the requirements, acquiring estimates from contractors, and having discussions with the county and building official with the goal of identifying the actions needed to reopen the ISC, both temporarily and permanently. On this slide and the next, you will see the scope of work that is required to address the site violations that have been noted in the two reports. This slide shows 5 items with one-time costs totaling approximately $1.9 million. This work includes remediation of the lead on the canopy gutters and the removal of the canopy gutters, which will enable the restrooms on the north and south ends of the ISC, as well as the storage areas to be reopened. The next item is the exterior fencing and gates to address egress and ingress issues. This work needs to be completed regardless of whether the pool is reopened for temporary use. As long as the pools remain, this work must be completed to prevent injury. Interior barriers to prevent access to the canopy, the dive pool, and the administrative building, as well as to direct pedestrian access, must also be completed. While the code does not specify the particular type of barrier, the city building official recommends a minimum of temporary fencing that is sufficiently secure to minimize risk from unauthorized access. The final item is the largest of the one-time costs, and that is the replastering of the pools. Please note that the approximately $1 million estimate does not include tile and deck repair, which will likely increase the final cost. In addition to these one-time costs, depending on the length of time the pools remain closed, additional ongoing monthly costs will be incurred. Oops.
Can you, these slides are all over the place. Can you start all over?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Now you're on a different
Am I on a,
item.
this isn't the right presentation.
I can't even see the slides here.
It's the wrong presentation, I'm sorry. Can I get the ISC presentation, please?
Is that the new pool? Have to be.
Okay. Would you like me to go through the slides again, Mayor, or should I go to the next?
No, you need to start at the beginning, because what you were, back to the beginning. You were talking about all the items, but we couldn't see them.
Done it again. I'm back at the other one.
Did you get it a 7-hour meeting so far?
Sorry.
No, I mean,
I don't want
it's,
this up. I need this George Haynes. I'm going to have you run it. Can you get the next slide for me, please? Okay. Are we good there?
no, the next one is what we want, that.
Okay.
Now stop there. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
On this slide and the next, you will see the scope of work that is required to address the site violations that have been noted in the two reports. This slide shows 5 items with one-time costs totaling approximately $1.9 million. This work includes remediation of lead on the canopy gutters and the removal of the canopy gutters, which will enable the restrooms on the north and south ends of the ISC, as well as the storage areas to be reopened. The next item is the exterior fencing and gates to address ingress and egress issues. This work needs to be completed regardless of whether the pool is reopened for temporary use. As long as the pools remain, this work must be completed to prevent injury. Interior barriers to prevent access to the canopy area, the dive pool, and the administrative building, as well as to direct pedestrian access, must also be completed. While the code does not specify the particular type of barrier, the city's building official recommends a minimum of temporary fencing that is sufficiently secure to minimize risk from unauthorized access. The final item is the largest of the one-time costs, and that is the replastering of the pools. Please note that the approximate $1 million estimate does not include tile and deck repair, which will likely increase the final cost. Next slide, please. In addition to these one-time costs, depending on the length of time the pools remain closed, additional ongoing monthly charges will be incurred. The first is the porta potty and sink stations that have been brought in to support the lawn bowling users and the general park users. However, once the canopy gutters have been repaired, that cost will go away. The second item is the portable showers. If the agreement for service is less than 6 months, then the cost would be just under $6,000 per month. If the agreement for service extends beyond 6 months, there would be a 25% discount for a total annual cost of $53,955. Before I proceed to the next slide, I did want to point out that should these improvements be made, the pools could be reopened with a maximum capacity of 200 individuals on site. Next slide, please. As noted on the previous slide, the single largest cost is the replastering of the pools. In reviewing the county reports, one of the reports noted a possible repair and replaster option, while the other two specifically required replastering. To clarify the requirements, staff contacted the county to seek clarification as to whether repairs would suffice or if replastering would be required. After conferring with their leadership, the county notified SIA staff via email on Friday, April 12th, that given the age of the pools exceeds 20 years, replastering would be required. It is important to note that California Code of Regulations, Title 22, Division 4, Chapter 20, provides that the Enforcement Office for the Inspection of Public Swimming Pools is defined as the local health officer, Director of Environmental Health, Registered Environmental Health Specialist trainee, or an inspector of the State Department of Public Health. In Santa Clara County, the Consumer Protection Division of the Environmental Health Department, which did our inspections, serves as the enforcement officer for public pools. Given the direction from the county that replastering was required, staff yesterday contacted the county again to determine whether there was an appeal process for the determination. Staff was advised to contact the supervising environmental health specialist, which staff did this morning, both by phone and by email. Shortly after 5 today, staff received a detailed email from the county indicating that the pools would be required to be replastered. However, the county could work with the city to give up to 6 months' time to complete the work. If at that time the work was not completed, the city's permit would be revoked and a hearing held to determine whether to impose enforcement fees. The county also noted that should plans be submitted to reopen the pools now and plans for the replastering within 6 months, there would be a separate plan check review charge for each review. In speaking with the county, it appears they are willing to work with the city on a timeline. However, given that there is no record of prior replastering of the pools and the visible deterioration of the site, the city will be required to complete the work. Moreover, the county identified that the primary area of concern was ensuring the safety of the facility as a whole. Staff will be following up with them this week to discuss how those items can also be addressed expeditiously. Next slide, please. In addition to the work with vendors and conversations with the county, staff has taken actions on 4 items on this slide. Given that remediation of the canopy gutters is essential to reopening the ISC as it will allow for use of the north and south restrooms as well as storage areas, staff has already authorized the work on the canopy. A start date is tentatively set for May 2nd and will take approximately 1 month to complete. In addition, staff had the boilers evaluated and repairs to the boilers have been completed. At the request of the lawn bowling users, a porta potty station has been located on the site to support park users. This will remain until the canopy work is completed. Finally, in an effort to proceed in evaluating temporary and permanent solution, the city has issued an amendment with its vendor to complete renderings and cost estimates for different design options, including an option that will include a modular pool. We expect to receive those renderings in the next week or so with cost estimates a couple of weeks thereafter. Next slide, please. At this point, our next steps are 1, to continue conversations with the county regarding options to reopen the ISC, 2, complete the renderings and cost estimates for a temporary facility and permanent replacement, and 3, finally, scheduling a council meeting to review the design options, cost estimates, and to seek your direction and action. Next slide, please. The recommendation is to note and file the report. That completes the update, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Interim Director Bojorquez. There's some good news in there. My question has to do with and I'm glad that you asked more in-depth questions about the replastering versus repair, or vice versa, and it having to be done in 6 months. If the replastering doesn't have to be done for 6 months, And given that this other work is going to be ongoing, once, I guess, I would imagine that the overhang needs to come down before anything can happen, people can be on site. And since that's going to be in May, which is next month, once that's done, and if the replastering doesn't have to be done for at least 6 months, could the pool be operated? Could they use the pool?
So partially, yes, to answer your question. So there's two key elements to, well, actually three. The first is the gutter repair, right?
Yeah.
That's to open the restrooms and the storage areas only. The second is the repair of the exterior fencing. That has to be accomplished before we can reopen the facility. The county was very clear that has to be done. The third thing that has to be done is we have to submit the plans, and the plans have to be reviewed and approved. If those three things can be accomplished, and we bring in the support amenities, the porta potties, the showers, which could easily be done, then yes, the answer is we can reopen the ISC with a maximum capacity of 200 occupancy, and the cost that I indicated on the slide. So it is about a $1.9 million investment, not including the ongoing monthly costs.
And if I can add to that, there's also a scheduling issue because we would need to complete the work to remediate the overhang, plus have the fencing installed. And that work may take a month or more, right? And then what the county is requiring is that we replaster within 6 months. Replastering is a process that takes several months, right? And so there may be like a slight window where we can open for 6 weeks, 4 weeks, right? But we would need to, even if we were able to reopen, close down so that we can meet the 6-month replaster requirement. And that process will take, again, several months to do. And then if we delay too long on that, what we don't want is to get into the rainy season as well, right? And so we need to plan everything out with timing, but we want to be very transparent with where we are.
And again, I just want to be clear, I got the call from the county at 5:15 tonight, so I have to have more conversations with the county to clarify sort of what they're requiring of us and their position now. But they are willing to work with us, and that's a positive sign.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, what is the difference between replastering and building a new pool in place? Can we redo some of the piping while we're replastering, and then all we have to do is change out all the mechanical equipment to get us a new pool?
Do you want to answer that, or do you want me to answer that?
So one of the challenges we have is we don't know what's underneath the existing pool, right? So once we start to get in there, we don't know what we're going to find. That's the unknown. So replastering is just redoing the inside of the pool. Once we get in there, and we're going to have to do some improvements to the deck and to the tile and to all the other things, we just don't know, right? The structural integrity of the facility, to rebuild even in place is one of the design options that we've asked the consultant to consider is could we rebuild, take everything out, demolish the site, rebuild the pools where the existing pools are at? Could we use a modular pool in the place of where all of those things are what the consultant is looking at and is going to give us design option. So it would really be better for us to come back with more information for you on that.
In addition to that, replastering is maintenance. And so if you're talking about adjusting pipes or equipment, that's engineering, that's design, that's permitting, that's an entirely different type of work and timeline to do that.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. You said the point was the boiler's fixed, but if I remember right, we don't have the correct changeover on the water, and that's still a problem that is not solved even if you replastered. Is that correct?
So the issue is the flow meter, right? And so there are some challenges with the flow meter that, again, that's another repair that we would have to do. It is really important that we understand we can go through all of these improvements and do everything. We just can't give you any guarantee that the day after we do all the improvements, that we'll be able to remain open. It is an old pool, right? And so it is really important to keep that in mind that, again, we don't know what we'll find when we start to get in there. What we're trying to do is give you options and cost estimates on the alternative so you can weigh it. Right now, you're hearing the option for the temporary reuse for 200 people at about $2 million. The next time, we're going to try and give you an option for what the temporary different site would be and a permanent site would be. At that point, you'll be able to make an informed judgment as to which path you want to take.
I have to ask a question because the pool was closed by the city manager about 3 months ago, right? It's been 3 months. And the report came in from the county health department in February. I don't have the exact date.
I think it was March.
I thought it was
It
February.
was right before the March meeting. That's why I reported we had just received it at the March 12th meeting.
Hold on, I'm
We
looking
hadn't
at
had
the
a chance
date
to
right
review
here. February 28th.
That's the day they did the inspection? That's
I'm
not the day
talking
they
the
got
inspection. I'm looking at the inspection.
Yeah.
February 28th.
We didn't receive the report on the 28th.
Whenever you received it. I'm just saying, on February 28th, they did these inspections, and 2 of the 3 pools, they said needed replastering. The 50-meter pool said replaster or repair. So you just recently sent an email to the person who did the inspection from the county health department. And you said, how can we repair or replaster? And he said, oh, the pools are over 20 years old, so I recommend a replaster. So he didn't go back out and look, he didn't do it, he just said, oh, it's over 20 years old, needs a replaster. But his report says after he physically looked at the pool, said replaster or repair. But he just gave you like a blanket, oh, yeah, they need replastering. And it's my understanding that the 50-meter pool can be fixed with repair, not replaster. So how do we get there with the health department? Because it's easy to just send an email, oh, yeah, okay, because his report says something, and then he didn't do a new inspection or didn't go back out and take another look. He just said anything over 20 years old needs a complete replaster, and that makes a big difference. So I think that we need to explore aggressively that to do whatever we can to get that pool open, at least the 50-meter pool, with a repair, if it even needs to be repaired. And if all of this, it's been 3 months, we could have worked on those fences, for the last 3 months. The fences are still there, it's still the same situation. I guess anybody can climb over them, I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's a priority, even though this council made it a priority and we gave direction of the things that we wanted done. So I'm just going to say that we could be here another 3 months and another 3 months, and we won't have a swim club, to service because they won't be here. So we need to get that pool opened to the least amount of cost possible, because I agree with the city manager. We could open it and it could be, closed because of the facilities, but it's going to take us 4 years or so or more. I don't know, the way the council makes decisions, it could be a lot more if we all agree on a pool, a permanent facility before something happens. So I am not one to sit here and say I'm not okay with just closing the swim center. I'm not okay with that. When we have a pool that's there, that isn't dilapidated, it's not crumbling, it can be used, things around it have to be fixed. But what are we gonna do? Not just send an email, what are we gonna do to work with the county health department to get the professionals out there to say, hey, at the very least, how can we repair this without replastering it? Because that was what was in his original report. So that's my question. I'm really concerned about that because he just changed it based on an email and just an overall, oh, okay, 20 years replaster.
So, Mayor, I totally hear the frustration and the desire to understand the prioritization. And I do want to be clear that staff has been actively working to get this online as expeditiously as possible. It does take time for us to get estimates from all, to identify the work that needed to be done and then to get estimates. So we have been working on that path. With respect to the county, I do think I need to clarify there were two individuals who did the original inspection. That Fred is one of the ones that you have on the name from the inspection reports. That's not who I got the determination from today. So I spoke to Fred. He did give us the email last week confirming that he had spoken with his leadership.
Same
and then
person.
today, because of his determination and because we knew the significance of that determination, we asked, what is your appeal process? What is the opportunity to have that decision reconsidered? So he gave me the name of the supervising environmental specialist. I sent her an email earlier this morning. She called me back this afternoon. We had a discussion. She said she was going to go back and review the photos that were taken, speak to the two inspectors, and talk internally. And that's when she came back at 5 o'clock and sent me the email saying, based on our review, the replastering has to be.
Did they go back out to the pool?
She did not go back out to the pool. She looked at, they took photos the day that they were at the site, and so she reviewed the folders that were in the folder. So in terms of what we're going to do with the county, I think I said earlier in the report, we do need to continue conversations. We did have a conversation late today. The email I got was after 5:15.
Well, I'm saying these conversations took place today and last week. It's been 3 months that we're waiting. I see that, there seems to be, maybe because there's a lot of pressure internally and externally for the swim center, but stuff is happening today at 5 o'clock and last week. But what's been happening for 3 months? I am frustrated because at the same time, we could have had a pool replastered by now. What are we doing to get this back on track? I just don't see it. And I need to see that we're actually making efforts to get it back on track. City Manager?
Sure. I just want to jump in because I know you're directing comments at staff. I want to assure you that staff is working diligently and doing everything we can. And I understand the impact to the community, to the swim group, as well as the desire to move as fast as we can. I think the reality is work takes time. The pool did not get to its dilapidated condition overnight, and I think it is a inappropriate expectation that we can conduct the repairs and get it back open in 3 months. There's significant work that needs to be done. There's significant analysis. There are quotes. We have bidding practices and policies that we need to follow, as well as other regulatory agencies that we're working with. Know that I and the entire leadership team knows the priority of this item, and we have and will continue to meet with the swim clubs. And I think the example of the conversations that were happening last week and up to today is just not an example of the work we've sort of delayed on or just started doing. It's an example of the work that's being done and the urgency that's being impressed upon this issue. And know that we are absolutely consulting with various team members as well as our city attorney's office, confirming the county's ability to require a replastering. And so we want to continue to work collaboratively with all of our stakeholders and identify a way forward, because we understand that there's a significant impact to the community. That said, what we're also doing is what you directed us to do, which is to look at an alternative, which is a temporary facility. And what I do think that the council should have so that you can make an informed decision is option A, spend up at the numbers we have today, $2 million for a portion of the facility and have equipment that is still 60 years old that we know failed 100 days last calendar year.
or option B, a temporary facility, either there or somewhere else, and what that costs. And we are working to diligently provide you with that information so that you can make an informed decision. I totally understand the frustration, but I did want to jump in because of the comments being directed to staff.
I'm going to direct these to you, City Manager, because you know, I'm following this very, very, very closely. And I see that the first time that the health department was contacted was last Wednesday, since they put out their report, was last Wednesday, the 17th. The email trail is here. So it was saying, you know, hey, what about this? I'm saying, I hear what you're saying, but I'm also watching what is happening, and I don't see it happening with any urgency. And one of the things the council asked for, and I believe it was in February, I'll have to go back and look, when we gave that list of things that we wanted, was information on temporary pools, like Murtha pools and things like that, which we haven't gotten any of that at all. So I am concerned. Yes, I am. I have to say, and I'm just looking at fact-based. We got reports. We got an email last Wednesday. Hey, call me. We want to know, do we have to, you know, patch or do we have to replace? Last Wednesday. So I'm just saying that I'm concerned that we're losing this. And we gave direction that I don't believe was followed.
With all due respect, Mayor, we did engage immediately with our consultants that presented the report, and as Acting Director Bohorquez mentioned, they are working on option B, which is temporary facilities, and we expect to receive the cost estimates within a few weeks, and we'll provide those to you. That is a substantial scope of work that needed to be done, and the consultant is working on that. I totally understand that council asked for that in February, and we're now here on April 23rd, and that work is not before you. That work is not before you, not because no one has been working on it. That work is not before you because it takes some time to do that work. We, as Ms. Bohorquez said in her presentation, we do expect to have that information for you for your next council update. And our next step, when we get option B, is to provide you with a full complement of information so you can make a determination. Absolutely, you don't have it now, but you don't have it because we have not worked to provide it to you. But I understand your concern and the impact on the community, and I share that as well, and met with the swim club, and we are working on this at various different levels. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other comments from the city council members. I'll go to the public because, sorry, it's so late. I apologize. Dedicated swim dad.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Vikas Gupta, and I speak here for myself as a private citizen. In speaking with a few people, not you guys, I've come to realize that not everyone truly appreciates what makes ISC unique, distinct, and special. And so I want to share my perspective. I've personally seen most of the public pools in the Bay Area, some in the Central Valley, a couple of them in Southern California, one in Oregon, one in Nevada, and several college pools around the country, including on the East Coast, some of which are elite colleges. None compare to ISC. I can say that emphatically. Which isn't to say that those aren't good pools. And aside on those college visits, many college coaches inquired about the ISC, remembered what an exceptional facility it is, I say is, and the time they visited. They felt it is a big loss and were asking what we are doing about it. So I'm glad we are asking about it here. What makes ISC special? It's the layout, which includes the dive well, the training pool, and a 50-meter competition pool. I have an interesting story to share about that, which I'll come back to in a moment. Continuing with why it's special, it's also the grandstands. It's the setting of the pool in a large, beautiful park, and the openness. Last but not least, it's the legacy of ISC, the athletes that have been made here, and the records that have been set, and the swimmers that have learned to swim and enjoy water here. So the story about the layout. Did you know that the pools that there are pools whose layout have been inspired by that of the ISC? Mission Viejo's Marguerite Aquatic Center is an example of that. I was just there last week. In fact, the adjoining street is called Via Santa Clara. It too was getting old, and so a couple of years back it was renovated at a cost of about $12 million. That club there, they are a top-notch team too. The Novato pool is similarly laid out and was completed about 2 years back at a cost of $35 million and includes fitness center, community rooms, and offices. 8 million of those 35 were from an anonymous private donation. So what is my ask? I urge you to recognize that what we have is like no other, and we need it back up. But we don't need 80 million of CIP budget to renovate it. Please don't bloat the project and make it bigger than what the city can chew. It is important to get the pool back up and running. Do the project in phases. Please don't make it into a big government project. Quick comment on the interior fencing, $300,000 to block off the grandstands and the buildings. Give me a break. I certainly don't have that kind of money to throw away, and I do pay my taxes. And just another quick comment on a very earlier conversation. Thank you to the council members that were supporting about the municipal water, and I sincerely request that the council ban use of single-use plastic water bottles in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak about the swim center?
Thank you. Thank you for the update, Cynthia. Thank you. You know, I don't know if it's possible, summer with Olympic trials and Olympics coming up. I get that there's a replaster that potentially needs to be done in 6 months. Is there any way to get the pool open? It would be my ask in the interim, even if it's just for 2 months, right? Just for the beginning of summer, get us through mid-July. That's our urgent need at the moment. I think we can solve the fall. And if it needed to close for a period of time to do any additional work, we figured it out to this point, and we'll figure it out next fall. But the long course is the urgency right now, and that's a really big challenge in the area at the moment. So that would be my ask, is if there's a way to get it open in the interim. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Anyone else?
There's a precedent in building code where you only have to repair things which are in the area where you're doing some work. So I don't see why we have to fix all these things all at the same time. At Leslie's Pool, you can buy an epoxy, and you can do any minor repairs. There's only a few tiles that are broken on the main pool, and I don't see any reason it can't be opened, right? The gate seems like there's no reason to fix the gate unless someone is repairing the gate, and then you have to bring it up to building code. But I don't see any reason to fix the gate as it is now. You've got security cameras to stop people from getting in. Nobody's breaking in. You said, Mayor, you can easily climb over if you had to in the case of an earthquake. But if you're having an earthquake, you don't have to worry because the pool's the safest place to be. So all these arguments are bogus. It seems like you've got a lot of swimmers, hundreds, which are very disappointed in the council in fixing this thing, and they waited until 3 days ago to start discussing it with the county. This is absurd. You got hundreds of people that are being cramped, 3, 4, maybe 5 people in a lane, right? And then the main pool is closed, and they don't even open up the schedule on the smaller pools. You know, so you're really inconveniencing a lot of the citizens here, and we're broke as a nation, right? All the gold's going from the United States over to China. We're broke. We can't spend the money like crazy. We have to learn how to maintain things and repair things, and we're not doing that. That's how we got into this situation. So we need to put the money now in fixing the things that can be fixed easily, get people swimming, just like we did during COVID. We didn't need the locker room. We just came in with our stuff and we went out. There's no big deal. But people want the pool. So that's my pitch.
Thank you. Do we have anybody online, City Clerk? Yes, we do. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, I just want to say, like the city manager said numerous times, there's just no money. And Senator Rand Paul already proved that Fauci had funded the Wuhan lab for this disease and caused this problem with the shutdown of our economy and lockdown of people in their homes and people losing their jobs because they didn't want to take the jab. It was just crazy what's going on. And now they're talking about another pandemic coming in the future. I'm just hoping that local politicians will just say no more, because that's the reason why we're in the mess we are right now. We don't have the money, and it's all because of that shutdown. Our economy was doing great until everything was shut down, and now it's hard to come back from what happened with our economy. And I'm just hoping maybe in the future that if this does come up again, where they say, "Oh yeah, everybody's got to be locked down, everybody wear a mask, you got to take this, you got to do this," just say no, because it's just maybe a lesson we had to learn. This happened, and I hope we all learn from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you. All right, is there anybody else? I don't see anybody else online. City Manager, is this a note and file, or what are you looking for?
Yes, ma'am. Note and file.
Motion to note and file.
Motion and a second to note and file. Councilmember Park, is on the motion.
Well, I want to know, like, I know there are going to be further reports, but, I mean, are you going to give us reports as soon as things are done, or are you going to wait to compile reports? Because I think that the way that the audience is, the way the council has been waiting, I think that we would like to get reports as soon as there's a change, as opposed to waiting until something's complete.
So again, what we committed to do was to provide monthly updates to the city council. We are having monthly meetings with the swim club, and I personally started meetings with the swim club to talk about longer term plans. And so, should we get information and need immediate action from the city council, absolutely, we can poll and schedule a special meeting. I do know that it does take some time to compile the information and bring it before you. And so I think the monthly cadence of updates is right. And so we're meeting today on April 24th. The next time you'd have a monthly update is May 28th. You have one meeting in between there, which is May 7th. And that business calendar is extremely full. And so the next time we envision being before you is May 28th. But certainly if we get information and we need a decision immediately, we can schedule a special meeting in May.
Okay, understood. And the reason that I ask is, like, when you say monthly cadence, it means that some things will go undone for about a month before we have to report on them. I'm hearing from Coach Zucker that, they would like to have long course water by summer. Doesn't look like we're going to get that, to be honest. If we have to wait a month for the gutter repairs, then we have to wait a month for fence repairs, and then the replastering takes a couple of months if we have to replaster. Like that takes us to fall. That basically takes us to fall. I do understand the question of can we do a repair versus replaster, as that would be much sooner. That's the only way I can see that we would have water in time. At the same time, I'm not going to make the decision for you, but I would like to get a feeling that we will get information sooner than like a cadence.
So the biggest threshold item right now is determining a replaster versus a repair, right? Certainly, we are seeking bids and could move forward with repairing the gates and ordering temporary facilities. That comes at quite a significant cost.
And so the largest item that we're waiting on is this replaster versus repair, and a determination on when we do that, right? Because that will set the cadence. But absolutely, before we reopen, we have to do what the county is requiring, repair the exterior fencing as well as the interior fencing, all the panic hardware. And that will take some time. And just want to be very clear, we have not embarked upon that work because we still need to finish the full complement of the analysis so you can make an informed decision. Are we going with option A, option B, option A2, option B, B2, or some hybrid? And so we are in the midst, yes, 4 months in, of an analysis to bring back options for a facility that has significant safety concerns. And I totally understand the cadence. I totally understand the urgency. And if we get to a point where we need an urgent decision for council, right, we will schedule a special meeting with 24 hours notice. We can certainly do that. But we are, I think that we have an appropriate cadence of meetings with council as well as the opportunity to change that if necessary.
We have a motion to note and file. City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes, and there's no one here.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes. That passes unanimously. All right, it's 10 minutes after 12. I wanted to go till 12. That was 7.5 hours for our staff. So we have several more items on the agenda.
Yes.
So council?
Mayor, if I
Yes.
will, we do have a very important item with regard to the 4th of July, and
All
staff
right,
does
we're
need-
going to take that
staff
and
does
then
need to
refer those other two until the beginning of next meeting.
I just want to, if I can, I'd like to just confer with the city attorney on the consent items that were pulled. I know a number of council members pulled items just to make comments. And so, I think we could probably handle those pretty quickly so
That's
that.
only one. The others are going to take a longer period of time. So it's 12:09. I have another job too. So this is my second full-time job today. And as it gets later, it gets, some people may not have jobs, but I certainly do. And our staff, everybody here does. So it's not fair to keep going on and on after 12 o'clock. So City Attorney?
Yes, Madam Mayor. In expectation of this possibility, I did consult with Public Works Director Mobeck regarding possibility of putting off the two maintenance districts, and the timing is really tight on that.
Okay, so are you saying we go till what, 2, 3 a.m.? Like, what are you suggesting? Because those are long items.
It will be up to, they were on consent, Madam Mayor. It'll be
No,
up
they're
to,
normally consent items, but they were pulled. So
Yeah,
there's going to be
so-
long discussion on both of them.
that would be up to all of you.
They will be long.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, so Director Mobeck, can these go at the next meeting? I mean, what happens if they don't, if they're approved before July 1st, correct?
Yeah.
I mean, it is a ridiculous time right now, 12:10.
Mayor, if I can, I don't know exactly what Council Member Jane would like to talk about, but there are active council referrals on parking at the convention center, as well as taking a look at the city-owned space at Franklin Mall.
Right.
And so we will be talking about those items when we come back on your council priorities. The actions that are on the agenda tonight are annual actions with regard to levying charges that we need to take so that we can
I
appropriately
understand,
notice.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but he does this every year, so, and there's long discussions, even on,
I do it every year.
Yes.
And the problem is staff brings it just before the 45-day limit. It's unbelievable that this happens every year. I don't have any time to discuss this because this is the way the staff handles it.
I say we bring it to the beginning of next meeting.
Madam Mayor, it'll stretch our time periods.
I understand, but.
No, I'm saying, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
So we'll trail it and figure it out.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to continue those till whenever, next meeting or whenever. All right, so that leaves just one item on the agenda left.
Can we take
right?
a vote?
Sorry, did you say something?
I think we have to vote on continuing.
No,
I mean, can we take a vote on continuing or not continuing? That's the case, I mean.
I will ask the city attorney, but it is my understanding that an adjournment requires a decision of the city council as well as continuing.
yeah, I understand that, but you can't force people to be here long into the middle of the night, especially our staff people that have to get up and work tomorrow.
Well, Mayor, we used to go to about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning
I don't know when we
doing
used
the
to do
stadium
that.
stuff. You were here back
What are you
then.
talking about?
Well,
People that have jobs have to get up early and go to work, including, I'm not looking at us, I'm looking at our staff.
I understand that, but we were also having council meetings until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning in the past. So I'm just stating one obvious fact, and if we can get it
So
done.
is that okay for our staff?
If we can get it done efficiently in the next
There's no
45
efficiency with
minutes
this
to an
council.
hour, that would be
There's
great.
no
but
efficiency. So
I just don't want to put more burden on our staff having to rush through this
then
thing.
having them here 9, 10 hours after a full day of work is a burden. It is, especially those that don't live in Santa Clara. So, all right. We're going to go on to the next item. Action on proposed changes to the city's 4th of July activities. And this is something that should be done during regular hours so the community can opine on this. But we're doing it now at 12:15 a.m.
So I'm actually here with a fun opportunity for everybody at the end of an evening. As you know, historically, the city has sponsored an all-city picnic and fireworks show at Central Park on the 4th of July. This has included entertainment, carnival, game booths, informational booths, food vendors, and of course, fireworks. The event has always been very well attended. During COVID, special events in Santa Clara were put on pause, and in fiscal year 21-22, funding for special events was reduced by just under $360,000, with funding for fireworks component eliminated at that time. While the city has resumed the all-city picnic, funding for the fireworks component has not been restored. Council requested that staff explore options for restoring the fireworks component for a celebration on this July 4th, 2024. If I can have the next one. As staff began to evaluate options, it was clear the conditions at Central Park have changed significantly since the last fireworks event at Central Park. First, the Santa Clara Unified School.
If there's a presentation, I can't see it. Something is weird with the zooming in of these presentations. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. As staff began to evaluate options, it was clear the conditions at Central Park have changed significantly since the last fireworks event at Central Park. First, the Santa Clara Unified School District has installed fencing and irrigation in the area that was previously used for viewing of the fireworks. Initially, the school district indicated to staff that use of the site would not be allowed. However, recently the city has been advised that the district would allow use, provided that the city agreed to reimburse the school district for all costs associated with the impact of the event on their property. This would include costs for property damage as well as janitorial and cleanup of the site and on-site security. The second condition is the ongoing construction of the Magical Bridge all-inclusive playground that we're all excited about. This will bring lots of new users to Central Park. However, it is currently under construction, which won't be completed until August. Should the site experience any damage, the city will be responsible for remediation and any corresponding delays that might occur. The next change is the closure of the ISC, as we just discussed. This is a significant footprint at the park, and as noted earlier, there are safety concerns at the facility that will need to be addressed should the city wish to reopen the ISC. Again, any damage or unauthorized access might negatively impact the progress of the report. And I do want to clarify, we have had break-ins at the ISC already, and so we are dealing with that issue. Large-scale special events require significant coordination and risk management. Unfortunately, critical incidents that have occurred here locally, such as the Christmas Hill Park tragedy in Gilroy, which is currently in litigation, as well as the event that occurred during the Super Bowl parade in Kansas City, have heightened concerns about safety. The final challenge is that the city no longer has an agreement with the vendor to produce a fireworks show. Given that time is of the essence, that is a constraint that needs to be addressed. Next slide, please. With these challenges in mind, staff began to brainstorm 3 action areas. The first was to identify an alternative location with sufficient capacity and resources to hold a large-scale event safely with minimal impact to neighborhoods, particularly on the holiday. The second was to see how we might secure a fireworks vendor who would be available for a July 2024 event. The final action was to identify a source of funding for the fireworks component. After much discussion and evaluation, 3 solutions were identified. The first is to partner with Mission College to host the All-City Picnic. The second is to partner with Great America to leverage and enhance their existing fireworks show. And finally, the third is to seek authorization to add the 4th of July fireworks component to the SVP list of annual sponsorships. Next slide. At this point, I'd like to highlight what these partnerships have to offer. First, let's discuss Mission College. As shown on this slide, Mission College has lots of amenities and the capacity to hold a large-scale special event. The Central Plaza, with its grass area, stage, power, and utilities, make it sort of a plug-and-play option for the All-City Picnic. There is a separate entrance for emergency vehicle access, a separate parking lot to locate food trucks, multiple parking lots, and a design that, while large, can be controlled and secured more easily than Central Park. The green pathways in the picture on the slide shows the access points and where a perimeter can be established while maintaining access for emergency vehicles. In addition, Mission College has offered to provide the facilities as well as staff resources to support the event. They will be providing a building for storage and volunteer support. They will also be providing day of facility and security support with campus officers and community service officers. The final positive attribute is the proximity to Great America. Staff conducted a test from the plaza to ensure that fireworks would be visible and confirmed that to be the case. Next slide. The next partner would be Great America. The most significant attribute of this partnership is that Great America already provides a fireworks show. They are an authorized show with an established safety zone and a vendor who previously did the 4th of July show at Central Park. By partnering, the cost to restore the fireworks component would be minimal. This is important. As noted earlier, there is no funding in the budget for this item. Partner with Great America and Mission College will allow city staff to focus on the logistics to support the All-City Picnic and Great America to assume responsibility for the fireworks show. Finally, I want to mention that these partnerships will allow the city's public safety resources to maintain a strong presence in the area rather than be split between an event at Central Park in the southern part of the city and Great America in the north. Next slide, please. The final partner is Silicon Valley Power. In June 2019, the City Council approved an annual list of sponsorship events for SVP. While the list was updated in October 23, it did not include fireworks show. However, previously, SVP did sponsor the event. In return for their sponsorship, SVP would be designated as the presenting sponsor with full recognition on all marketing and promotions. The event would be designated as the 4th of July Fireworks Extravaganza presented by Silicon Valley Power. Next slide. In summary, current conditions at Central Park present challenges in hosting a large-scale event safely. And both chiefs are here in case you have any questions about public safety. Partnering with Mission College, Great America, and SVP provides a viable alternative to achieve the council's goal of restoring a fireworks show in 2024. Furthermore, piloting a large-scale special event lays the foundation for future partnerships to better serve North Santa Clara residents and the broader community at large. Next slide, please. In closing, there are 2 recommendations. The first is to authorize the city manager to continue negotiations with Mission College and Great America and take all necessary steps to host and provide services for the 2024 All-City Picnic and Fireworks Extravaganza in alignment with the plan outlined in the report. And 2, approve the addition of the 4th of July fireworks show to SVP's list of annual sponsorships in the amount of $50,000. That concludes the presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions, as well as the chiefs.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. My only question is, I didn't see it in here unless I missed it, is about parking. Are they considering free parking for everyone at the location of Mission College?
Am I taking questions now or waiting?
You might as well answer it. I don't see any other ones.
It's free parking.
Anybody else have comments or questions? Councilmember Park.
So I've always said that fireworks are literally, money going up in smoke. Like, boom, fire tower, boom, new hire, boom, we could have done all these different things. At the same time, I've never seen kids, I've never seen people not be excited at fireworks. It's like a fire engine. I've never seen kids not. Well, I've seen people afraid to be, but I've never seen kids not excited to see a fire engine. That said, I like the idea of these partnerships. I like the idea of putting the shows, putting the people in places that can accommodate them. I know that after we lost the Kaiser Hospital, I don't think people realize how much parking that provided for the people at Central Park. And then going to fireworks shows, going to events in Central Park after that was a very different experience. It also used to be that you could stand in the streets, you can stand in the neighborhoods and watch the fireworks, but you can't see that now with the new apartment complexes that were in place. It used to be a clear parking lot with trees. Now it's a big thing. I love the idea of being someplace like Mission College, having a partnership with them to host the All-City event, to make the event, the fireworks at Great America bigger, as opposed to have two different shows. I know that one year I actually drove from one side of the city to the other so I could see fireworks, across, different times. And I think that just being able to go one place, being able to sit, relax, would be a great thing for the people. I think it would be a much better event. Now that we've got the parking questions answered, I just feel that this would be, I think, better than having it at Central Park, having the old fireworks format. And I look forward to this if we can get this approved. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess being in the north side, one of the advantages of being near Great America is that we, folks in the north side, always have a front row seat to watch the fireworks. And my concern, though, and I appreciate all the logistics that have gone into putting the presentation together and all, but my concern is that the folks that are here in this part of Santa Clara, I mean, the tradition is, this is where the fireworks have been, this is where the All-City picnic has been, that people are not going to be excited about going to Mission College. That's my thought, because they're just used to being here. The traffic, I'm just concerned that people are going to be upset because it's breaking with tradition. I understand there are constraints in the park, but if there was just some way to work around it, I'm just concerned that people are going to be really disappointed because it's breaking with tradition, and that this is going to be the norm instead of just a one-time thing. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Other than the $50,000 for SVP sponsorship, do we have any estimated budget numbers for this?
So I should have clarified. We do have funding in the budget already for the All-City picnic. That's already incorporated. The only component that is not funded at the current time is the fireworks component. So in the report, the cost for the actual fireworks vendor is about $19,000. And then there is about the remainder would be used for costs for staffing, right? So we have, and equipment, sound equipment, we'll have to bring in sound equipment, we'll have to put in a light show. Quite honestly, the biggest cost is going to be the staff that's working on a holiday, right? And we need those staff, right? And whether the event is at Central Park or it's at Great America, the advantage is that at least there won't be two events on both sides of the city. They'd all be focused on that area. But I really should let the chiefs talk to the advantages of public safety and having the event at Mission College.
And what's the total estimate of the budget? Whatever we budgeted and we might have busted more because we were trying to do it all by ourselves, right?
Correct.
Now we will be saving some money. So I need some idea about that, if you have that right now.
I'm sure I have it on my laptop. If you want me to to look it up, I will. I do know that again, we are estimating between $30,000 and $40,000 for the staff resources, the logistics of the event, additional from what we've already got budgeted, plus the 19 for the fireworks vendor.
Council, oh, wait, are you finished? Are you finished? Okay. Councilmember Becker.
I had no further questions, just I was ready to make a motion when convenient.
Councilmember Hardy.
I was ready to make the motion and to help people who haven't been here long enough. We did not start doing the fireworks in Central Park until 2002 at the Sesquicentennial. Before that, it was always out from Great America. I know because we watched them from my front porch when I lived on Calle de Primavera. So that was only from 2002 that we started doing it in the park. And the first time we did it, someone didn't cover the pool and the ISC got all the ash. So there's not a long, that's only 20 years of history. So I think it's a wonderful idea, and I want to thank the staff and for coming up with this and doing such a good job. Thank you.
So I have a question. Is the all-city picnic out at Mission College as well? Is it all?
Yes.
All right.
Mission City Picnic would be at Mission College.
And what time does that start at Mission College?
So we've talked about 4 o'clock. We haven't finalized the details. I think it's in the report. We're still talking to Mission. We didn't want to finalize anything until we came here to you.
Right. I had a talk with the city manager quite a while back because I had him promise me that we would have fireworks this year. And he did twice, at the last 4th of July in Central Park and also at my State of the City. But I have to say that when people find out that the 4th of July is not in Central Park and it's at Mission College, I think people are going to be really upset. And I know that this council will probably approve it, but it's going to be a stretch going out to Mission College, first of all, because of the traffic that is really prevalent, because for years, Great America has always had the best fireworks show. And so that's why people loved coming to Central Park, because people would either, park in the neighborhoods and walk in, or sit in their front yards because it's in the center of town to have the fireworks. And people got really, I went every year, got really excited about it. We had our 15 minutes of fireworks or whatever, but it really was an exciting event because it was in the center of town and people were able to get to it easily. The only difference between Central Park then and Central Park now is the inclusive playground. What am I?
Magical Bridge.
Thank you. I'm very tired. Magical Bridge. That's the only difference, because the ISC's always been there. It's not open during the fireworks. The school district, all they did was fence in the field. I swear we used to use that for parking, maybe not. But that's going to be available, and I don't blame them. We would pay for cleanup and everything else for there. We also closed the streets so people can sit in the streets as well. But where the Magical Bridge is, you can't see the fireworks anyway, so we didn't have a lot of people sitting there. And so that's the only difference, is the Magical Bridge. Every other community around us does fireworks in the center of their city, in their residential areas. And I know you're saying, you brought up the Kansas City Parade and some other things, but our police department is, dealing on a monthly basis. You can look at them, city manager, but on a monthly basis with 80,000 people at Levi Stadium coming from every direction. So I am confident that with the right resources, that this year they could handle Central Park. They handle, big events all the time. So I just think that there's going to be a lot of disappointment, And we're going to lose a lot of the community spirit by going out to Mission College. I appreciate that Mission College is willing to let us use their facility, but you've all been there. You park, it's a long walk to come into the middle of it. It's probably going to be hot. There's no trees there in the middle of that whole section. It's all wide open. I guess we'll see what happens, because it sounds like the council's ready to do it. But I'm going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of disappointment in the community, and they're going to say, how do they know we're putting in money for extra fireworks? Because the best fireworks are at Great America. And they're just going to say, hey, more promises made by the city that weren't kept, because we're not having it at Central Park. And there'll be a lot of people going there during the day for the all-city picnic, and they're not going to find it there. And they're going to be upset. And I don't blame them. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. It is true that you, as well as a number of people in the community, impressed on me when I first started how wonderful fireworks were. And I certainly committed and asked staff, hey, I don't really know the history, but I hear it was wonderful. Let's take a look at it. And what I heard was exactly that from staff. It was lovely, a desire to return it, but some concerns. You do have both of your public safety chiefs that have been here all night, knowing that, hearing from them and their viewpoint is important. So I would like to turn to them just for any statements that they would like to make. We asked them to come tonight. As well as I totally understand the sentiment of it's been historically done at Central Park, and the desire to return that. We did articulate a number of the challenges with Magical Bridge, and should the council make a decision to have it at Mission College, don't take that as a permanent decision. You can really look at it as a one-year trial, and we will reassess, and you can make that determination going forward. So this is not a permanent in perpetuity change that you'd be making tonight. With that, I'll turn it over to our acting fire chief, Jeremy Ray.
Hi, Honorable Mayor, council members, thanks for the opportunity to speak to you. Jeremy Ray, acting fire chief. Councilmember Hardy's memory is a little better than mine. I didn't remember that's when the fireworks started, but I was a relatively new firefighter back then, and I do remember working the all-city picnic in 2000 and 2001 and 2002. I care about tradition as much as anyone, and it's a great event. But there have been access issues for us over the years. There have been some significant medical incidents that happened, and they always seem to happen right at the end of the fireworks show when the crowd was breaking up. And I personally worked a lot of nights that the fireworks show were happening, and I can remember some difficulties with access. So while I can't say 100% for sure that the Mission College access would be better, when we look at it and we're able to plan ahead and see what the possibilities are, it seems likely that access would be easier. I'm not opposed to trying things, and so I think it's not a bad idea to give it a try. It looks like some of the difficulties with traffic and with getting into the event in the event of some larger incident, or even just the routine medical emergencies that happen. I think the access does look better. So if there's specific questions that I can answer, otherwise turn it over to Chief Nicolai.
Good evening, or good morning, I guess. The mayor did hit it right on the head. Wherever you have the event, we're going to make it safe. If it's up at Mission College, it'll be a safe event. If it's at Central Park, it's going to be a safe event. It will take more staffing to do it at Central Park. We've done it before. We've had to do both events at Great America and at Central Park, so we're used to doing that. Mission College does have the benefit right now of having Mission College officers, maybe 2 or 3. I mean, it's something, so it's going to help. But wherever the event is, it'll be safe. And I'm gonna say, as a resident, I would miss having it at Central Park. Even if 20 years isn't a long history, apparently, I still think it's a good history to have. So I would look forward to it coming back.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. All right, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I remember as a kid, we used to go out to the Intel parking lot and we used to go park there to go watch the fireworks. And that back then it used to be called Marriott's. Everyone used to say, "Oh, you're going to Marriott's to watch the fireworks this year?" So that was kind of a tradition. And then about when Councilmember Hardy said 2002, that's when we started hearing, "Oh, it's going to be at Central Park," and it became this new tradition. I love the tradition having it in Central Park. That's a great opportunity every year. But in the last few years, it's been, since recent events and COVID, we've actually been driving out to park at a hotel at the by 237 to watch the fireworks from Great America. So everyone I've heard from in the last few years has been watching the Great America fireworks as a result of what Santa Clara has done. A lot of cities have also cut back on their budgets to doing fireworks, so I understand that. But seeing that we want to have it this year, there's a lot of things going on in Central Park, which I do see the Magical Bridge, the fencing, and all the other issues there. That is a lot of problems, I would say, for, I think, our officers, staff, and more. So I say that with this year, we give it an opportunity to go out to Mission College, give it a test. I mean, this could be considered our pilot project for an option if we ever wanted to move forward. So looking also back in time too, I have it marked down here, in the recession years of 08, I think 08, 09, and 10, I don't think we had fireworks in those years as well. Because I remember that there was no budget for fireworks because of the recession. So seeing our tradition, I would love to see it in Central Park again. Maybe it can come back again once we fix up all of our problems. But in the meantime, I'm going to make a motion to take staff's recommendation in moving forward to hopefully starting either a new tradition or just an option for this year to see how it works out. So
I'll second that.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Chief Nikolai, I have a couple of questions. So because Great America is going to be open, and I know that it's packed on 4th of July, and do we know if there's going to be like a capacity issue or a cutoff at Mission College? Because I'm thinking that, you know, people are going to know that there's an event going on at Mission College, food trucks and all that. And the food will probably be cheaper, I'm thinking, than Great America. And I can see people coming from Great America to Mission College. I mean, is there going to be some kind of like I said, a capacity, you know, cutoff, you know, just monitoring to make sure that it just doesn't go overboard?
Yeah, I don't know about a capacity at Mission College. I don't know what the plan is for that. But you're right. I mean, Great America is well known throughout the Bay Area, so it's going to be the parking lots out in that area will be full.
Exactly.
Full of residents from not Santa Clara, but from other cities. And traffic will be a nightmare, because traffic always is a nightmare out there. So.
That was one of my concerns, is that how are residents going to get out there? I know in the past, we used to have traffic stopping on 101 to watch the fireworks. It was just a horrible nightmare out there. But does that still happen?
Oh, there'll be traffic out there. When I started 30 years ago, we used to do a huge traffic plan out there.
Right, I remember.
Kind of like at a football game, but we don't do that anymore. We just let traffic naturally take care of itself because we don't have the staffing to handle that.
Well, and that's going to be an issue with Mission College as well.
That's true.
But I guess we'll see. All right, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I understand that. I think that there will be parking issues regardless. I think there'll be traffic issues regardless, and thank you very much for your input. I mean, I know that the event will be safe regardless of where we hold it. As someone who lives a block away from Central Park, I'll tell you that parking issues aren't any better in Central Park area. I'll say, if you look at the parking that's available, it's a lot smaller. For the number of people that you're gonna house, that's a lot smaller. Like I said, I remember when Kaiser Hospital was still there, and the overflow, the parking, even people could stand in the streets, stand in the parking lot and watch the fireworks. But when that went away, holy cow, we had people waiting, at the park so that they could take their cars out. We had people double parking in front of driveways. I would imagine these are the kinds of problems that exist at the stadium during stadium events or in neighborhoods near the stadium, which is why I, 100% looked at issues in the neighborhoods at the stadium. I think that's the one thing I don't like about the stadium, which is it's right in residential neighborhoods. That said, I think that people who go to the fireworks, go to an event and don't live in the area, they don't see the issues that are there. And I'll tell you that as someone who, I live in a court, and that court was always full of cars during fireworks, during big city events. I can tell you, all the times that I literally did not go back home because of the parking, the issues that we had there. And if I look at if I look at Mission College, I look at Great America, yes, there's going to have a lot of people. There's going to be a lot of people there anyway. I almost feel that maybe we could reduce some things by charging for parking or giving, giving tokens for, 4-hour parking, 2-hour parking, whatever. Maybe get some more flow there, which would increase the traffic even more. But I'd say let's try it. We kind of know what the situation is like in Central Park. We also know, my daughter and I, my wife and I, we used to go to Central Park quite a bit. We just went earlier this week to ride scooters, to look around. And with the Magical Bridge under construction, there isn't a lot of access in that area. And when I look at, all of these factors combined, I think that this plan to try it out in Mission College, see how that is, it's not a new tradition. It's something that we're doing for this year, given all the specifics about what's happening in Central Park. I don't know why we should be negative about it. I think we should be very hopeful. And when if there are problems, then, we fix them. And next year, when we have a magical bridge, when we have great places for children to play before the fireworks start, I look forward to moving it back. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to remind people the Magical Bridge is in an area where you can't see the fireworks. So that's the only difference between Central Park. And I go there every year and I see where everybody goes because I'm with them. And everyone has such a wonderful time because we have such a beautiful park. Kids go play on the playgrounds and other things. They just don't have that at Mission College, but we'll see. So looks like it's going to pass. So thank you, Chiefs, for coming. We have Edward on the line. Go ahead, Edward. Oh.
Yeah, I just want to say that Fuller Park, close to where I live on the north side, that's a great spot to view the fireworks, Great American. I know there's a park just south of the Tasman Lafayette overpass between Lakeville and Lafayette that I believe could also be a great spot to view the fireworks. That's maybe something that you can look at some of the parks that are on the north side that might have a good view for the fireworks at Great America. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. So we had a motion and a second on the floor.
Councilmember Watanabe?
No.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Councilmember Jane?
Yes, and there's no one here.
Thank you.
Why does he have, excuse me, why does he have to say no one's there? This is an open meeting. Can't there be people there?
Well, if there's someone there per AB 2449, 18
Does he have
years
to
or
say
old,
it with
he has
every?
to say it for every vote.
Because that has never happened in the past.
Yes, they have.
Okay.
Thank you. Mayor Gilmore?
No. And that passes 5-2.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for that report. All right, we're going to go back to consent items pulled for discussion. And the first one was pulled by Councilmember Watanabe. 4C.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make it quick. The reason I pulled it was when I saw it on the agenda. I actually, when I was in Washington last week with Director Pineda and Kathleen Hughes and Basil Wong, when we met with Congressman Khanna, we made a point to thank him, number one, for this appropriation because it's quite significant, and knowing the value of the interoperability radios and the cost, this is a significant benefit to the city. And so anyway, I was just glad that we had the opportunity to thank him in person while we were there for it. So that's all. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Motion to, for staff recommendation.
Motion second for staff recommendation. Any discussion? It's already seconded. Any public comment on this? All right, seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes, and there's no one here.
Vice Mayor Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Okay, next we have, hold on, I was going to do the Convention Center first, so I can only come back for the adjournment. Where's the Convention Center? Okay. 4K, adoption of a resolution of intention for Maintenance District Number 183, Santa Clara Convention Center Complex. Councilmember Jane.
Yes. It seems to me that I have a number of questions about this. I was hoping that there would be a staff presentation, but no
Why don't you
matter.
just ask your questions due to the lateness of the
Fine,
hour,
I will
quarter
do
to
that.
1?
So it seems that the city's part of this is $840,000, our contribution to this. And I'm wondering, is our contribution to the maintenance of these common areas and the parking structure, is that included in the profit and loss of the convention center when you report that the convention center, I think, made $2 million last year? Is this subsidy included in there? Because it comes from the general fund. And then my second question is, how much money has been set aside for repairs of this parking structure? I know I think the convention center was built in '86 or something. So that means that it is 40 years old. So how much money has been set aside to repair or refurbish this? And then somewhere I saw that there was some money set aside for dynamic parking controls. And can somebody explain to me what the intent there is? Is it going to be like the Valley Fair Mall where they have lights telling you where the empty parking spots are? And then I know that there was, in the report, there was a whole discussion about looking at the the um, the charging for parking at this, because I mean we spent a lot of time talking about $17,000 for PAL and $115,000, but here we are taking $840,000 out of our general fund to support the convention center, which to me it seems like should be paying for itself. So why are we taking money out of the general fund? Those are my questions.
Did you get all those, staff?
Yes, I did. Is there any others, or?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. So in terms of yes, the money for the Convention Center Maintenance District comes from the general fund. So I'm not aware on the financing and how they show that with the Convention Center itself. But from my understanding, it's separate general fund money. But I think finance could confirm that. In terms of you'd mentioned set aside. You had something about setting aside money.
How much money has been put into a CIP to rebuild the parking structure or to repair it? Because it is 40 years old, and what is the typical lifetime of a parking structure like this? It's just like the ISC. We never put any money aside.
Yeah, so there, in this maintenance district, there's no money set aside for the maintenance. So it's an annual item. The money is collected amongst the three parties, and then it's used for the general maintenance. So that's how it's set up.
But that's just for resurfacing the asphalt and for painting and for sweeping and such. But if we had to replace the structure, there's no money set aside.
Right. Let me take that one. Javon Grogan, City Manager. Councilmember Jane, you're right. The city does not have a fund where it has set aside money for replacement or significant repair to the parking structure. Like most of our facilities, our capital needs are significantly underfunded. And specifically with regard to this fund, in this parking garage, there has been a long-standing practice not to charge for parking at the convention center. As you know, staff has that on our work plan, and we'll be looking at adjusting that. And I do anticipate us making recommendations to charge for parking at the convention center, hopefully to generate, or which will generate funds that can go toward both annual operating maintenance and long-term set-asides for major repairs. It is common to charge for parking at convention centers, and we've already talked to our convention center manager about that. They are not opposed to it. It is a process as well as things we need to consider, but we are certainly have it on the work plan, and we'll be working on it in the next fiscal year.
And then another question I had was, what about the Tasman garage? Would that be also included in charging for parking? Because people park there and go to the convention center.
Yeah. Tasman Garage is included with our other facilities and does not have a set-aside fund. As you know, as of December of last year, we had $3.5 million in our general fund capital reserve fund. We now have $23 million, but the city has not set aside funds for its general facilities in quite a long time. And we've typically done that using pay-as-you-go funds with one-time savings. It's unfortunately not sufficient, which is why we have a number of our capital concerns that we're addressing.
But the Tasman Garage is not in this maintenance district.
I understand that, but it does support the convention center.
But we're talking about a maintenance district right now.
I understand that. I understand that. Okay, those are, I guess, all my questions. Move to approve staff's recommendation.
Is there a second? Okay, there's motion and a second to approve. Any public comment on this? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes, and there's no one here.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, that passes unanimously. Next and last item on the agenda is action on a resolution of intention for parking maintenance district number 122 Franklin Square. I will be abstaining on this item since my office is in the Franklin Square or mall. You don't need my iPad. You can just talk.
Okay, we will now be hearing item number 4G, which has been pulled by Councilmember Jane. So go ahead, Councilmember Jane.
No,
You're muted, Councilmember Jane.
I was hoping that there would be a staff recommendation on this. This, once again, comes up every year, and we are basically not given enough time to really consider this. There's a long history behind this. This is basically the only mall in Santa Clara where the city basically subsidizes the maintenance of the common areas in the mall. This maintenance district has been in effect since like 1970s, and it's a very one-sided contract. That, in fact, in the history of this, the owners used to contribute 75% of the maintenance, the operations and maintenance. That's paying for the water, the mowing, the tree trimming, the garbage collection. And then in 2002, they just decided on their own, because they're allowed to do that they weren't going to pay anything for this. I guess they got greedy. And, we just talked about, I think, the subsidy that we provide from the city for this mall is $138,000 a year. Now, I know staff made a recommendation that, well, if we don't accept this, we're going to miss out on $14,200 for the capital improvements. Well, that's only 10% of the whole cost of this. That's, in my opinion, a very small portion of the amount of money the city is spending on this. And if we didn't have to subsidize this mall like we don't do any other mall, then we would have plenty of money to provide free fields, ball fields. And everyone has said, oh, it's so little money. Why do we care? Well, the owners of this mall have been getting this sweet deal where their, businesses, they can raise their prices. They can, they can, they can take on the maintenance themselves. In the past, they took on 75% of this, and then they just refused to pay us anything for this. They're not paying a dime for the operations and maintenance of this parking garage. And it's come to the point where I believe the only way for us to change this, just like the 49er contract, is to change the contract. And in this case, the only way to do that is to terminate the contract. So, and that's, I think, my recommendation, and I'd like to make a motion to that, is to terminate the contract for this maintenance district.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jane. There is a motion on the floor to terminate the contract. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? City Attorney Guggens.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Becker.
I'm confused.
We're like recognizing each other for the first time. Appreciate the conversation and the motion. There are other options to dissolution, for this, not maybe as drastic, but I think that have been outlined before for you, and might refer back over to Public Works Director Mobeck, to add to that. The first option I know that's been talked about is potentially creating a paid parking, area to cover some of the costs of that. There's pros and cons of that I know have been talked about. It would take a study in order to, design what that fee would be, and paid parking in that lot may result in people parking out in, the neighborhoods, and a spreading of an issue, not necessarily a resolution of it, or I guess changing the issue instead of resolving it. Another thing I know that's been looked at is, although pros and cons to this too, reducing the maintenance and upkeep, of the parking lot. This is, again, not anything I don't think that staff's necessarily recommending. It's also nothing I'm particularly crazy about, as it could create liability, issues if the lot wasn't properly maintained. But there could be a way, in order to manage costs on that, to not keep it up in that same way. There could be conversations with property owners, and I think there have been before, but a renewed one, particularly if the alternative is to do something more drastic, to ask them to consider an amendment to not terminate the contract in effect, but consider an amendment to the district where, in lieu of the dissolution, which at a certain point would or in practical effect, unless I'm missing something, would result in us not getting any payments for it, but having to provide some level of maintenance anyway in order to avoid liability issues. And so there could be conversations with them to suggest, hey, we need more money, contributed to this. It's only fair and appropriate. They could reject that, right, as part of their Prop 218 vote. So I'm not saying that will get you anywhere either. I just want you to know what the different choices are, before you act on any particular one. Dissolution is an option, but again, my understanding of how that would work is it would leave us with the parking lot with in effect an equitable obligation and duty to make sure that things were at least maintained in a particular way, or potentially pursue paid parking, all the other options, in lieu of continuing on as is. And just wanted council to be fully aware of those options and some of the basic pros and cons of each before you took up the motion. I'll turn it back over to city manager or Public Works Director to flesh that out any further.
Yeah. Also worth noting, I don't have an update on exactly where we are, but Silicon Valley Power is in conversations with a company to provide electronic vehicle charging in a portion of the parking lot, which would bring in additional revenue. But that conversation at a staff level is ongoing. So certainly any action tonight or in the future would impact that agreement that is currently being discussed.
I've got one last comment. And again, to Craig or you. Also, I would suggest, since there's some nuances in the way the item's agendized, it doesn't necessarily lend itself to this, that if you were going to take up this action, it wouldn't be to dissolve, it would be to direct staff, to commence the process for dissolution and bring it back to you for, your final consideration and action. But with that, I'll turn it over again to city manager and to Mr. Mobeck.
In my last comment, as I said earlier, there is an active city council referral on this very parking lot that essentially directs staff to take a look at options and future use of the property. And so that with everything on the plate, that work I know is stalled out, but we are looking to bring on additional staff and consultants to begin that work in the next fiscal year.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think I have anything more to add. You did a good summary of everything we've done to date and kind of the issues. So unless there's any other specific questions, I think the city attorney summarized it well.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to go to council. Yeah, I'm going to go to council. I have Councilmember Chahal first.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a couple of questions, and I know I agree with Councilmember Jane that as per the Exhibit B, which was presented to the council on 6/22/21, they were paying 75% for a long time, and all of a sudden they had various options and they cut back to $14,200 only. And I don't know why they did it, but in 2002 they did it. And the 2002, they have a detailed summary. Rather, the property owners themselves, like it's a letter from Joe DeLuzier, which has very detailed information what was going on and why it was. And they never asked in that letter that we want to not to pay it. They had some issues related to not to pay for the bus stop, and that was a genuine issue, not to pay for the bus stop. Those were issues. But I don't know why we stopped asking for money, and this is the only parking lot where we are subsidizing private businesses, irrespective of nowhere on the other parking lots in the malls, we are doing this thing. So yes, we need to consider. But on that document, City Attorney, I have a question, like, it does mention that Prop 218 vote is required if the property owners have to pay more than $59,911. If they agree to less than that, then they don't have to vote. Or can we ask them to pay less than that? Let's say we say, hey, 50-50, like they only have to pay 50,000. Can we impose that, because that 50,000 will not raise the Prop 218 clause of them approving this thing? So that's my, I read it multiple times. They say if the amount they have to pay less than 59,911, then they don't have to go for a voting for Prop 218. And I'm digging this information you may not be aware of.
Yeah, that's catching me a little bit cold. That's
Okay.
a little surprising to me that there would be just a raw number like that. If in fact there was a previous authorization that allowed us to charge up to that amount, and we were charging less than what was authorized, then I would agree with you. I'm just not familiar with the original documents, and what you're referring to looks like Public Works Director Mobeck is, so I'll defer to him.
Yeah, as was referenced at the beginning of the item, the arrangements of how the payments were made, by whom changed over the years. And the last time, that was approved by council and approved by the property owners. And what that did is it capped their contributions to $14,200 for maintenance, capital maintenance. So that's parking lot repairs or repairs to the common areas, which the city owns as well. That's what they cover. And then they have an account, I think right now it's got 170,000 or whatever in it. Interest offsets that as well. So, but the other side of it was, as part of that agreement that council approved and the property owners approved, was that the city would fund the O&M, of that lot, absent the capital repair. So trimming trees, trimming bushes, lawns, street, the parking lot sweeping, all that stuff, that's what the city covers. So that was how it was set up, right? So everybody agreed to that. If there was an increase, over that they had, hey, it's $18,000 now, that's what they'd have to vote on. And so as you recall, several years ago, based on council's direction, we embarked on a process to meet with all the property owners, talk about this with them, come up with, potential options for them to pay more. We did, outreach, surveys, meetings, and they came back and said they're not interested in paying more, right? And so we reported that back to council. So there isn't any way to unilaterally force them to pay more. And then that's when I think council asked the discussion about, hey, how do we get out of the district? And then at that time, the attorney's office had described how you'd go about that process. So that's the Prop 218. I'm not aware of any 59,000 unless that was part of the old maintenance district process. That was prior to 2002, because they were paying different amounts before that.
I think that's the case. Like in 2002, the existing amount to be paid by the property owner by $59,911. And that's why if the amount doesn't go beyond that, what the document, the Exhibit B at that time, basically. But I was trying to understand why that is, basically, because they already approved $59,911, and if they have to approve any higher amount, then they have to approve it again, right?
Yeah, because it went to the 14,200.
Okay.
So it restructured everything.
So now that 14,200 is the one which was done by the council as that. So we'll have to revisit everything again if we have to do some changes to that.
If you go to, yeah, we couldn't increase it without their consent.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Before I go to the rest of the council, I'm going to go to the city manager really quick.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Becker. Just want to expand on my earlier comments with regard to the City Council's existing priority referral and also connect this issue to the Downtown Precise Plan because when we begin to work on the longer range vision for downtown, it's important to remind Council
that this property, while we've been talking about the parking lots, the city actually also owns the common area in the middle where Franklin Street was historically. And as a part of your adopted downtown precise plan, that includes the vision of restoring the historical street grid pattern. And so I know we're talking about the maintenance district, but whatever the final or future use or changes to the property and ownership or the maintenance district also needs to consider the downtown precise plan and that long-range vision for restoring the street grid pattern that you have set through your action there. And so I just wanted to link the two. I know it's not directly connected to the item that is agendized, but it is connected to, I think, some of the questions and discussion that you're having tonight.
Excellent. Thank you, City Manager. So I'm going to go back to council. First, I got Councilmember Jane, then Councilmember Watanabe, and then Councilmember Hardy. So go ahead, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, it seems to me like under Prop 218, you can only charge a fee based on the amount of service you provide to somebody. And so in this case, I think the property owners own like 38% of the land area. So I think they should legally be required under Prop 218 to provide 38% of the maintenance area. 38% of the maintenance of the whole area. But it depends on how you read Prop 218, because apparently the city owns all the common areas. And so, if you just carve out the common areas, we're technically required to provide 100% of the maintenance of the areas that we own. And then they provide 100% of the area that they own. But all of their customers walk on our property to get to the stores and everything. So I'd like the attorney to weigh in as to how Prop 218 can be read in this case.
Vice Mayor Becker, Member Jane, I'll start and then refer it over to Public Works Director Mobeck. And I'm not intimately familiar with this district, but in general, to the extent that there are property owners, that benefit from these services, and in effect, they benefit to the extent of 30%, either based on ownership of property or some other calculation, they could not be charged more than 38% under Prop, 218. But it sounds like back in 2002, the district was restructured to have the amount that they're allocated to be significantly less than the 38% of the overall amount. Mr. Mobeck is nodding at me, but I'll refer it back over to him for his better knowledge of the particular district.
Yeah, thank you, City Attorney. Yes, that's correct, because they implemented the cap of $14,200. And the way that is distributed is by property area owned by the individual property owners. As you recall, they own the building footprints. They do not own the common areas in the mall or the parking lot. And so how it's calculated is, again, they're capped at the $14,200. We remove the interest that the account accrued, and then we take the balance and distribute it amongst the square footage that they own. That's how we come up with the assessments.
Right, but the property owners benefit from the free parking that we provide them. So can't we charge them for the use of that parking?
Yeah, so that's not the way the district was agreed to in 2002 and set up. So it was straight up a cap of $14,200 for capital maintenance that they provided, and then the city was responsible for the O&M of the parking lots and all the common areas. So that would again be a change to the maintenance district, which would require the property owners approving, voting on that, as well as the city.
Yeah, and just want to expound upon that answer. What that means is that through the district, we cannot, without changing the rules of the district, which we don't have a majority of,
make the other owners pay for parking. That doesn't mean that we could not implement paid parking in the lot, and so any user would have to pay for parking. And we discussed earlier today that there are implications of that certainly we can discuss, but if this was operating like a normal mall, private operators decide to charge for their parking on private property all the time, and so there's really nothing stopping the city from implementing a paid parking here, although there would be impacts to the surrounding area that you would want to consider. But certainly, I know that that is a part of your existing referral, and we will be working on that.
I just wanted to add that last time, a couple of years ago, when Director Mobeck went to the property owners and took a vote, or they took a vote, there was the idea that we could dissolve the district, but they decided to just keep the contribution to the city at zero. So they're well aware of that, there's a possibility of dissolving the district, and they still chose to not contribute what I consider their fair share.
Is that it, Councilmember Jane?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jane. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you. I guess, City Attorney, I've got two questions. Can we legally take action because there's no community input, and this is not this was a consent calendar item, and this was not part of the consent item. This is something that's being added, and it's not agendized. So a motion is being put forward for something that hasn't been agendized, and number two, there's no community input. Nope, there's nobody here to speak to it.
Yeah, so a couple things through the chair and Member Watanabe. The fact that it's taken up late, in the meeting and that the public isn't here is unfortunate, but the matter was handled, in due course. And so from a legal standpoint, that doesn't prohibit the council from taking action on the item. Regarding what's before you, going back to my earlier point, really before you is whether or not to proceed with the resolution of intention or not. I'm interpreting Member Jane's motion to mean he does not want to proceed with the resolution intention, and instead he wants to refer back to the staff the process for pursuing a dissolution of the item. That would be in order. You can't dissolve, you can't take an action to dissolve it tonight, but you could refer it back to us to commence the process.
Okay, thank you for that, because the way I heard it, it was the motion was to dissolve.
Yes, and I tried to reorient that, that is a fair and appropriate point, given the way it's agendized in front of you.
Okay, and then my second question is that if this agreement was dissolved, the property owners or the business owners, they're not obligated to agree to another agreement, are they?
No, they wouldn't. It would need to be some form of new voluntary arrangement that could be constructed in a different way than the current one is constructed with the different design, but ultimately to get a contribution in the same way that we're currently getting it, another process like this would need to be commenced, and a vote would need to occur, and it would require the minimally required vote under Prop 218.
But are they obligated? Are they obligated to be a part of that?
No, they wouldn't be.
So then the city would be losing money then, or that portion of.
And again, I'll refer that to Member Mobeck. My understanding is if we dissolve this, we lose, understandably, it's a small amount and it's not covering our costs, but by dissolving the district, we would lose that small amount, and we would have to figure out either through a new maintenance district that we might construct, and ask them to consider, or through some form of parking fee that's been talked about, a couple times, or through some level of reduction of maintenance. Those are the options once the item is dissolved. Reconstruct and ask for a different approval, come up with a different revenue stream, like a parking fee, or reduce the maintenance levels in order to save costs. Yeah, so there's nothing that we could, that I'm aware of, but we can certainly look at that could simply impose maintenance costs on the adjacent property owners. I don't know if that's been looked at before by my predecessors. I think we outlined the options. They outlined the options before that strike me as being what the options are.
Yes, what you outlined were the options.
Thank you. I have nothing.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I want to make certain I understand what we can and cannot do, but I also recognize this is a very strange situation where the city owns 2/3 of this land, and it's ours. And I do know back in 2002 that the city manager put forth the idea of selling the land. So here's the question. If we have some kind of agreement with the owners of the businesses, that precludes us from pursuing something like that, from selling, because we have an agreement over, if I understand this right. But if we approve what's there now, that locks us in for another year. But if we don't approve it, we can look at our options. Am I correct in understanding our reality?
I think that's right, although theoretically, the property could be marketed and sold subject to the assessment district. And so it wouldn't necessarily preclude us going down that path. I don't know if we've looked at that or what the market for it would be, or whether that would even be desirable, given that, as the city manager pointed out, it could be part of a larger kind of redevelopment effort pursuant to the precise plan at some time in the future. So I'll refer to manager on that.
Absolutely, like some of our other conversations, I think what you need to make an informed decision is a full analysis of your options relative to the property that the city owns and your downtown precise plan. You know, not agendized, not prepared to advise on that. It's an existing referral, and we're bringing consultants on board to actually do that work. But totally understand the sentiment, as well as the desire to adjust the city's relationship with regard to ownership of this property.
Thank you.
I do want to just add one point to that. If you, given the time constraint that we have, if you directed to us to do something other than adopt this resolution of intention, that would prevent staff from implementing the 218 process in a timely way to see to it that we at least get that contribution for the following year. And so that would go with Member Jane's motion, that would in effect preclude you from imposing the district and collecting those amounts for the upcoming year. So the alternative to that is adopt the resolution of attention, proceed with the implementation of this district with the understanding that all these other issues under a referral are being analyzed and would come back to you at some point, but the next year would be at least in place for purposes of collecting the amount of money you get already.
Thank you, City Attorney. Before I go to Councilmember Jane, there was the motion on the table by Councilmember Jane. Was that seconded by anybody on the City Council?
I withdraw that motion because it was for dissolution.
Okay, so you withdraw that motion. Okay, so Councilmember Jane, did you have anything extra to add since your hand was up?
Yes. This is another year that this happened the same way, you know. I bring this up every year, and every year it's like, you need to adopt this now, and we'll work on this, and then nothing happens. So I'm very frustrated about how this happens. I think it's a terrible arrangement that we have in terms of we have no power in this, and we're required to provide services um, as a subsidy to private business owners um, rather than, subsidies for kids playing sports, which I agree with, but subsidies to private business owners, I don't agree with. Um, so I guess I need some assurance that things won't be the same next year.
Sure.
Yeah, I just want to mention that, there has been no direction to staff or any money provided to move in any other direction. We had provided council, the options, you can go dissolution, we can talk to the property owners, we did all that. And when we've come back the last few years, we've reported on that. And we said, at this point, you can accept it or cancel it or give us direction, right? So we have not been given any other direction. This is the process for maintenance districts. It is coming in a timely fashion. We have to look at expenditures from last year, look at what the future year is going to be, and that's when we provide the director's report, come to you now, and we set a public hearing in June. So I know there has been some displeasure by some about how it's set up, but in terms of the path forward, there has been no direction to change it. That's been provided to staff.
And the only thing I will add is this is coming tonight on April 23rd, now April 24th. There is the ability if action was needed at the next council meeting. So just the statement that this is being brought the night you absolutely have to act. There is another meeting, but because it's a public hearing, we have to notice for a day, right? We didn't pick the very last council meeting. We picked a council meeting ahead of time, knowing that the item could be continued. There was discussion of that earlier tonight for various reasons. We decided to continue and have the discussion tonight. But yes, as the director mentioned, what we're bringing before you is the annual action that needs to be taken because of the maintenance district that we're a part of and for the fees to be assessed. And there is a referral to take a look at the long-term plan and bring back options. And it's, as we said, linked to the downtown precise plan. And as we know, there are more council referrals and resources and time to do them. But we specifically for this item and some of our other downtown initiatives, we've released an RFP. We've had interviews with vendors, and we do anticipate bringing on vendors to work on this and others to provide you with recommendations. And so I know, as with a lot of things, there are frustrations on the amount of things that we want to get done and the resources and time we have to do them. But know that we understand your objectives that you set and are working as diligently as we can to accomplish them.
Okay, thank you, City Manager.
I'm happy to make a motion. Unless
Okay.
you need to go to the public.
Let's go to the public first, and then we'll come back. So we have Edward Strine on the line. Edward?
Yeah, I just want to say that I don't think, at least Via Vicino's, the Italian restaurant that's over there, they, of course, they've got really good food and they've always got customers, but they're being fair to their customers. They allow my wife and I to have a half a plate, and they give us a fair discount on that half plate. And even though they say it's a half a plate, they actually give you a fair amount of food. So I don't think they're really getting super rich, but they are passing on the savings to the customer. And there's very few restaurants that allow you to do a half a plate. So I just wanted to let everybody know about that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Edward. We don't seem to have anybody else on the line or any other public comments. Okay. Anybody on the council? I got Councilmember Jane first.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt staff's recommendation, items 1, 2, and 3, but with the direction that Director Mobeck was looking for is to consider whether we are allowed to charge a fee based on Prop 218, where we can unilaterally charge a fee based on the percentages of property ownership, and then to also look at paid parking and to look at electric vehicle chargers to make some revenue back. And things that I believe staff is already working on, but since Director Mobeck was looking for direction, I believe that covers everything that we're working on.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Jane. So we got a motion by Councilmember Jane. Is there a second?
And just wanted to confirm, the city manager on the business side and me speaking on the legal side are comfortable with that referral.
Excellent. Okay.
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, so we got a motion by Councilmember Jane. We have a second by Councilmember Chahal. Is there any other council members to discuss this matter? All right, seeing none and no one from the public, Nora, whenever you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe?
No.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes, and there's no one here.
Thanks. Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes. And that passes 5-1 with one abstention. Okay, let me go grab the mayor.
By the way, I can't see anyone in the council chambers. I just see empty chambers. I don't know what's going on with the video. It's been very strange all evening.
We're still here.
I know, I can't see anybody. There we go. I don't know what's been going on with the video all night.
All right, I hope that was productive. Now we're going to move on to reports of council members, council committees. If you have a report that's less than a minute, please give it to us. Otherwise, save it till next week. Anyone have anything? Less than a minute? All right. City manager, executive director?
Actually, I do. I have my hand.
I think Kevin Park.
Less than a minute, go ahead.
So I did want to note that I went to the Cal Cities, the California League of Cities Conference, the Leadership Summit. We had a number of issues that we took to the Capitol. We took to Assembly members and senators. And housing is up there, but we also had a lot of talks about California leading the way for generative AI. I think that people need to remember that generative AI is a tool. And good companies and good cities and good everything will always be known for having great people. Everyone will use AI. There were a lot of other talks about interim housing, all the same issues that we have in California, and lots of bills. But the biggest thing that I wanted to get out to everyone is a reminder that this Saturday we have the Relay for Life. So if you can get out to Townsend Field, hopefully we'll all see you there, and we'll get a lot of walkers there raising the awareness for cancer. Thank you.
Thank you. City manager?
Yes, Mayor, I do have a brief report. Just want to note that I'm happy we celebrated Law Day, and maybe one day we can celebrate City Manager Day here in the city of Santa Clara. But on a serious note, May 5th through May 11th is Drinking Water Week, and we had a proclamation for that earlier today. But one of the things we did not say was or mention are the tents that were provided to each of you. It is in 4 different languages, and it says water will be provided upon request. Help us conserve. Many people don't know, and I know for personally, many of our restaurants in Santa Clara don't realize that state water regulations actually prohibit them providing water immediately upon someone sitting at the table. And water in California has to be provided upon request. And so these tents were provided to you with a little Post-it note that says, share with your favorite restaurant and help Santa Clara
conserve water and know that staff will be reaching out to our restaurants and providing these tips as well, so we can all do our part to conserve and water can be provided upon request. Thank you.
Thank you. We have an adjournment. Councilmember Watanabe says to be read by you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Yes, this adjournment is in memory of Mary Dorothy Silvera Ristroff. Mary Dorothy Silvera Ristroff, treasured member of the Santa Clara community, passed away at her home in Santa Clara, where she had lived since 1950. Born to a dairy farming immigrants from the Azores Islands in Portugal, Mary's life was a testament to resilience and community spirit. Her family's 40-acre dairy farm was located on Lawrence Station Road at what is now the intersection of Lawrence and Central Expressways. Mary had the unique honor of being one of the first children baptized at the newly built Five Wounds Catholic Church in 1919 and was celebrated at the church's 100th anniversary in 2019, her 101st birthday. She wed Jake Henry Ristroff in 1942, and the couple nurtured a family of 6 children in their Bray Avenue home. Mary was a founding member of St. Justin's Parish in Santa Clara and longtime member of the Santa Clara Women's Club. She was honored by the Santa Clara Chamber of Commerce as Volunteer of the Year in 1959. In 2023, Mary was featured in the book Decoded, A Human History of Silicon Valley, commissioned by the David and Lucille Packard Foundation, highlighting 101 remarkable individuals from Silicon Valley. As the longest living person featured in the book, she credited her longevity to drinking milk, eating healthy foods, getting a good night's sleep, we could use that now, working hard, and following her doctor's orders. Mary is survived by her children Ronald, Mary Bragg, Susan Herman, Elaine Cardinal, and Claire Burdick, by her grandchildren Jillian Shaleski, Katie Brudney, Brooks Burdick, and Gianna Gaudini, and by 10 great-grandchildren. Mary's life is a living history lesson, was marked by resilience and adaptability. She inspired many with her positive attitude and will be greatly missed. May her memory be a blessing. Thank you.
Would you like to make a motion to adjourn in her memory?
Motion to adjourn in the memory of Mary Dorothy Silvera Ristroff.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. City Clerk?
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Councilmember Jane?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilman?
Yes. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.